Hey, welcome back to Velma's Diner. My name is Andre. What can I get you? Today we are open once again, but for lunch service this time. Lucy, where are my fries? I ordered them yesterday. Hope your PC is recovered. I'm so sorry about the fries order. Our kitchen's been really backed up, so yeah. Yeah. Hey, Velma's is open again. What happened? Fail a health inspection? HFT, hopefully you're well. No, I was like pretty disappointed about this last night. So usually we stream on Wednesday evenings. That's when Velma's Diner is open for dinner service. But last night, or actually tonight as well, today as well, it's really hot here in Montreal. So outside of the kayfabe, here in Montreal, it is summer in the northern hemisphere. And yesterday it got up to 34 degrees with humidex and like what it feels like. And something happened that hasn't happened at this new place that my partner and we moved into last year. Is things got too hot and we have too much power draw. Is that like in a second my computer shuts down, the internet shuts down, the lights stay on, but certain things just overload the circuit. And mind you, this house that we're in is like 100 years old, over than 100 years old, so like the wiring is probably not as good as it could be. And we need to redo the switch box on the back, the breaker box, for more power load. So yeah, things just got too hot. This actually has happened classically in the old apartment last summer. When it got too hot, we had to like turn stuff off just to be able to stream with the lights on. So yeah, it's not good. And today it's actually technically meant to be worse, because later today with the humidex, it's meant to go up to 37 degrees Celsius, which is about like 99 Fahrenheit, I think. So we're just hoping for the best that this stream holds on, because last night we streamed twice. Each stream was about 10 minutes and then power shut down and I unlisted the stream. We've been trying our hardest to get into this. I'm hoping that today it's a bit colder yet before things get hot in the afternoon into the technically it gets hotter like later in the day. But yeah, currently this room is 23.5 degrees Celsius, which is the best it's been in a while. And I have like two big fans in the doorway blowing air conditioning from the main space in. So yeah, it's we're gonna try and hold on, which means technically this is a speed run. I promise you, if we get through the first hour of it and then like the bad thing happens, we probably won't restart again at the top. I'll have to figure out how to do this in a VOD or something. Hey, Water Lily, how's it going? Hey, Andre. Well, that's not too hot for Montreal. Very normal for Texas this time of the year. It's like, I have no doubt that's true, but I'll be honest, like the summers have just been getting hotter and hotter. Montreal, we're also on an island, so I imagine we get a humidity that's different than y'all get down there in the south. I'm not sure Texas is that humid. I'd be surprised if it is, but like we've hit 40 degrees Celsius, like no problem. It's kind of early in June. Like this is the hottest it's been, the soonest it's been so far this year, but yeah, it's just like shutting down the whole show, which is so upsetting. I spent so much time talking about that on the last streams last night, is that we did some changes to the overlay here, which I'm pretty sure those are not responsible for our issues. But the overlay is slightly different. We have this glowing box to tell you who the active player is. We've moved things over so there's more space. My camera is smaller, which pride is bad, but like that's more table space. So we might be better equipped to do two-player or two-handed. These two things don't look like they're level, but they are level, aren't they? I think they were mathematically level, but yeah, we have a new overlay. We've changed some things, we've upgraded some things. So we're happy to jump in and play through the second scenario in the Brethren of Ash campaign box. This is what's it called? Smoke and Mirrors, which is very similar to the second scenario in the original chapter 1 core box, which is the coolest scenario. It's the scenario where they throw you into Arkham. And very interestingly, this Arkham's a bit different than maybe you've experienced in chapter 1. And this is meant to be in response to what we saw at the end of the Drowned City campaign, where things like Rivertown were destroyed and Waterfront District, it's now flooded. That's why it's called that. So you're going to see a bit of the changes from the end of the Drowned City, where like the bad thing happens, and you can watch that. We did a whole campaign playthrough of that. Humidity today 72% by me. Oh my god, how's that humid down there? Y'all don't have water? There's no water. I guess you can be on the water, right? On one side. Montreal's on an island. I grew up in Ontario, on Lake Ontario, so humid summer is always the thing that I'm used to. Probably shouldn't be talking to someone on the West Coast and complaining about this. There's something mildly thematic about that temperature when you're doing the Fire Cult campaign. Literally, this room gets so hot. Like, yeah. We're just trying to get through this. Speaking about the time crunch, like this scenario in the first box was all about a time crunch. You had to interrogate and locate cultists the first time around, and you had until midnight, because at midnight the ritual was happening. And so you're basically on the clock. There's only one act, and you have to do as much as you can before the time the clock strikes midnight, and then you can leave, and you can always choose to resign earlier. This has the exact same structure, which there's going to be like people around town that we have to interrogate and find out, and we have to follow these leads to figure out more about who's in this Brethren of Ash cult. I want to say the midnight theming in this time around is less obviously strong than it was in the first time around, but it's the same sort of thing. We only have like X turns to be able to find as many cultists as we can. The most we can get is 6. I'd be happy if we got 4 or 5. I think 6 is really hard for solo play, but kind of doable. For two-handed, we might be able to get away with it. But again, if we open well, we'll probably be in a good spot. So there's a lot of variability here, but we won't be upset any way it goes. I think last time we played this on camera, we did 5 when we played solo. So we could probably do it. Yeah, I live in Houston, which is very near the coast and also has a lot of bayous, water everywhere. Okay, I imagine Texas as just like a Roadrunner cartoon. So that's probably not even near accurate. I think Roadrunner cartoon would probably be like Colorado, Nevada, more likely, probably Nevada. But yeah, that's a Canadian understanding. I've never been to Texas. Okay. The other thing that we recounted yesterday that we will do again today, because this is the only time we've ever done this stream, is we've upgraded our decks. So we had a decision we had to make at the end of the last scenario in which Miskatonic University was very much on fire. And we had to decide whether we wanted to get out of there and pursue the things we're pursuing or whether we wanted to stay there to put out the fire. And I decided with Tommy Muldoon, our our civil servant, that putting out the fire kind of made sense for the costume that we're wearing. So we spent some time, which will be time we lose in this scenario, but we spent some time to put out Miskatonic University so it did not burn down, which is great because it just recently got flooded. The irony would be too much. That means we start with 1 extra experience. So we got 8 experience instead of the full 7. So that's nice. But we also each start with 1 physical trauma. If you're not familiar with physical trauma, it just means that we start with 1 damage on us. So that's largely it. Honestly, for Marie, that's not amazing because she would have started 8 health, but she starts at 7 health instead. And damage is a very valuable resource for her, functional resource, because it allows her to draw cards. So that's really good, as much as her deck has some healing. So that might be the end of the world. On the other side, Tommy Muldoon has 9 health, going down to 8 health, doesn't really move the needle. And I think he ended the last scenario with like a fair bit of health left over. I'm more worried about the horror, but technically we start with trauma. Notably, that trauma can just be healed. You just start with that much damage on you, but it can be healed like any other. So at least Marie's healing cards are as viable as soon as turn 1, which is good. Central and West Texas is like that. That's more Southwest climate. So New Mexico, Nevada, Utah. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm imagining Utah is just mountains and dirty soda. I think that's what the internet has taught me, but cool. So how do we spend our experience? I was not 100% sure about this. So we are keeping to the chapter 2 card pool. So when it comes to these 2 investigators, being the pre-con investigators, the ones that you can buy the pre-con decks, they have limited deck building. In fact, each of them are only monocolored. So while they can spend 0 to 5 level cards in basic or neutral, they can only play mystic cards and play guardian cards, which is a legitimate downside. This is something that's worth repeating. And I'll be honest, I'm not sure if like Tommy Muldoon's text makes up for the downside of having a limited card pool. And the thing with the limited card pool is like, it's the color pie, right? Like in most card games, there's a color pie. So Guardians are good at certain things. The blue color class is good at certain things, but they're also really bad at other things. And as soon as you have multicolor deck building, you're allowed to kind of like fix some of their downsides by tapping into another class or access their upsides by, again, tapping into another class. But we can't do that. So while Tommy Muldoon is a Guardian, so has access to good firearms and tanking and that sort of like Guardian thing, we have no access to card draw. We have no access to barely any access to healing. I guess we have a bit of healing access, but we have no card draw, for instance. And that's the sort of thing that would be very easy to fix if we had an extra alternate class. Same thing with Marie. If she had access to Survivor, she could play all the damage healing that she wanted. It would be pretty busted. And I think her ability is definitely worth the entry cost of being monocolored. But Tommy, I'm not super convinced just yet. But it does make deck building or deck upgrading a bit more simple, but you have limited options. And largely, we're going to be playing with the same flaws we have on turn 1 as we will later on. That being said, what do we do with our Tommy deck? We spend all 8 experience. Mind you, this is a short campaign. There's only 3 scenarios, so we're going to try and spend our experience just kind of as quickly as we can because there's only 1 more scenario after this. And I think we upgraded 4 different cards. So we're gun-based deck, of course, which is actually kind of awkward because we have Becky, and Becky is a card that if we draw, takes up both of her hands. Now, there is a way in Chapter 2 to get another hand slot for a weapon, but it is very expensive and very clumsy, and I'm not sure we necessarily need it. Needs more testing on my side, but that's the issue. It's like if Becky hits the table, and Becky's really good, and last scenario we got like 8 bullets on Becky, funny enough. We don't really need any other guns, but that's not always the case. You won't always find Becky, you won't open with Becky, so we need to have other guns, and generally our workhorse gun in this deck is the M1911. So we spent 2 experience to upgrade 1 1911. Maybe we could have upgraded 2, but I don't know. That seems just good enough. The difference between these 2 1911s is the second one, the upgraded one, comes in with an extra bullet. No, same amount of bullets, costs the same, but it does come in with +2 fight instead of +1 fight, and it ignores the retaliate keyword, which is like not super important, but it's okay enough. A +2 fight I actually think does matter. So if we swap over to Tommy, our fight stat's only 4, which means if we use the upgrade 1911, we get up to 6 fight stat, which puts us in a good spot against like 3 fight enemies, 3 combat enemies, because then we're +3 at a minimum. So that's not bad. There are going to be some big things we have to fight here. There's a bunch of enemies too, elite enemies in this scenario that you don't actually need to fight. You can choose to. Narratively, we probably will try and talk to them and reason with them. But combat is always a solution. It won't be the best, but we're upgrading one of our 1911s to a better one. If we draw it, we draw it. Notably, a problem with this game that I don't love is that there's 2 cards. One's upgraded and it's maybe significantly better, but they use the same art. I really wish, and there's sometimes I did this with multi-class cards, is that anytime the card got upgraded, the art got slightly different, like still the same, but just like some little tweaks on it so you can tell from a difference, because you have to really look at those little dots and I guess read the text box, but whatever. That's always been like that. Next card we upgraded is Vicious Blow. So Vicious Blow is a key staple card. It's been around since 2016. This is the new version with new art and new flavor text, and it just gives us +1 to combat and +1 damage if we're successful. So we upgraded both of these into Vicious Blow 2, which gives us 2 fight, and if we succeed by 2 or more, which is maybe another good reason to upgrade our 1911, this can deal 2 extra damage, which means with a bullet, we can do 4 damage for a single shot. Now, Vicious Blow is a really good card. At the end of the day, if you're a fighter, all you're doing is using your combat to make enemies not there anymore. And so this just saves you actions. And it also, like, in some ways puts all your eggs in one basket instead of many baskets. But the idea that we can spend 1 action to do 4 damage as opposed to like 2 actions to do 2 damage each, it saves us bullets, it saves us time. Just a very valuable card. Vicious Blow on its own is like still really good against like odd health enemies. So we could maybe attack with our basic stat and commit Vicious Blow and attack a 3 health enemy. And that might just save us a bullet and an action too. So the breakpoints on this are nice. Vicious Blow 2 is not the thing that you have to be rushing out to get, but honestly, I don't know if there was that many other things I wanted to rush out to this Tommy deck. I think the other path that we could have gone for, which is actually pretty good, is like get Charisma and then just play more allies. Because the issue is like Guardian has a lot of allies, but only 1 ally slot. And at the end of the day, the ally that we have in our deck, Logan Hastings, is just so good that I don't think there's any other ally that would compete for that slot unless we got more slots. But we have some good allies in this deck, some good XP allies, even some good basic allies or like level 0 allies. But I do think that was another way we could have gone. We're playing 2 Vicious Blow and we cut 2 old Vicious Blow from the deck for the same slots. Now, lastly, speaking of like getting hit, the card I love from the new core set is Counterattack, which is like the dodge type card that existed back in the day as much as it was 0 XP. But this is a 1-cost fast card that says when an enemy attacks any investigator at your location, before resolving the attack, you cancel that attack and deal 1 damage to the enemy. This is just really nice. Like fast 1 damage testless on a card is like pretty good. The idea is that you can just engage a 1 health enemy or a 3 health enemy and just move. And they just take 1 damage and that just lines it up perfectly for a bullet to finish it off. It's great. It's the sort of action and click compression that Vicious Blow does, except this is testless, clickless, and it can save anybody at your location. We have the Service Revolver, which is like a pretty good gun. Technically, this used to be like the what is it, the survival knife back in the day. But this says after the enemy attacks you, you can spend 1 ammo to fight back, which means we clicklessly get like 3 damage if we can do a counterattack into Service Revolver, which is quite nice. So building into that makes a fair bit of sense. It's just a nice card. There's, mind you, Whippoorwills in this scenario, which Becky is actually really well equipped to deal with, because Becky can deal with aloof enemies for 1 single action, but counterattack is not bad, and it can also protect Marie, which is okay. Now, to get the slots in this, I cut 2 cards. Firstly, I caught Right Tool for the Job, which might be a mistake. Our deck now has 5 weapons, just like it did in Scenario 1. And so far, in all my games I've played of Guardian in Chapter 2, I've never actually had to play this card. I feel like 5 weapons and just aggressively mulliganing, you'll probably find a weapon. I do want to say, though, last scenario, we didn't draw into a weapon until Service Revolver, which was after like turn 1. And it wasn't great. Like it forced us to be pretty passive compared to Marie, who was kind of exploded onto the scene. So like that's not amazing. So we still have 1 Right Tool for the Job. And that gives us like 6 weapon hits after we mulligan, which I think puts us at like a 60 or 70%. I haven't checked the hypergeometric, but my gut feeling is like 70% chance of like opening with a weapon, which is probably good enough. You could play a second one, but its boost icons are also like mid, so not very useful. So it's not a card I'm happy to draw in the mid to late game once we have our gun down. The other card I cut is Stakeout, which honestly probably shouldn't have been into the deck in the first place. I just don't think I like this card. I wanted to play this card because it's one of those interesting ideas that Guardian has in Chapter 2, where Guardian can just like do a bit of pinch cluing, and it's not awful. This is a 2-cost investigate. It gives us +2 to our book stat, which puts us at 5, which is like good enough. That means we can deal with a lot of different things. And if we succeed, we heal 1 horror, which we only have 6 horror, and we have no horror healing in Guardian besides this card, if I'm not mistaken. Now, the issue with this card is it is expensive, and Guardian is not like flood with money or like flush with money until like they're in the mid to late game, and that's kind of not great. Ultimately, this card has 2 book icons, which means if you just want to commit it, you can get +2. So you're functionally just paying +2. You're paying 2 resources to maybe heal 1 horror. which doesn't feel great. It's nice that the horror healing is click compressed, because I definitely wouldn't spend an action to heal horror, but a click compressed 2 for healing horror makes a bit more sense. But this didn't seem functional, or it didn't seem necessary. So we cut it. We still have 1 in our deck if we need it, but we'll see if horror is a problem. Again, that's the thing, is if I want to pay 2 to like deal with 1 horror, you're in the class that can just like drop an ally or drop a resilience, which is just 1 more and it gives you more soak overall. So soak is kind of akin to healing in this format, in this game. So those are the changes we made. 5 cards in, 5 cards out, which is exciting. The deck actually like changes a fair bit, as much as those cards, some of them have the same name. Now, when it comes to Marie, I honestly made some changes and talked about them last night before the stream went down, which I want to be very clear, could happen at any moment, so buckle up. But the change that we first made is we put 2 copies of the Augur of Elokoss in our deck, which is a thematic card. I don't think we've seen a card that's so closely tied to a single scenario or single campaign, because right now we're dealing with the kind of Elokoss cult. So this is a 2-cost event that says add your willpower to your intellect, which means we're going to be investigating at 8 because our stats are really good, and it'll be higher than that once we boost our stats. I was going to say, I said the 2 at the same time. Now, if you succeed, you discover an additional clue, so that's 2 clues, which is nice. And if you succeed and a token with a symbol is revealed during that test, you may discard a terror or hex treachery from an investigator's threat area at any location, which is relatively generous text. Now, to be clear, we don't have any of the cards that allow us to pull multiple tokens, which that archetype does exist in the Chapter 2 core box. That's kind of been core to Mystic for a while. So we just have to like get lucky, which is not the best odds there. So we can't really get that part of the text. Terror and Hex is like, okay. I couldn't tell you how many terror or hexes there are in this campaign. I'm pretty sure there's going to be very few hexes. Maybe there'll be a terror or 2. So I'm not even sure how relevant that text is. But the problem is like, this card's 3 experience. Functionally, a card like this existed, a way to like add your willpower to your book stat to get 2 clues in Chapter 1 that cost no experience. And it even had good active text. But yeah, there's a version of this card, which I won't be able to pull up, that costs nothing in terms of experience. This card costing 3 is just like so much. I thought this card costed 2, but paying 3 for an event that gives you 2 clues, like, that sounds awful. I don't know. That's probably just like us getting used to the Chapter 2 card pool, because a bunch of the Chapter 1 Mystic event spells were too good. Like Spectral Razor is too good. Yeah, Read the Signs, that's the one. Read the Signs is just like so absurdly good compared to this. I have the upgraded version of this. And even this is the upgraded version that just came out recently enough in Hemlock, I think. And this one costs less influence. And this card could get shuffled back, right? Like, again, Chapter 2 is taking cards in Chapter 1 and ideas in Chapter 1 and saying some of them were over the curve, some were under the curve, and trying to get to a right power level. But yeah, Read the Signs is like, again, there's a 0 XP version of this. And so I don't want to spend 6 XP on this because it seems nonsense. I do want to say when it comes to Marie has a lot of good card draw, so events make actually maybe a fair bit more sense than assets. And there's also a lot of nice like event spell support in this in Marie's deck specifically, like ways to make them cheaper, ways to recur them, and all this like really cool stuff. But technically, when it comes to card draw, like Marie likes getting cards in hand. She draws quickly, which means dumping events makes more sense than dumping assets, because events are good cards immediately, but their downside is that you have to draw them repeatedly, as opposed to an asset which you draw once, put on the table, and it does things for more turns. So like, she should be playing more events than assets. I just think the assets are pretty good, and this card should not cost 6 experience for 2 playsets. There's always one location where you want to ignore the bad effect. Yeah, there's almost always, like definitely in Arkham, there's a location where you want to avoid the bad effect, which is what Read the Signs did without being conditional. So yeah, I was going to cut Read the Signs, and I was going to put in the deck and cut 2 emergency caches because we had more money than we needed. Emergency cache was also a bit clumsy because once we got our massive card draw engine and massive money from Marie, these cards were not good draws because they don't have icons. And cards without icons are expensive when you don't need them, and you have good card draw because you can't dump them from your hand, which means you end up discarding them, or you just end up holding them in your hand for the whole scenario. And that's not great. I'd rather have something with icons. Now, instead, I'm going to do the fun thing. I just play the better Blood Curse. Blood Curse is a really good card. This one is technically better. Well, it's definitely better, but it gives you some choices which can actually make it worse technically. This card now comes in with 5 wild icons instead of 4, which is really funny. Max 1 committed per skill test. The art is absurdly good. And if this test is successful, you can deal 1 damage to a card with health at your location. Now, in this scenario specifically, there are whippoorwills, and oh my god, do I hate whippoorwills. So you can just knock a whippoorwill out of the sky with a Blood Curse, which is good fun. But you can also put the Blood Curse damage on yourself, which is what the original Blood Curse forced you to do, and get card draw with Marie, which is good enough. This card is just good. 5 wild. You can commit it to anybody at your location. It can deal damage to enemies. It's just like that automatic damage we talked about in Tommy Muldoon. It's just really, really good. And I'd be happier to play this as a pseudo spell, which it is a spell, but like in this event spell that just says do 1 damage, pass a test, which that's fine. Now that means our deck still only has 2 cards that can find clues, and that was an issue when it came to our first playthrough. Is our 2 clue cards, as much as our card draw was absurd, was on the bottom of our deck. So this might be a bit ugly unless we mulligan well. Marie does have a 4 book stat, so she can hopefully find something, and maybe the Miskatonic University searches for a spell. I forget what it is. It's been a while since we've seen that text. But yeah, that's what we're doing instead because it's more fun. And for that, we're going to cut 1 Blood Curse because we have to, because we can only have 2 cards with the same name. So 1 Blood Curse comes out, and I'll cut, I think, 1 Emergency Cache. I think that's what we're going to cut for those. So that's better. Now, our last influence, speaking of blood, we have Blood Ward 2, which is actually very similar to the counterattack card that we saw earlier. It's a 1-cost event. It has a wild on it and a physical, as much as the wild is going to be more useful. It says fast play when a non-elite enemy attacks an investigator. And there's a lot of elite enemies in this scenario, but you cancel that attack and heal 2 damage from the targeted investigator. We really like healing. We only have 1 other healing card. No, that's not true. We have 3 other healing cards in our deck. But technically, if the enemy hits you for like 1 horror, you just cancel. You take the horror and heal 2 damage. And no, yeah, don't actually even take the horror. You just like cancel the attack and heal 2 damage. It's just good. It's just a good ass card, and it's a spell and it's fast, which means that we can play it and dump it out of our hand. It has a wild icon. I like this a heck of a lot, and it also works really well if you play it on Tommy, who's doing some service revolver shenanigans. So just good flexible stuff. Hey, Takuya, glad to catch your live stream. Was Thunderstorm really bad? I don't actually think it was a thunderstorm. Welcome back. It was just, it got too hot. Things got too hot in the house that the breakers like flip, and we're just running too much power because this room has cameras, lights, computer, all of this stuff is happening at the same time, and it's hot out, so things just overheat. Like, it's a reality, unfortunately, and it might be a problem throughout this whole summer. We're going to address it and change the power box, the breaker box, because we can make it, I think, a bit more robust, and we were meant to replace it anyways, but I'm hoping that this stream survives, because if this one gets knocked out, I don't know what to do for the next, like, 3 months. I was so sad yesterday, because I spent so much time in the week, like, preparing for the, preparing the overlay and doing all this, and then it's like, oh, I'm excited to stream, and then, yeah, you know how it is sometimes. I was going to cut a manual dexterity for this, but I actually think I'm just going to cut 2 e-caches and keep the Mandex in our deck. So we're going to cut 2 emergency caches and a blood curse. I'm going to leave the Mandex in the deck because I like Mandex, and then that's it. We're not going to play these because these cost way too much experience for me to be happy about them, and that's that. So 3 out, 4 in. No, this was still in. 3 out, 3 in. That's good. Okay. And that's it. Let's just shuffle this up. Sorry to hear that summer sucks sometimes. I mean, it gets really quite hot. We're in an old house. The studio doesn't have air conditioning in it, but that's not exactly the issue. It's just like too much power draw. Did you work out what the problem was with the card names not working? Was it related to the letters or something else? It was exactly related to the letters. So last time I modified the overlay so that I could change the off characters, stats, and resources and stuff like that. And when I did that, I refactored my code. And when I refactored my code, I basically put the like the go to start, like the kind of the for loop kind of block at the wrong spot. So if you wrote a card name, what it was meant to do, my system is like a bit silly because it's like a batch script thing, which I'm not really good at writing a batch script, and nobody does the thing that I'm doing with this sort of thing, so it's not even well suited for it. Regardless, the point is, it would check if the first letters were equal to a command. So if you write like CL2, it'll increment our clues by 2. But I changed where the catch was meant to be, where it was meant to be, okay, if the first 2 letters are CL, you check if the next part is an integer. And if it is an integer, do the clues. But if it's not, continue down the list of options because it's just a big list of checks. And unfortunately, it checked if it was a CL, it checked if it was a 2. If it wasn't a 2, it just jumped back to the top because I refactored it bad, basically. I put the loop at the wrong spot. So it was meant to be not loop there. It was only meant to loop if the integer was correctly found. Otherwise, it was meant to keep going down the list. So functionally, every single card that started with all of the letters from commands that we commonly use, like clue, damage, horror, resources, those were just getting cut. And just like getting to the end of jumping back to the top of the list immediately. It was like exactly what we thought it was. It was a simple fix. But it was bad because I remember refactoring that and be like, why do I have 2 of these statements? They should just be 1 statement at the end of this like if statement. And it's like, nah, man, there's a reason you did that a while ago. You comment your code, buddy. Hey, Tony, how's it going? Got to rewind to see the deck upgrades real quick. Really quickly, if I can do it off the top. 1911, 2 counterattacks. I should know this. 2 vicious blows. Let's go. And then on this side, we're playing 2 blood curses and 1 blood ward. So everything with blood in it, which like makes sense. She's a hemomancer. The other thing we're going to do is we're not going to play with these cards on the table. This emotionally feels bad, but we have the characters like, you know, their things on the side of the screen, but we just need as much table real estate. So obviously this will be Marie's side. This will be Tommy's side, but the character cards won't be on the table. Technically, you don't need them. but also because of the overlay changes, we won't be swapping sides. So Marie will always be on the left, Tommy will always be on the right, so it'll be less confusing. And whoever the active character is, they'll be glowing, as you can see Marie's face, and that should be it, largely. Is everyone doing good? How's everyone's Thursday? Today we're a 2-stream Andy because tonight we have a Marvel Champion stream. Tomorrow we'll be back with Wait, sorry, I said that wrong. Tonight is a Netrunner stream with Pat. Tomorrow is a Marvel Champion stream. So we're gonna be busy. We'll be back on Sunday as well. So really hoping the power isn't an issue on the long run because of all the things we want to do here. So I'll put the camera slightly off, the deck slightly off. Let me just shuffle this real quick and it'll be off. In fact, I guess we can start reading through this. I don't know if I can read and shuffle at the same time, but welcome to the scenario 2 Smoke and Mirrors. It's a good scenario. It's open. You have some choices. There's a fair bit of variance of how it sets up and how it plays out, which is good. And it's just fun to be let loose on Arkham after being like a bit more constrained. The first scenario in the original Chapter 1 core set was much more constrained than the quad. Actually, kind of similarly, honestly. But it's cool to be like, whoa, open world. We can go in any direction and see what happens. And yeah, that's good. So scenario 2, Smoke and Mirrors. You follow Dr. Armitage back to his apartment. A veil of black smoke obscures the moon and stars as a warm breeze carries ash and embers through the familiar city streets. I've had my suspicions that something foul was afoot. Several students have disappeared in the last few weeks, the head librarian tells you. All of them began to exhibit strange behaviors after attending a supposedly exclusive meeting off campus not long ago. They complained of horrible, incessant whispers and a strange bruise that suddenly appeared on their skin. And then they vanished. Fearing the worst, you ask him about your friend. They insisted we meet earlier today, he replies. They told me that an organization calling themselves the Brethren of Ash have been inviting students and vulnerable citizens to these strange assemblies. Your friend listed a number of individuals who attended, although it is unclear whether they were prospective recruits or loyal adherents. Before they left, your friend spoke of another meeting, tonight, a gathering of all the faithful. I don't know why, but the thought of it fills me with an unutterable dread. And now your friend is gone, he says, dourly. You resolve to interrogate the list of suspects and then meet at Velma's Diner in Easttown before midnight. The head librarian suggests you take a light touch rather than a more heavy-handed approach, which could alert the Cabal. However, you worry, you will not have any other choice. So I think this is the only time that the scenario says before midnight, but that was a really central part of the first time this scenario existed, is that you have to get everything done before midnight because the ritual happens at midnight. I don't think that shows up on the act, but I might be misremembering. So we'll kind of keep attention to that, whether that is there or not. The rest of the UK is watching the World Cup. And I hear at a diner instead. I guess the World Cup started today. Is the UK playing? I'm not a big soccer head. I think I'm not a big FIFA head even. So we add 2 cultists to the bag. That's cool. I need to get those 1 second. Yeah, that's going to take me a minute to get. The bag now has, I think, 2 skulls, 2 cultists, 1 tablet, 1 fish face. So there were no cultists in the first scenario, which actually mattered because we have a card that says when you pull a cultist, bad thing happen. Actually, where's the chaos bag, bud? Where is the chaos bag? Huh. Where is the chaos bag? I found it. No stress. All right, those go in. Otherwise, the bag is the standard enough bag. So +1, 2 zeros, 3 -1s, 2 -2s, and -3 and -4. I think the one thing that is always worth keeping in mind, like if you know the bag, you know the bag, and that's really good. But knowing how many tokens in the bag is like a really nice shorthand. So just so we go through it on the same page, we have 1 +1, so that's 1 token. 2 zeros, so we're at 3. 3 -1s as usual. So that's 6 tokens, right? 2 -2s, 8 tokens. A -3 and a -4, so that's 10 tokens. Now our symbols. 12 tokens, we have 2 skulls. 14 tokens, 2 cultists. 15 a tablet, 16 a fish face, 17, 18 is the elder sign on the autofail. So we're looking at only 18 tokens. So it's pretty easy to do some quick, heuristics to be like, oh, if there's only one -4 in autofail, it's a 2 in 18 chance, or there's a 1 in 9 chance, which are pretty good odds that you pass the test. So you're not necessarily should be committing when you're +3, but we'll see again what the tokens on the scenario setup should be. Okay, that's that. Scenario setup, we still have power. Temperature, we've gone up 0.5 degrees. We're at 24 degrees. So this is the setup. We gathered all those icons. We have to choose one of the downtowns and uptown locations randomly. We'll do that in a second. We'll put all the other locations into play, and we'll gather each card from the People of Arkham encounter set. One of them randomly will be set aside out of play without looking at them, and then the rest will be shuffled together with the Servant of Flame. And we're going to put one face down underneath most of the locations. So again, it's going to be north side, downtown, south side. Yeah. I think it's uptown, French Hill, and Waterfront. Okay, cool. So that makes sense. We checked the campaign log, and because the Miskatonic University did not burn down, we have to place one doom on the agenda, but we come in with the better Miskatonic University that has lower shroud and better tax. It's also literally not on fire, so that's probably good for us. We begin play at the Miskatonic University. We place one doom on the agenda for each investigator in the game, so we're going to be starting with 3 doom already, which is a lot. If an investigator is a bearer of Dr. Henry Armitage story asset, you search your deck for him and put him into play under the bearer's control. He does not take up an ally slot during the scenario. Now, I do need to remind something a bit cursed here, is that the setup is actually meant to happen after you mulligan. That is something I don't fully understand, because it feels like some of the setups say, like, you start with less cards in hand or resources, and it's like, that doesn't make sense, but I might be wrong about that. But that means technically for Marie that has Dr. Henry Armitage, if Marie opens with Dr. Henry Armitage in her opening hand, she loses the effect. Because it doesn't say search your deck or hand, it just says search your deck. So like, mulliganing, unfortunately, into Dr. Henry Armitage is such a massive loss. You lose a resource, you lose 3 resources and an action on turn 1, which is monumentally bad. This always feels bad. The fact that the timing on this, it's not like a setup action, it just says like search your deck, and if it's not on your deck, you're cooked. That's it. We have to put these Market Elokosses aside out of play, shuffle their remaining encounter cards, and we should do all that. So first thing before we forget, Doom will just increase it 3 times. I wonder if the People of Arkham set will be used in other campaigns, since it's a codex entry instead of the back of the card. You could easily change for another campaign. I think there's a chance, and I think it's more so like whenever you return to Arkham, there could be scenarios that show these people at the different locations. Like, I wouldn't be surprised. Similarly, like the university, it's its own encounter set, which I was surprised about that. Obviously, Arkham is, but yeah, it is kind of neat that those can show up. So technically, we're meant to mulligan first, but we can just set this up first because it doesn't really matter. The old court sets, some Midnight Mask sets were used in other campaigns. Yes. And if you look at the, what's it called? At the Grimoire, it's like, if you're looking at the Midnight Masks encounter sets, you meant to use this one encounter set instead. But yeah, I'm assuming if they did that, they're going to reuse them in some way. And I could imagine how they get that done. Like, they could even show up in the next encounter because, well, I don't actually know for sure where the next vampire scenario happens, whether it's in Arkham or not. But I could see these people being defeated and becoming like vampiric thralls, no problem. All right, so we're just going to roll a die. 1 on left. 1 on left, so we're not going to look at it. And then we have to take these 5, plus the Servant of Flame, who's back, has 10 health, has elusive this time around, which is a really fun keyword. And we have to shuffle these, and then they go underneath a whole bunch of locations. Before we do that, there's downtown and uptown. I technically don't know which is which. I just set this up yesterday, I don't remember, so I'll just do a quick shuffle, and then we'll do the same, just for the sake of television. And then I'm going to roll a die. Even will be the top left here. So we'll do odd, and then even or odd, we'll do evens to top left. Even was the top left, so we'll do odd. Cool. One of these is good for horror healing. One of them is better at spells. And I haven't played a lot of Mystics in Chapter 1, so I'm really hoping we get the one that cares about spells. I think there's an Uptown that cares about spells too, but that's that. So these go underneath. Spin downs are not real dice. They're technically not, and they roll terribly. Like, I don't feel good about it, but I actually don't have any dice. When I play Marvel, I usually have dice around. So I'll just put them in randomly. Doesn't matter. So there's one in Uptown, South Side. French Hill is the dead end. So we usually try and go to French Hill first because it's a dead end, and then we can go way back. We do Waterfront. This one's way too far. And then North Side. Technically, one of them is always guaranteed to be the big creature, the servant. And we want to find the servant because the servant has elusive. And so we always just want to chase the servant to our next locations. Finding the servant last is like kind of annoying because you can't deal with it. It takes time to deal with it because it has elusive. Takes place in Arkham. The first line of the Children of Blood release article says the sun sets over the city of Arkham. Oh, very cool. Yeah, wouldn't be surprised, considering that box is also not that many cards that like it could easily reuse a bunch of cards from the set. Okay, that's it. Is this mark on the screen? Yeah, it's on the screen. Great. We're off again with Marie. We need to be very careful that we don't mulligan into Dr. Henry Armitage, because otherwise we get him for free. I'm going to start with mulliganing I'm going to actually start mulliganing for Tommy first. The only reason why is because if Tommy doesn't find a weapon, it's more important that Marie mulligans for damage. But if Tommy finds a weapon, Marie can mulligan pretty aggressively. Technically mulligans happen at the same time, but with two-handed, like, what do you want me to do? I can't. Literally can't. And we're off and we still have power, which is good. So 5 cards. Endurance. This card's really good, but it's more of a setup card, especially once you get your econ. But like this allows you to use money to solve all problems. All problems is pretty good. So that's not bad. Counterattack. I'm worried I shuffled that in face down, considering it looks like I did. So hold on. This is why we do clear sleeves. Am I right? Yeah, some of these cards are upside down. So these probably need to be shuffled. So those are definitely our upgraded cards. So that's not a good mark deck. Power outage, not so much power outage, Joel. How's it going? It's just we drew too much power and it was too hot, which happened in our old apartment. But like, yeah, just too much power in this room. Got too hot, shut down, safety shut down, which like that sucks. Hold on. Scene of the crime. Not amazing until there's enemies. So far I don't like any of these cards. Counterattack is not a card that we mulligan into. It's a card you want to draw at a point in the game where it matters. Emergency cash is like a maybe keep, but if we don't draw into any weapons, we don't keep emergency cash. But like at the end of the day, we have to drop an ally and a weapon, so that helps a heck of a lot. Loose cannon, we can't keep a weakness. And we have a guts. So this actually is really bad. Same thing, we have a mulligan into a single weapon. We have 6 hits in our deck to find a weapon. We can mulligan super aggressively. I actually don't think I'm going to keep the emergency cash. It'd be nice if we have it. Our deck now has 3 other econ cards, 1 more emergency cash, and then 2 copies of bounty, which is good. But I think we're just going to full mulligan because we need to find weapons here. Like if we don't have a weapon, we don't do anything, especially because Becky is like such a good card into Whippoorwill. Okay, resilience. There's a 1 of in the deck. We wanted to remember resilience could have been another ally, but we only have 1 ally slot, and I hate to like draw our ally once we have Logan on the table. So in theory, this is a chance where this is an ally. We could have played it first. So keep that in mind. But once Logan's on the table, like he's going to sit in his slot. All right, 1911. Good. We have a gun. Unfortunately, it's our worst 1911, but like, I mean, that's still something. There is Logan. That's a perfect opening. So if we kept the emergency cash, this would be perfect because this is a 7 econ start. Technically an 8 econ start if we want to use our hero text to put more bullets on the 19. Vicious Blow upgraded. That's nice. Gives us some pinch damage. This one does more damage. And then finally, we have a Restrained, which might matter. The problem with Restrained is actually probably not that good in this scenario, because in this scenario, and I guess we should look at this really quickly, this is the encounter breakdown. Arcane Lock, it's going to be hard for us to deal with unless it's Marie. We have 4 cards from Bad Weather. Agility we can test okay, but Flash Flood's a mean card. Dead Ends, this is the one that I really care about. It says place 1 Doom on the nearest enemy. So even if we restrain an enemy, if it has Doom on it, we have to deal with it. Now, Flying Terrors, we have 2 enemies, big enemies with Elusive, so we just have to swing at them. They'll run away, which is good fun. Gangs of Arkham has 2 more enemies, and a Crossfire just does a damage, which, hey, Marie's happy with that. And then we have Whippoorwills. So there's 7 enemies in a deck of, I think, about like 20 to 30 cards. So 1 in every 3 card draw. So just about every round we should have an enemy, which is kind of good. But ultimately, Restrained is like not going to do anything. Because if we draw the card that's Doom, we have to defeat the thing anyways. So yeah, whatever. But that's okay. At least we got a gun in Logan, which is pretty good. If we kept the E-Cash, that would have been good, but that would have been a bit greedy to do that. Oh, wow. There's a lot of glare in that corner, huh? I guess I have to move the light. So we'll try and keep this here for now and see how this goes. All right, it's Marie's time. Let's go. So we want to find our clue spell. I forget what it's called, but it's super important. Favor of Balshandor is a very, very good card. Gives us a damage, which gives us guard draw and allows us to play a thing cheap, which is nice, but it only is good if we find a spell asset. Did I do the same thing? Are some cards upside down, or did I just flip the deck twice? I think I just flipped the deck twice. Yeah, okay. So this is this way. So the weakness, we can't keep it. Notably, Call to Gane is not a terror or hex or whatever the thing that we didn't put in our deck can remove. It's a curse and a pact, so you can't even get rid of your weakness. A manual dexterity, we definitely won't keep that. It's not something we need on turn 1. Not a bad card though. Offering Bowl, okay, that's amazing. That actually is one of our best openings. Our other best opening cards are Offering Bowl and Jim Culver, but Offering Bowl is like the reason you end up with 1,700 resources, and this allows you to take damage at any phase, which means you get card draw guaranteed, which is a really good setup. 2 Offering Bowls honestly might be a bit much. I don't think we have to keep both of them, but they are that good. I've only emptied 1 Offering Bowl last scenario, and it was absurd. Okay, so this is good. This is actually good that we drew into Dr. Henry Armitage because he will definitely be not kept, which means we will shuffle back for sure. And so we're guaranteed to have Dr. Henry Armitage on the table. That's actually the best case scenario because if you draw into him after you decide which cards not to keep, that's when you lose the Dr. Henry Armitage for free. Okay, so I'm just going to get rid of everything. We have money, so we don't need favor. So we're going to just mulligan all this and then draw 4 more. Okay, can't draw wounded. Jim Culver, amazing start so far. The best thing we can get here is our clue spell, which is only 2 in the deck, which that's not kind of on us. Blood Curse, the new one. Nice. This is the one that just does damage to something at your location, so we're ready to knock out a Whippoorwill. We have Infuse Life. It's a 1 of in the deck. We want to draw this at the bottom of our deck because that's when we will pay 4 to heal 3. And then we have Cosmic Flame, which that's the damage one, which now we can show the art, so that's good. But not the best, but not the worst. We're going to definitely need our willpower, our book stat to get clues. I think there's a chance that this deck actually should have, considering its hands are empty, like access to a hand crank flashlight. Because ultimately she has a 4 book stat, and making that a 5 book stat with a hand crank flashlight is like definitely worth a slot. So I think I would have played a couple less hexes and at least 1 or 2 hand cranks to make Marie okay at clues, as much as a clue for an action is like fine. All right, that's it. I think we should be off. Not too bad of a start on both characters, but that's good. If you get a Charisma, please stock for 1 XP feels like a steal in my Guardian decks. Yes, and I do think like it might have been better for us to go the Charisma angle. The 2 Police Dogs and Police Dog 1 is, I think, a bit better. But getting +2 to your next investigation is like really quite good. And it can help anyone, which is nice. So yeah, during an attack and an investigation at your location, this good dog gives you +2. So it's like the text on Garish without the auto healing for 1 experience is like really quite nice. The soak is terrible, like, let's be honest, but that's not the reason why you're playing the police dog. The guardian allies are actually really, really good. I'm just surprised that there's no good way to get another guardian ally slot. They just want you to like play an ally and then discard the ally once it's defeated, which like, yeah, that can happen. But at the end of the day, it's like Logan Hastings is really good. So yeah, I don't know. All right, this is the act and the agenda. I guess we'll start here one at a time. We'll start at the agenda. We start with 3 Doom. So we only have, think about, I want to say like 15 turns, maybe. It seems like a lot because there's another agenda card. So Arkham Alive. An unnatural haze fills the streets of Arkham. Some of the locals say the hills west of Arkham are burning. Despite the cool autumn weather, the city streets feel unnaturally warm as evening falls. I mean, this is perfect theme for how it's been in my parts of town. As an action, you can resign. You return to compare notes with Dr. Armitage on your friend's whereabouts. On that note, we're meant to set up with Armitage, and he does not take up an ally slot, I'm pretty sure. So we'll get him on the table. I definitely did not shuffle this well enough after. 10 Doom, we start with 7. Cool. The act. There's only 1 act, so this is the only thing we have to do. It's called Augurs of Flame. Checking out that burning sewer grate. So you must find the whereabouts of the suspects on your friends list. So it says as an action, spend 4 clues as a group to draw the face down card beneath your location. So we need a lot of clues because if we want to flip all these cards, there's 6 of them. We need 24 clues, which that's a big number. Objective, if there are a total of 6 elite enemies in victory display and or underneath the act, advance, and hint either defeat the suspects by force or resolve their codex entries. And I'm very happy to see the codex comes back, which the codex was technology that showed up in Hemlock Vale. And it basically just says like, read the book and get some information from that character. And it's just a really nice thing that seems core to the game. I feel like this sideways card takes up too much of Marie's real estate. So maybe we have to make that smaller next time around. That's mostly it. Notably, again, here, there's nothing that tells you like get out by midnight, which was a big part of the flavor of the last scenario, but it just does show up in the campaign box, I guess. I just want to double check here. Dr. Milan says does not take up an ally slot. So this is Dr. Henry Armitage. Absurdly good card. Our willpower stat and our book stat goes up. So let's do willpower set 5, intellect set 5. That's really good because now we're a 5 book investigator. And the first action we take each round does not provoke attacks of opportunity, which is actually sometimes bad because we have cards that say like, when you get attacked, do this instead. And we can't actually like work on those that easiest. It won't be an issue. And a huge soak, which is good. And we can put the damage on Dr. Henry every once in a while. But very importantly for our hero text, it has to be put on her. It says after damage is placed on Marie Lambeau. So it means that we won't die to like treacheries, but yeah. All right. So we are here at the Miskatonic University. There's 2 versions of this. We got the better version, I guess. It cost us something. It says Arkham's own Miskatonic University is often a source of rumors and gossip. The university's restricted archives are a subject of great interest, and the campus is often awash with chatter about the strange findings of its curious faculty. So when we flip this over, there's 2 copies. One of them is on fire. We get the one that is not. It's the quiet campus version, which is really quite nice for us, I think. So it comes in with only 2 clues and 2 shrouds, so anybody can get clues from here. It's victory 1, which is easy access. And it says, as an action, play a tome or spell asset from your discard pile, reducing its cost by 2. That's really good. It means you can actually discard a tome or spell and use it to boost and then play it cheaply, reducing its cost by 2, which is, yeah, very, very good text. Now our hand has no tome or spell. Oh no, it does. It has the Cosmic Flame. So the problem with the Cosmic Flame in our hand is that it has a fight icon. So we can figure out how to do a combat. We can throw this thing out. But it's also nice if you empty the thing and then replay it later, which is probably more realistic to how we're going to be doing this because we have enough money to start. Feel like every campaign I have to play the 3 XP charisma attacks because allies are fun, especially the season 2 allies. Yeah, I agree. And I was surprised that charisma just got reprinted the way it did, which was like with no additional text, because charisma seems like such a card that would be more interesting if there were more conditions on it, like the Miskatonic University research fundraiser or whatever it's called, where it's like you can play only Miskatonic allies, but they can only take 1 damage a turn. Like it just seems like it was open real estate for a more interesting card. Unfortunately, wow, we don't have a lot of table space. Huh. Okay, yeah, 2 players hard. 2-handed is really hard. Like, we have 1 row to play our cards. I guess we have 1 row to play our cards. All right, that's it. So here we just want to set up with our gun. All these locations, they don't have text. So we do know Merchant District. Okay, so we know this because we played this before. But Merchant District is a location that gives you a free move once per turn when you have less than 3 investigators. So it's something that we could use. We want to plan out how we want to explore the city. And because French Hill is a dead end, I'm always, like every time I play this, unfortunately, I do the same thing, which is I always go uptown, south side French Hill. And then once we clear French Hill, we do the loop the other way. I think that just works out really well. It tends to work out because French Hill, if it's your last location, it sucks. Well, it's a dead end, honestly. Maybe that's good because it's less efficient. You don't have to get back out. But if you ever find like an enemy that has to run away, I don't know. It's always nice to check out French Hill, I find, and then do the rest of the loop. Here we're starting, though. We're starting with only 2 shrouds, so we can set up here. We definitely want to play our Offering Bowl and Jim as our first 2 actions and then just see what Marie can draw. If she can find her clue thing, that's good. And a really cool thing about Marie's text is that if she discards a spell using her text, which allows her to draw 2 and discard 1, she can just immediately replay it cheaper. So I think we're going to start there. We'll just start with Marie on her turn. So first action, Jim Culver. We had to remember to do this in the right order. We didn't last time, but we'll play Jim for 4. Jim gives us another willpower stat, so our willpower is already at 6 on our first action, which is pretty absurd. Jim has really good soak, 2 and 2, and after you take damage and a horror, you can exhaust Jim Culver to draw a card. Now that damage or horror doesn't have to be on you, it doesn't have to be on Jim, so it's nice that we have more soak, but this is just like so much free card draw. All right, second action, we'll bottom out, we'll play the Offering Bowl. So we have no more money. However, we're probably just going to use this in this phase because I don't think we're going to take damage any other way. So this says Offering Bowl comes in with 3 offerings. You can spend an offering and exhaust this, which we will. It's fast. So we have to take 1 damage, which we will choose to put on our face. So we're down to 6 health. That means we have a couple triggers. Firstly, we get 2 resources from this. So we're up back on 2. We can take a damage with Jim and we can take a damage with our own ability. I generally want to do Jim first. So we'll put the damage on us. We'll draw with Jim and then we'll do our own ability. Okay. That's not bad to get this early. It's called to Gane, which says that we can't heal, and then we have to discard 3 cards from our hand, or anyone can discard 3 cards from their hand to get rid of it. The reason why we do this in this order is we want to get the known information first before we make a decision. So you want to get like the things that you can't decide, and then you can decide. So now we're going to do our text. So we can either get Will of the Cosmos, which is not going to be good for a while, or we can get Manual Dexterity. Will of the Cosmos is a much more fun card. It says place 1 doom on a player card you control and discover 1 clue at your location and another location, which is absurdly good at any other revealed location. Manual Dexterity gives us 2 evade icons, and we succeed if we draw if we succeed. I think Will of the Cosmos is just much more of a fun card. Now, technically, if you put Will of the Cosmos on the Offering Bowl on the turn, that's going to disappear because Offering Bowl just discards itself. There's no offerings on it. So Will of the Cosmos actually has a target. It is not a spell asset, so we have nothing in our discard pile we can go grab with Miskatonic University. Okay, I mean, that's it. We can't really play the Cosmic Flame right now, so I think we're just going to investigate. And again, our book stat is already 5, so we're just going to investigate. I guess we didn't look at the tokens here. So the tokens are Skull, -X. X is the total number of elite enemies in the victory display and under the act. So currently we have a bunch of zeros in the bag. Cultist is -1. If your test is targeting an elite enemy, which is not, reveal another token. Worst one seems to be the tablet. -3 if you fail, drop a clue, and then fish face is -1. So this bag is actually like pretty fair. There's only 1 -4 in the whole bag. As much as when you're dealing with an elite enemy, the math gets a bit worse. So we're gonna investigate. We could get rid of Call to Gane, but I don't think we need to right now. We're not really interested in healing. But we're gonna do what's it called? 5 to 2? Yeah, 5 to 2 is good. Skull is -0. We get clue. Nice, not a bad turn. And we'll swap over to Tommy. Now you see Tommy's glowing and Marie has desaturated, so that's ideally how you know who's the active player. All right, so when it comes to Tommy, Tommy can spend a resource to get a gun down with more bullets on it. Technically, you always want to do that, but it makes us at 1911 cost 4 resources, and then Logan costs 4 resources, which like is very expensive. The problem is like we don't have that many other econ cards in the deck. We did mulligan away an emergency cash, which maybe that's on us. I think it's technically more important we get the 1911 down first, and then Logan Hastings will follow. The 1911 is just a gun, so I think we're gonna just use our text here. We're gonna spend an extra resource on our hero card, so we're gonna once per round, or is it once per phase? I guess you can do this as much as you want. So we'll spend a resource, we're not gonna discard a firearm, and then we're gonna spend 4 more, and we're gonna put in a 1911 with a whole bunch of bullets on it. So this now comes in with 6 bullets, which is good. From this point forward, we definitely need the money for Logan, because Logan's the sort of thing where like you need money to make money. There's even a chance you open with Logan first. There are some 3 health enemies though, so like even just Logan and Vicious Blow can deal with enemies that are coming up. We could also just do a book test here and try and do 3 to 2, but it's not that great. So I think we're just going to take 2 resources, which honestly, that's pretty damn boring. But that's what I mean when you're monocolored. We're going to have resource problems until we're set up, and we're going to have card draw problems. So I'll just take 2 resources. We can play Logan next turn. And that's it. Turn 1, relatively good start. We didn't move anywhere, but it's just fine. If we're together, we can protect each other. I have the gun. She has literally magic, so we'll do upkeep and should be good. We draw into a Guts, which is nice. I don't know how many willpower cards there are, but it's nice to get a card draw. And on our side, we draw perfect. So second sight. We actually want to figure out how to discard this so we can play with Miskatonic University. But I think it's more likely we'll just play this naturally and then just bring it back later with Miskatonic University. Not too bad. Doom. We're 4 of, I think, 10, right? And then there's 1 more card. So we have to get moving for sure. But second sight's a good draw. And the first encounter card will be drawn by Marie. It is notable that there is a fast ability at the end of the upkeep phase where you can fire Offering Bowl. But we're going to wait to do it probably during the end of the Mythos phase if we want to, unless we have a way to take damage during the Investigator phase. Because very importantly, Marie's text is once per phase. So as much as like eventually you will die to this, you can fire it 4 times a turn. And Offering Bowl is a nice way to make sure you can fire whenever. We sometimes just take damage through this card regardless. All right, Red Herrings. This has text, I think, because we have a clue. So test 2 book. This test gets +2 difficulty. If you control 2 or more clues, we don't. We only have 1. So we're testing 5 to 2. And if you fail, take a horror and place 1 of your clues on your location. So 5 to 2 is pretty good. There's only 1 in 9 chance that this goes bad. We have no reason to boost this. Cultist, that's -1. It would be pull another if it's an elite. So we just pass. No problem. Tommy? Arcane Lock, okay, that gives us something to deal with. Don't like this card anywhere near as much as I like Locked Doors, but attach it to your location, limit 1 per. And there's additional cost to enter or leave. You have to spend an action. Technically, we never come back here. This won't matter, but we usually do end up going back to the Miskatonic University because it is like a nice T intersection between the top and the bottom. But it's 4 will or 4 book to get rid of this, which is like surprisingly hard. But if one person spends 1 action to save 2 people from losing 2 actions, it's definitely worth it. But a slow start here for Tommy. At least you can set up Logan Hastings and go. All right. I guess there's no reason to Offering Bowl here, but we definitely want to do an Offering Bowl because it draws. Again, like it looks at 3 cards, draws 2 of them. It's such good, absurd text. And it means we'll be able to afford the second sight, which we'll need a bit later. Yeah. Yeah, it seems good. Man, it's hard to get rid of the Arcane Lock. Like we're only 6 to 4. If we biff it once, it's like starts to feel really, really bad because then you're losing actions to not lose actions. But I mean, it is what it is. So I think Marie is going to start here. And we need to get our money up. So we're just going to do Offering Bowl. So we're going to exhaust this, take a damage, which we'll put on her face. We'll gain 2 resources and draw 2 cards. So we'll gain 2. We'll draw 1 with Jim. We draw our last Blood Curse. So again, this is the nice one that we need to do damage to something. Oh, something's wrong. I took the wrong Blood Curse out because there should be 2 good Blood Curses, no bad Blood Curses. So this should be... Huh? Wait, our deck might just have too many Blood Curses in it. Something's fishy. Because our deck, we're meant to take out... No, we upgraded both Blood Curses. Our deck literally has too many Blood Curses in it. Because we added 2 Blood Curses and a card. So we had to take out 2 Blood Curses and an emergency cache. Something's wrong. Okay, this shouldn't be in our deck, I'm pretty sure. I think our deck has 3 blood curses, so give me 1 second. Yeah, because we added the blood ward. We removed 2 emergency caches and a blood curse, but I think we added 2 blood curses. Yeah, so that's not right. So we just have to add an emergency cache in that slot, I think. So this slot would have just been an emergency cache that we would have drawn anyways, and then everything's fine. Because again, we didn't want the emergency cache. We probably would have taken out a different card. It was even the emergency cache. No, the emergency caches. Yeah, it was emergency cache. So I guess that's that. We'll just shuffle this and draw. Numari seems great, and her weakness is less terrible than Baron was. Oh my god, Baron was such an issue. I can't pull a Baron, but Baron was like, if you don't deal with the Baron, you lose a whole turn. He just had Doom on him. But yeah, her weakness is like not that bad. You have so much card draw, and honestly, it's like Maria's good, but Offering Bowl is probably the best part of it. Let alone Jim Culver is one of the best cards in the game. Then we'll do our text, so we look at 2, and then we can draw 1, and we have to discard the other. So we have Mirror Form. It's not a bad card. It lets us to put a spell into play fast, and at the end of the turn, it gets shuffled into our deck, or at the end of the round, which is pretty good. It's not that bad. The other card, though, is Blood Ward, which we spent experience on, so it's going to feel pretty bad. It heals us, which is nice, because we have damage. So I think we're just going to go for that one. Not that we can heal right now. All right, this is what I mean. Like, look how many cards we have in our hand already. This is turn 2. It's absurd. Baron is impossible to get rid of if you were in a scenario that is short Doom clock. Yeah, he had to have like 3 Doom on him. And then when it advances, I think you clear all the Doom off of Baron, which is like just an absolute disaster. Yeah, she was not ever my favorite investigator for sure. All right, so we spent no actions. So that's good. I think we're just going to start with the Arcane Lock. We don't have any icons that we want to be boosting into Arcane Lock. I do want to say that this deck is not running all playset of Guts. I think it only has 1 Guts in it, which maybe is weird. Maybe the manual of Dexterity should have just been a Guts, but we have 6 Willpower. So we're going to deal with the Arcane Lock. So we're just testing our 6 to 4. Yeah, we have 6 Willpower because we get 1 from Luke, or Jim, excuse me, 1 from Dr. Henry Armitage. Luke. Yeah, 3 Doom. Yeah, Someday is rough. 6 to 4, hoping for the best. -1, so the lock is cracked. We still have 2 actions. We probably should get this clue, and then we probably should just like play the second sight while we can. A cool thing about Cosmic Flame is we don't have to commit to play it, because again, our first action a turn does not take up attacks of opportunity. So if we're ever in a bad spot with an enemy, we can just drop it and like not worry about it, which is like a really nice part about Dr. Henry Armitage. We'll just go for the clue. So we're 5 to 2 on Miskatonic University, quiet campus. So 5 to 2. Yeah, we need 4 clues to flip our first person. There should be at least 2 more clues on Uptown. -3, we're good. So we have all the clues we need. We are floating 2 clues, which means that some of the counter cards, as much as we've seen one of them, is a bit worse. We have 1 more action here. I think we can just walk down to Uptown. We don't have to play our second side right away. We're not going to be overhand size, so we'll just take a stroll down to Uptown and figure out which version of Uptown this is. So this is Uptown back. The back of Uptown. You see, I think that's St. Mary's Hospital in the background, I'm pretty sure. The newest district in Arkham is filled with fashionable shops, swinging jazz music, and a growing population of students and young newcomers. It's a 50-50 which one we got. We got Ye Old Magic Shop, which I think we're going to like that a fair bit with Marie. So this is the Magic Uptown. So 3 Shroud, 4 clues. As an action, search the top 9 cards of your deck for a spell or ritual asset, add it to your hand, shuffle your deck, and if no card was added this way, draw a card, which is like very, very kind text. Come to Ye Old Magic Shop to discover the wonders of real magic. Stage magicians will not be served. Local advertisement, so Dexter's kind of cooked. I honestly don't know if we need that button. Like, we have so much card draw. If we did not have our second sight, we would definitely fire it, but that's our turn. So we did get rid of the thing, get a clue, get a move. Cool. All right, it's Tommy. Tommy's going to spend 4 for Logan. Logan's on the table. Logan's quite good. So our combat stat is going to go up to 5, which is really nice. And once per turn, when we defeat an enemy, we can exhaust Logan to go get some sweet, sweet cash, which is what we need. So the deck still has 7 enemies in it. So we should find one sooner than later. Unfortunately, we're still not doing much. Kind of how it is as a combat investigator. 3 Shroud is a lot. We could always like split up to Merchant District. The Merchant District has a fast move. I mean, I think we should split up, but like, yeah, man, our stats are not that good, and it's really hard. Maybe this deck should have the hand crank in it, the hand crank flashlight, to bring us up to like a pseudo 4 book. Like maybe that's good enough. But yeah, maybe actually Miskatonic University, we should have left the clue for us. I think that probably made a lot more sense because there's not much else we're doing this turn. And she's very good at like putting down her second sight and just like blowing through any location. So yeah, that might have been a mistake on our part. I guess then we're just gonna go down here. and like gain a resource, I guess. I don't want to do a 3-3 book test. Our book stat's not very good. Now I don't think there's any punishment for failing, so we're just losing an action. Place one of your clues. Yeah, it's not actually like that bad. The thing is, like, we only pass on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We pass them 1 and 3 times, actually. No, more than 1 and 3 times. Because there's +1. You could clear her weakness? Oh, I could, but the problem with the Call to Gane is that we have to clear it with our hand, right? Like, it might not be bad. Guts is like worth keeping. Resilience and Restrained are not terrible cards. Sorry, Restrained is a bad card. I think we'll clear it next turn probably. But yeah, if we had more cards in our hand, I would keep it. So I think we should just draw. I think drawing is better than the 1 in 3 chance of doing something. So we'll just draw last action. It's a Make Him Sing, which is fun. It's a card that allows us to get a clue. It's expensive, but we'll get there. And that's it. That's upkeep. Card and resource. We draw a counterattack. Love it. Very fun card. And then Marie, already, she's on her 8th card. It's a Cloak of Resonance. This should be a 2 of them in the deck. This card is so dang good. And this also just allows you to knock out Whippoorwills. So this card, the text is like surprisingly small on it. It's like a font size down. When horror is placed on Cloak of Resonance exhausted, deal 1 damage to enemy at your location. It's 3 for 3 soak, which is not amazing, but it does 3 damage and it takes up a slot that you don't really care about. What does it say? Why is the font so small? To be created of 3 parts ether, 2 cinnabar, and at least 3 pounds of rocket gathered from a heavenful mountain. Alchemical formula number 8, circa 1660. So it's old. They talked weird back then. Doom, we're at 5 of 10. Marie draws the first card. Whippoorwill, perfect. We have a bunch of ways to deal with the Whippoorwill. We can counterattack it. We can just engage it and fight it. In theory, we want to fight this with Tommy, who maybe it has nothing else to do on the turn. But if we defeat the Whippoorwill, we hit Logan, which is nice. So we get a resource. So it's a bit more good. But Whippoorwill gives everyone here -1 stats, which if these stack, it's really bad. They do hunt you, which is cool as much as they're aloof. But yeah, you don't want to leave these around because there's cards that just add Doom to enemies. And then adding Doom to an aloof enemy 2 locations away or 1 location away can be like a nightmare. All right, Eager for Death. That's not the good order. So test 2 willpower, increase the difficulty by 1 for each damage on you. We have 1 damage. If you fail, take 2 horror. So that's not good right now, right? So, I mean, this is probably a good blood curse, let's be honest. It sucks that we don't get it with Logan. And then like, once again, we're not going to have anything to do on our turn. But I'm pretty sure this is exactly why you play your blood curse. So what we're going to do here is we're testing, so we're testing. It's 3 willpower, but we get -1 willpower because of the Whippoorwill. So we're currently 2 to 3. So we're not in a good spot, right? But we're at the same location. So we'll commit the blood curse. So it's giving us +5 wild. So we go all the way up to 7 to 3, which is really quite good. And if this test is successful, it says delete a Whippoorwill, which is why this card is so damn good. Like, this is a 3 experience card. I'm not sure about that clue one. Cultist is -1. It would pull another one if we're targeting an elite enemy, but we're not. So we succeed. So no 2 horror. Most importantly, Blood Curse just zaps the bird for 1 damage. We could take it on ourselves. We have no reason. The Whippoorwill's knocked out, which we don't get to do Logan Hastings because we didn't do it. Technically, this character did it, I'm pretty sure. As much as it was our test, I believe it was her Blood Curse that defeated it. All right, so I think we're on track to get rid of the Call to Gane, and then we're just going to be setting up here on Marie's side. She is a bit hurt. Notably, when we do the Offering Bowl, the damage doesn't have to be direct. So we can always put Offering Bowl on Jim or Dr. Henry Armitage. We are taking a fair bit of damage, but again, very importantly, we have an Infused Life in our deck, or in our hand, in fact, which is just an action to heal 3, which like doesn't feel amazing, but it's honestly good enough when it fuels everything else that you're doing. We also have Healing from Blood Ward, which says if an enemy attacked us, so the Whippoorwill could attack us for 1, we cancel it and we heal 2 damage. Like, this card's also absurdly good. Especially with Cloak of Resonance as well. Yeah, maybe, kind of. Okay. Cool. So I honestly think there's a chance that we're going to let Jim go first. And the big reason why is that if what she's going to do on her turn is do a bunch of tests, and if she pulls the Elder Sign, she can heal herself. So we want to be able to heal ourselves before that. So I actually do think it makes more sense that Tommy goes first. We're on 6 resources? No, there's no shot. I think I didn't spend 4 for Logan. We shouldn't be on 6 resources. What happened? I'm trying to find where we spent 4 for this. I wrote 4 in. Why didn't it not go through? We shouldn't have had that much money, right? Because we spent 8 so far. Yeah, we should not be on that much money. I wrote 4 in. I don't know why I didn't go through. I think that's correct. So I think we're gonna go first with Tommy. We're gonna get rid of Call to Gane, which requires us to discard 3 cards from our hand. A lot of people don't know this as a newer player. It took me a while too. I remember learning this like a year in or whatever. But any cards in a player's threat area, you can largely interact with those cards. So anybody can choose and discard 3 cards as long as you're at that investigator's location. So cards we want to get rid of, like Restrained is not doing anything. Make Him Sing is not doing anything. Resilience is like okay, but our deck has enough healing that I don't know if we want to spend 3 for this thing. It's a bit expensive right now and only has 1 willpower icon. These cards are all experience cards and Guts is just like usually good enough. We could always draw once first and see if we get a better card. I'm okay with doing that. So first action we'll draw. It's a Service Revolver, which is the next thing we're probably going to play. So we can be like, you know, dual handing with our counter attack and all that. Second, we're just going to get rid of these. And we'll just clear the Call to Gane. So now Marie can heal. And then last action, I think we're just going to take a resource because we want to play this gun next turn for some money. And like, just like our last game, Tommy's going to do more later when there's more enemies on the table, but unfortunately not doing a lot right now. And then we'll just pass. Okay, Marie can heal. I think we're at 4, 5, 6, 7. We're at 7 cards in hand. So we know we're going to drop 1 card this turn for sure by playing the second site, which will put us at 9 cards with upkeep, which is not brilliant. We have no good reason to commit any of these cards, but this is what I mean. Like the emergency cash in our hand would be so much better if it was a Guts or anything else, because we can commit it to ourselves or somebody else. And ultimately, like a card draw deck, like, I don't know, we open with an Offering Bowl. Like we don't need more money is what I'm trying to say here. So I think we'll just still start with the Offering Bowl and see what happens. So actually, no, we shouldn't. Because if we want to use this Offering Bowl, that is the same turn that we do Will of the Cosmos. Because we can put the Doom on it, then use the Offering Bowl, which means it actually would be better if Tommy maybe opened up Southside. We know French Hill has High Shroud. This probably doesn't have the High Shroud, but for us to want to play Will of the Cosmos, we need 2 locations with high enough Shroud. So maybe Tommy should slide over, actually. I think we'll probably retcon that. So we'll swap back to Tommy, and instead of taking a resource, so it goes down to 2. I need to double check that's working. Yeah. Tommy's just going to slide over to Southside for some more information. All right, Southside. These are always the same. It says, situated on the southern slopes of French Hill. Southside is perhaps the most welcoming and quiet of Arkham's districts. When we flip this one over, this is just Southside. No subtitle. Only 2 Shroud, 4 clues. So maybe still not the best use of this card. So maybe we just don't take damage this turn. But Southside says double action. Investigators can draw 3 cards as combined, divided as they choose. So you technically get a free card draw for 2 actions, which like maybe that's a good thing to do on Tommy, but it's investigators at this location, so it's not going to do much. So I mean, not really great. Will of the Cosmos is really good for a 4 Shroud location, so we might wait for French Hill, which means we probably won't use Offering Bowl this round, which means we lose a bit of card draw, but honestly, we're in a good spot. All right, so first action, it's back to Marie. She's going to spend 4 to drop second sight on the table. So it's our first spell. This thing comes in with 3 charges. Now you can upgrade these cards. The problem is they're very expensive to upgrade. I think the upgrade to second sight's like 4 or 5 experience. It's the same with Cosmic Flame. This card comes with charges. So it says, investigate with your willpower, which is 6. If you succeed, you may spend a charge to get an additional clue, which you probably should. That's good. If you reveal the occultist token, which there are 2 in the bag, so 1 in 9 chance, you have to remove a charge from the second sight. And if you can't, you take a horror and discard this instead. Now that technically means you can still use this one that has no charges on it. You just will only be getting a clue, but 6 is better than 4 when it comes to a book test. You have to watch out for the text on this thing. And if we take a horror, we can put on Jim, which draws a card, which is not too bad. Second action, we'll just use it. So we're going to investigate. It's the magic shop. We're 6-3 at this point. We probably will use a shroud on a 3 shroud location. Or use a charge, excuse me. No card draw, Marie's going to starve. I bet she'll be okay. We can always use it in a later phase, but like I really want to use more Will of the Cosmos in a better way than this. Maybe we can just do it and tempo it out. Yeah. I like the designs of new Mystic spells. Man, Mystic is such a good, like the Mystic cards are so cool in this set. -2, so we succeed by 2. So we're going to spend a charge on second sight and we'll get 2 clues. Okay, so now we're holding 4 clues, which is scary. Why is that scary? Because the skull is now -4, so there's a lot of -4s in the bag. No, that's not true. The fish face is a -4. There's only 1 of those in the bag. Now we can always spend the action to grab the thing underneath us, but we only have 1 action left. Oh, excuse me. On the action agenda, which the action is spend 4 clues to discover as a group, which if Tommy stayed there, that would be a good use of his like off turn, but we can always do it. And then if we take an action of opportunity by moving and bringing the enemy to Tommy, it'll be fine because we don't. The next thing we could do this turn is like set up. Actually, our money's not amazing. We have a clickless offering bowl. So I think we will just do this because it's tempo. So we'll just do Will of the Cosmos to make sure we're moving forward. So Will of the Cosmos, it's our last action. Place 1 Doom on a player card. We'll put it on the offering bowl. So we're technically at 6 Doom. Then discover 1 clue at your location and 1 clue at a revealed location. So unfortunately not the most shroud, but we do get 2 clues for a single action, which is good. And then before our turn is over, we're going to do the offering bowl. Offering bowl? So we're going to exhaust this. We're going to take a damage, which we're still going to put on our face, which is a bit sketch, but we have healing in our hand. So we'll take a damage, which means we draw with Jim, we gain 2 resources, and then we draw with our filtered Marie draw. So we're going to draw Shadow Melt, which is our evasion spell that we have to draw to. It's either the Bloodstone or Cosmic Guidance. I mean, that's kind of a hard choice. I really like Bloodstone because it gives us +1 more willpower, but we're already at 6 base willpower, which is a lot. So bringing us to 7 is just like goofy territory, and we have another one. Cosmic Guidance, on the other hand, it gives us +1 willpower, but it heals us 1 damage, which like at this point in the game, healing 1 damage is not too bad. We have 1 more Bloodstone, and like this is better because it's 2 damage on its own. As much as damage has to be assigned to your face to draw with Marie, damage assigned to Bloodstone will still draw with Jim. So it's interesting which way you go from this. I guess we're still going to go with Bloodstone because increasing your willpower stat is just going to be better overall, but we'll do that. And then, of course, when the offering bowl is empty, you discard it. So this Doom is not real. Cool. So we've already emptied out 1 offering bowl. We still have 4 resources. I think that's our turn. Man, Marie is so good. It's just so good. That should be it. So again, what do we do? We played Second Sight. We used Second Sight. We played Will of the Cosmos. That's it. Upkeep. So we draw 2nd Jim Culver, not super useful. On the other side, we draw a Scene of the Crime, which is a really good location if we can draw an enemy here, which again, there's still 6 enemies in the deck. Doom, we go to 6 of 10. So we're getting there. Marie draws first. She draws an Arcane Lock. I mean, not great, but if anyone can deal with it, it's her. So it's good that's her location. And then on the Jim side, we draw a Whippoorwill. Okay, so that might be his whole turn. He doesn't have a great way of dealing with this besides like engage and fight. It does give him -1 fight, but if he defeats it, he doesn't need to use a bullet. He can fire Logan Hastings. And actually, Scene of the Crime works here because Scene of the Crime just says if it's at your location, it doesn't have to be engaged with you, right? So it is expensive, but it says discover 2 clues at your location if there's an enemy, and this does not attack of opportunity, which is perfect. Tommy isn't very good bodyguard. Marie just keeps hitting herself. I mean, she's doing magic. He's letting her do the magic. There's so much blood. I'm into the blood magic theme. I think it's awesome. Like Mystic being, you know, upsides with cost is like really, really fun design space. And I think they nailed it. It's great. A Guardian is just doing the same old, but yeah, whatever. Cool. Okay, let's figure out this turn. We need to start flipping people. We have 6 clues, so we can flip this person for sure. 1 out of 6 chance it is the 10 attack person, which is kind of scary. Good thing is that we have a Blood Ward, so if it is the big thing, that thing has Retaliate, but it also only has it has Elusive, so we can just kind of push it away and run away from it. But if anything is bad, we just, oh no, this is when a non-elite enemy. Shit, right, I forgot this thing is not the best thing in the world, but that's okay, that won't help because all these underneath the locations are elite. Otherwise, there can be ones that you have to talk to, ones that you have to fight, ones that you have to impress. So there's a bunch of different characters all around Arkham, and the way that you can deal with them non-combat are all different. They all have some different text on them. So one of them even just wants you to spend money, I think, which is kind of expensive. I think it's like 10 resources. I forget. It's been a minute. Okay, so we have to figure out what the turn is here. If it comes to Marie, she can play the Bloodstone. She can clear the Arcane Locks. She can get the last clue. And she can just use her basic book stat, I guess, 5 to 3. Or she can use Second Sight and just not pull Occultist, I guess. That would also be like kind of cool. That's a possibility. She has no good way to take damage this turn, but that's okay. We do at some point need to put the Cosmic Flame down, I think, but we're going to try and non-kill any of the elites. Jim just tooting along, encouraging it. He's been there before. I mean, they're such a good duo. It's like, you know, she's the, what do they call it? The torch singer, I guess. And he's like the jazz band. It's perfect. It's a really good theme. Yeah, I think we could start there. The Bloodstone's just like good. Like it's fine. It increases our willpower stats so the locks are better. Jim's not doing anything interesting, so we can just kind of leave him alone. So I think Marie's going to go first because it'll be a more fun turn. So she's going to start first by playing the Bloodstone for 2. Again, I do not know how we're meant to play two-handed on camera. There's just not a lot of table space. So it comes in with 2 health. Mind you, this is health remaining, not damage on it. And we have +1 willpower. So one more time, our willpower stat is 7. I'm a big flat stat enjoyer. I think flat stats are so good, but 7 willpower is just silly. Okay, then we'll deal with Arcane Lock, I guess, because we're gonna have to leave this. We might never come back, but there's a chance that Tommy will have to join us. And this is a cost to entry to leave as an additional action. So we just do 7 to 4. We pass this 8 out of 9 times. We have no reason to commit. 0, good. We have no way to take damage. I mean, this might not be the worst turn to just like do an infuse life for tempo. But I don't think we're anywhere near needing to do that. We have literally 7 more damage soak, as much as damage to the face hits different. And yeah, we did throw out our one spell. I guess we're just going to get the last clue. So we'll just do second sight. We're not going to use the charge, hopefully, but we're doing 7 to 3. We just don't want to pull cultist. If we do, it sucks. Hey, Line, how's it going? Glad to finally catch us live. How are you heading out soon again? Are you enjoying two-handed versus solo rogue? Yes. It's way more interesting. And we did build decks that have a bit of flex, as much as like Tommy's a bit boring, but my God, is Marie really flexible. Is it the like Arkham convention today in Germany? Is that right? +1, so we get the last clue. We're not going to spend a charge for obvious reasons. So we're at 7 clues, which means we'll next turn begin flipping things. We want to do that at the start of the turn. I feel like we're a bit slow, but we'll be okay. All right, it comes to Tommy. First action for sure will be engage the Whippoorwill. The Whippoorwill, mind you, has only 1 health, so no matter what we do, counterattack can just defeat it, but I think we can use counterattack a bit better than that. So we're just going to attack it. Now, it decreases our fight stat, but our fight stat is technically still 4, so we're 4 to 2. No, our fight stat is more than 4. Our fight stat should be 5. Maybe this didn't go through. Oh, I know what happened. Excuse me. So I set his resources to 4 instead of his fight stat, because if you do CS4, it's or CS5, it sets credits or resources to 5. I meant to do FS5, which is fight stat 5. So that's why his resources went up at one point, which means right now, and I'm really embarrassed about this because this is a reason to use actual tokens instead of electronic interface, is Tommy's money changed. It didn't tell me what it changed from, which is something I needed to fix in the interface, because it just sets Tommy's resources to 5, but it didn't tell me what his resources were set from. I think he was at 3 resources, because I remember being able to play Scene of the Crime. In fact, we should have played Scene of the Crime first. Sorry, I messed that up as well. So hold on. He should be on 3 resources. So this is where he is. And first action, we have to play Scene of the Crime. Marvel Champions tomorrow, headed for Meeting of the Heroes. Very cool. Enjoy. We'll be doing some streaming tomorrow, but enjoy the convention time. So first action, we'll play Scene of the Crime. So this costs 2, we're down to 1. Yes, and it says discover a clue at your location. 2 instead, there's an enemy at your location, which we want to do before we engage the bird for obvious reasons. So we just get 2 clues, which is nice. We'll have to deal with the treacheries that have surge, but that's a good start. Second, we'll engage the Whippoorwill, and third, we'll fight. And because our fight stat is boosted with Logan, we are technically 4 to 2, which is not guaranteed. It's definitely not guaranteed here. We have, I think, 1 out of 4 chance of failing, because there's 1 -3, 1 -4, 1 auto fail, and 1 actual -3, like 1 tablet. So it's not incredibly guaranteed, but I'm not going to boost with any of these cards. Worst case scenario, the Whippoorwill nips at us for like 1 horror, which we could cancel that if we need to. So we're only 4 to 4 because the Whippoorwill decreases our stats. Sorry, 4 to 2. That's fine. That's -1 on a cultist. The Whippoorwill's defeated. So Tommy's doing his job, spending his bullets. I'm kidding. And then his text on Logan Hastings means we can exhaust Logan to gain a resource. So that's a efficient turn. We should be ready next turn to flip over a bunch of nice folks, and that should be it. Card and credit. Draw an overpower. We would have played it right there if we had it, but we didn't. And then we're up on 8 hand size here. We're going to draw into Ground Mare's Charm, which I've said this before. I don't care for this card. I think it's worse than Bloodstone. I also don't like totally understand this. It's nice that it has 3 soak for 2, but this whole like take direct damage as a fast action, that's definitely the benefit of this card that allows you to fire different phases. But replenishing a charge on an asset, it's like Marie seems like she should be playing more events than assets with charges, but I mean, it's not bad. Like technically for what it's worth, the Bloodstone +1 willpower probably won't matter. And so getting more charges on second sight, this actually might have been better on this exact board state because we already had 2 flat boosts. So yeah, maybe I'm wrong about that. All right, 7 of 10. Man, we haven't done enough. Oops. Doom set 7. Yeah, okay. It's Marie's encounter card. Flash Flood, that's perfect. This card is ruinous in solo. So I love the art on this one. Attached to your location, it gets +4 shroud and it lasts for a whole turn. So it's a 7 shroud location, which we can technically beat, but we're very lucky it doesn't matter. So that's a good time to draw this. There's an enemy, which is perfect. Not an enemy we can easily deal with, but the Bat Horror we have for Tommy comes in with 4 health, 3/4/4, and it does have elusive. So if you attack it or evade it, oh, so we have to lower this, right? Because I wanted to get exactly this in the play area, the threat area. So the thing is, when we swing at this thing, it'll run away even if the attack doesn't succeed. So that's fun. Technically here, you can use a vicious blow to one-shot this. In terms of the big enemies in the scenario, this is the only thing with 4 health. Otherwise, some of the elites have bigger health, but the elites you generally want to talk to as much as you can, besides the Servant of the Flame. So there is a world in which we vicious blow the Bat Horror, so we can deal with it in a single shot. We don't have to. And the cool thing with the Bat Horror is we can always send it to, it wants to go to an empty location, so it goes to French Hill. And next turn, if we plan to move into French Hill, it's like not that big of a downside. So it's more likely we shoot the thing, it goes down here, and then Tommy comes into Uptown. That's probably how the turn's going to go. All right. That being said, let's start flipping. So she has access here to spells. She has access to evade. So I think she's in a pretty good spot to just spend that action on the act and spend 4 clues as an action to draw the face down card underneath us. And we'll find out what it is. So we're going to spend 4 clues. She's down to 3 clues. And we'll flip this. Interesting. Actually, does it say spend 4 clues as a group? As a group. Okay, so they can be at any location. So because her book stat is better, I'm going to spend 2 fewer clues on her, and I'm going to spend 2 clues off of Tommy. Just because if we draw the card that says if you have clues, this is a test in which the book matters, it's better that's on Marie. So that should be it. Yes, because we got 2, 6, 7, 8, 9 clues. We spent 4, 1, 5. Yeah, that's right. All right, so let's draw this card. All right, this is the one that Tommy is much better at dealing with. It's Sergeant Earl Monroe. You need to bloody up. So he's elusive. So if you hit him, he has to move to a neighboring location, even if it doesn't succeed. Same for evasion. Comes in with 4 health, 3 attack, 3 evade. Yeah, so after this enemy attacks or is attacked when it's ready. Oh, only when it attacks or attacks. It moves to a connecting location with no investigator and exhaust. So if you evade it, it doesn't have that text. Parlay test for combat. Decrease the difficulty of this test by 1 for each damage on Sergeant Earl Monroe. And if you succeed, you have to read that. And generally, you have to do that read once per player. So we have to do that twice. Now, that is uniquely one of the few ones that we can't deal with well because our combat stat is literally the worst. So we're going to need an adult. That means Tommy has to do something here. Now, he only hits for 1 and 1, which is not too bad. And we can put that on Jim and draw a card, or put someone on our face and draw 2 cards. So that's not amazing. Now, Dr. Henry Armitage says the first attack of opportunity we ignore. So we could just dunk Cosmic Flame on the table and then just start blasting to lower that damage of the test. Because that test currently is a 4 fight test. And even with Tommy, like 4 fight test is kind of hard. So I could see us wanting to deal with the 4 fight test and make it a bit easy. Sergeant Monroe never gets to retire. He's 1 day away. Does it actually have the 1 day away from retirement text on this? No, just a dirty cop. I mean, I think he's way less sympathetic in this than the other one. He's shown up before in a standalone scenario, and he's like 1 day before retirement, and then he gets pulled into a murder mystery. It's good fun, but this guy's actually like a piece of work. I mean, I think we're going to blast him. I think we do blast him. We also can just like drop the Cloak of Resonance. And like, this is kind of fun too, is you can just drop the Cloak of Resonance and then take an attack by like doing whatever you want. And then we take 1 damage on our face or Jim to draw. And then we take 1 horror, which puts 1 damage on him. I mean, that's fine. But I think the Cloak of Resonance will just help the team overall. Sorry, the Cosmic Flame. So for a second action, which will dodge attack of opportunity, we'll play Cosmic Flame for 3. Going down to 1 resource. So our money is a bit tighter. A Cosmic Flame comes in with 3 charges and has the same sort of text. So there's also still 2 skulls, same way that there's now 2 cultists. So you fight with your willpower. You get +1 damage if you use a charge, and you only use the charge if you succeed, which is good text. But if you reveal a skull token, you have to remove a charge anyways, and if you can't, you take a damage, which is actually upside for us, and you discard this. So last action, we'll just fight Sergeant Earl. So we're going to use our willpower stat. So our willpower stat is absurd. It's 7. So we're going to do 7 to 3. There is no reason to boost this using the Cosmic Flame. So we're hoping for no skull here. We will do 2 damage if we can. +1. So we're going to spend a charge and we'll do 2 damage. So now it's a 2 combat stat. Now, I don't think we have the ability to do this twice. So if we want to deal with Sergeant Earl this turn, what we can do, and I guess we have the reminder text here is, again, Sergeant Earl Monroe says, after this enemy attacks or is attacked. So what we can do with, mind you, we're done with her turn, is if we want to do Tommy can just move and this thing will attack. And when this thing attacks, it'll just fly away to French Hill. And then Tommy can just do parlay. I think that's the case. And we can even throw in a counterattack in there. It's like not the most important counterattack, but it does 1 damage and heals 1 horror and it heals 1 damage like fast, which is pretty good. Because it cancels the attack, the bad horror hits hard, and it deals 1 damage back. Unfortunately, dealing 1 damage to the bad horror doesn't really matter because at the end of the day, we're usually shooting with bullets and it has an even amount of health. But this is basically a fast heal 1, which is like probably good enough. This is one of the bigger enemies in this scenario. So I think we will do it. So Tommy, first action will move. Because there's an enemy engaged on this, we'll have to take an attack of opportunity. And you technically do that cost, which is the attack of opportunity, before you do the thing that you're trying to do. So the attack actually happens here, which means the bad horror will attack us for 1 and 1, but we'll counterattack. So we'll pay 1 resource down to 2. And we're going to cancel the damage. And we're going to deal 1 damage to the bad horror. And the bad horror has elusive. So with elusive, we can decide where it flies off to. We can either send it to Merchant District or we can send it off to French Hill. And I think sending it off to French Hill is just kind of more thematic fun. And then we'll end up backing up down. Cool. Then we're going to deal with Sergeant Earl. So Sergeant Earl Monroe says parlay for combat, decrease the difficulty of this test by 1 for each damage on Sergeant Earl. There's 2 damage on Sergeant Earl. It's a 2 die. Technically, this is where the dies get a bit more interesting. So we're going to be testing 5 to 2, which is, again, 8 out of 9 chance to succeed. Actually, that's a bit worse than that because specifically the cultist is -1. And if you're targeting elite, pull another one. So there's a couple more permutations where this adds a bit worse. So it's probably closer to 7 out of 10 is my guess. Sorry, 7 out of 9. For the first one, I guess we could just use Overpower. I mean, we want to draw through a deck anyways, so the first one will Overpower it. Does a Cosmic Flame count as an attack, so he should move? Oh my god, you're right! Yeah, I forgot he's elusive. Oh wait, that changes the whole turn. Yeah, if you hit him, he runs away. Yeah, that changes the whole turn. I forgot. Yeah, we did definitely attack him. And the thing is with elusive, he has to go to a connecting location with no investigators and exhausts, so he has to go to the Miskatonic University. Okay. Good catch. Yeah. I forgot about that. I thought we were so clever. So we might actually have to rewind a lot of things here because now he is an issue that, like, how we should have dealt with this is actually use Tommy to go first to hunt down the bad horror and then use her to push him to Southside. Like, that was a way better turn there because I forgot about the elusive. That being said, we wouldn't have done Tommy first because she had to reveal him. So, like, we have to still, play it out. But that means we can at least reverse this. So let's reverse this a bit. I also played Vicious Blow instead of Counterattack, so that also would have been bad. All right, so let's redo this. So we're going to start here at the top of our turn. 4 health, we're at 3 resources. Okay, cool. Okay. Yeah, that means that this guy here doesn't have Hunter, so we're just going to hunt him down later. So he's the sort of problem that we'll get to him when we get to him. We're not going to rush him down anymore. We can flip this thing in, so I think it's better now that we just shoot this thing with a proper bullet, and then we can just flip this, and then say whatever it is, we can counterattack it. Yeah, good catch, chat. That's really smart. Okay, so from the top, 1911, we'll spend a bullet down to 5, and we're going to fight the bad horror. We don't have a huge reason to do the Vicious Blow as much as we could one-shot this. Actually, we probably should. One-shotting this is good. There's only one other target for the Vicious Blow in this whole scenario, and it's the biggest guy. Maybe it's worth keeping Vicious Blow for that, because at the end of the day, we might not one-shot this. Again, Vicious Blow, we have to succeed by 2 to do 2 extra damage, which will do 4 damage, which would bring us up at 7 to 3 succeeding by 2, which is not amazing. Overpower can make it 9, but I think just shooting this is good enough. So we're just going to shoot this thing with a 1911. So we're shooting it. Our stat is 5. We get +1, so we're 6 to 3. And even if this doesn't do damage, the bad horror runs away. So 6 to 3 for single damage. Not elite, so the token on the cultist doesn't matter. -1, so we do 2 damage, and we're going to send the bad horror to French Hill, which is probably where we're going to be going next, so we'll catch on to it before it hunts us. Second, Tommy's going to spend 4 clues, and we're going to do it from anybody. Again, it's just investigators as a group, so spend 4 clues as a group. Doesn't matter where they are, so we're going to spend 4 clues from our friend Marie, and our second action, we're going to flip whatever this is. Margaret, okay, so she's the one that you have to kind of impress. I don't like the theme on her because the theme on her gets pretty gross pretty quickly. She's aloof, so she's not engaged with us. She has 3 health, 5 of 8. That's good. After you succeed a skill test by 2 or more in Margaret Liu's location, you have to do the book thing. You read the codex, and you have to do that twice on 2 players to be able to deal with her in a non-violent way. And the thing that I don't like about this is that she has one combat stat. So like there is a narrative here in which you just punch her really hard and that convinces her to talk to you, which is like really gross theming when it comes to us also being a police officer. But like the easiest way we can impress her is by like shooting at her or just like striking her. I mean, this game has so much messed up theme with like monsters and all this sort of stuff, but like beating up civilians for information is unfortunately like where I get a bit squeamish. But yeah, we can just like start beating her up. And that's how we get information out of her, which like let me tell you, the codex does not really align with that, but she does allow you to do that. It sucks. Anyways, we have one more action. At least she's aloof. She's going to be sitting here. We have to do really cool stuff here. So the minimum, Marie can come in and investigate this location in a really good way, and she can be impressed by that. If an enemy spawns next turn, we can always overpower and get her. So we're going to get her done in 2 turns, I think. So I think we're just going to play a revolver here. Yeah, the theming gets really gross really fast. So we're going to do our hero text. We might not need to, but it's one resource that we have. So we're going to spend a resource. We're not going to discard a firearm. And we're going to play our service revolver with 2 more bullets on it for all our money. So the service revolver gives us the ability to like get some good, cheap, free attacks in by just like doing the attack of opportunity dance. And we have the blood ward, we have the counter attack. So we have so many ways to make this make sense. So after enemy attacks you, spend 1 ammo to fight. The attack targets that enemy, you get +1 and deal 1 damage for that attack. It's after, so you have to survive the attack. But even if you cancel the attack, this works, which is really quite good. So now we have our 2 guns. So if we draw Becky, we're going to look pretty silly. That should be it. So the Bat Horror wakes up. It won't hunt this round. This will wake up. It won't move at all. And we do card and credit. All right. We get another overpower. That's perfect if we want to impress Margaret. And then on this side, we did not take damage. We're at 8 cards. It's a ward of protection, which we're kind of just like always incentivized to rip this because it draws a card off of Jim Culver. Like, man, ward of protection. I'm not surprised it got reprinted because it's like such a core mystic card. Mind you, this is also like functionally a reprint from Arkham, from Lord of the Rings LCG. But yeah, we'll take the horror. It draws a card, cost 1. It's like totally really good. Doom. Getting a bit scared. It's going to go to 8 of 10. Mind you, we're now at the point if we draw a card that says put a doom on the nearest enemy, like we have to deal with the enemies this turn, which at least we're in a good spot to do that. Flash Flood gets discarded. I mean, Marie draws first. A Bat Horror. I mean, that's not great. Comes in with 4 health. The thing can just attack us so we can heal 2 and it'll run away anyways, but 2 Bat Horrors on the field at the same time is a bit sketchy. That's okay. If it just hits us, it runs away and we heal. Or sorry, we don't heal, we draw. Shame that we can't cancel it. And then on Tommy's side, we draw Raising Suspicion. So this is what I talked about. So place 1 doom on the nearest enemy with no doom on it if no doom is placed this way, which means we have 1 turn to deal with Margaret because she's the closest. So Margaret is going to have 1 doom on her. If we do not deal with her, this will hit 9 + 1 is 10, and that's when we advance. So we have to deal with Margaret this turn. That's why you want to deal with the enemies, but there's a lot of enemies on the table. Like 4 enemies for 2 players is like it's a lot. So we need to plan this turn out cleanly, and I think we can do it. Bad thing is no enemy is here. If she moves, this thing won't follow because it'll attack her and then end up in, I guess it's our choice, right? Like I just want to read the text on Sergeant Earl Monroe, but it says, after this enemy attacks or is attacked while ready, it moves to connecting location with no investigators and exhausts. Okay, so it'll always move to Miskatonic University. I'm pretty sure that the text on elusive is not no investigators. I think it says empty location. And technically an empty location is a location without investigators or a location without enemies. I think like the text on this is not totally correct. Let me double check that really quickly. Yeah, elusive says, after a ready enemy with elusive keyword attacks or is attacked, the enemy moves to connecting location and exhausts. Man, the elusive keyword reminder on the back of this is not even accurate. It says after a ready enemy with elusive keyword attacks or is attacked, the enemy moves to connecting location and exhausts. No, it should be a connecting empty location and exhausts. Like that's also not correct. Or like it's partially correct, but like it's actually really important that it's an empty location. And empty is defined differently. So elusive enemies represent enemies who want to avoid. Okay, if a ready enemy with elusive keyword attacks or is attacked, after that attack resolves, the enemy disengages from all investigators, moves to connecting location with no investigators available and exhaust. Okay, so they changed it. I think it used to be empty location in Hemlock, so now it's just location without investigators. So that is slightly different. Regardless, it'll go up to Miskatonic University, which is fine. Okay, so we can, first, she can move into here. She can send the thing away. She can actually heal 2. The blood ward was really good on this one, because if she does a blood ward, we can play it for 1. We cancel the attack and we heal 2 damage. So we do lose a card draw, but we heal 2, and technically we cancel the attack too. So like, this is why this card is so good. This card is a fast action that healed 3 damage and 1 horror, because it cancels an attack and replaces it with 2 healing. Like, that is so absurdly good, to the point that I think I'm reading this wrong. Cancel the attack and heal 2 damage. Yeah, no, it's correct. If fast heals 3 damage and 1 horror, that is nonsense. She'll end up in Southside. This will end up here exhausted. Then we can do an investigation task where 7-2. If we succeed by 2, she'll be impressed. And if that fails, we can do it again. And worst case, Tommy can like talk to her in the horrible connotation that we have here. So I think that's fine. So I think Marie will start. So first action, Marie will move, which means the bad horror will try and attack her. After this attack, it will do its elusive thing. So we're going to go ahead and play Blood Ward for 1. So Blood Ward will get played. Oh, there's too many cards to start with blood, excuse me. So we spend 1 resource down to 1 resource. It says cancel the attack and heal 2 damage from the targeted investigator. That's absurd. So we cancel the attack. This thing elusives itself away. The attack doesn't need to be successful. We heal 2 damage. And then we'll end up in Southside. Man, what a card and a half. Yeah, that's unbelievable for 2 XP. Man, that's good. It doesn't work against elites, but like hitting for 1 and 1 from an enemy is generally the most you'll see from a non-elite. Elusive fleece in an adjacent location with no investigators if possible. Yeah, I thought it used to be empty. I'm convinced in Hemlock Vale it has different text. I love the FFG, but the rule books are always iffy. I know there's some mistakes in like the reminder card you have has some of the, like, it doesn't have wrong text. It just doesn't have like purely true text. Like, I think it says evade is evade an enemy at your location or something, but it's not. Evade is evade an enemy engaged with you. So like some of the cards are not super accurate, and technically elusive is like not totally accurate in the back of the book. Oh, Hemlock is the same. Okay, so I just had it wrong. I thought it was always an empty location. Thank you for checking. So it's just without investigators. I mean, that makes more sense. They're running away from investigators than they are from everybody else. All right, second sight. We're just going to use it here to boost our stat. So we're going to use our willpower. Mind you, our willpower is still 7. So we're 7-2. And to make Margaret impressed with us, we have to succeed by 2. So we should be, if we pull a -3, we're 4-2. So it's, again, it's like a 1 and 9 here. So this is 7-2 for a single clue. -1. So we've impressed Margaret. We'll get the clue as well. So when you impress Margaret, we have to go to page 6 or entry 6 on the codex. They sometimes have upside text as well. So we'll see what happens here. I like that the codex is back. I'm a huge codex fan. Codex in Hemlock Vale was such a nice addition. So Margaret Liu, one of the most well-known lounge singers in town, is fully engrossed in her performance. You may have to get creative to catch her attention. So it says, look at the top card of the counter deck. You may discard it. Place 1 resource on Margaret as a lead. If there are 2 leads on her, continue reading. Otherwise, the investigators may trigger this again. Okay, so I think we forgot to do this last time. There's a rogue gangster on the top of the deck. The rogue gangster is an enemy that will be drawn by specifically Marie. It's a 3/3/3 that makes us lose a resource. This will usually take 2 actions from us. I think I'd rather draw an encounter card with a willpower test. This is technically not the biggest enemy in the deck, so I think we will just discard it, but not a huge difference. Okay, so now we have to impress her again. She has 1 resource on her. I'll just do that, I suppose. So we have to just succeed by 2 one more time. We didn't reveal a bad token, so we don't have to do anything bad with second sight. And we're just going to do the, I think we do the wasted double investigate. The other thing we can do is we can engage Margaret and then Tommy can attack her. But at the end of the day, that's still 2 actions. So we're just going to do second sight again to just investigate 7-2. You can investigate when there's no clues. It's like legally allowed. We ever get a shy enemy trait that'll run from everyone? Yeah. I don't mind shy. Shy is a good trait. Tablet, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine, I think. That's -3. So that's 4-2. So we succeed by 2. Yeah, so we impress Margaret. So we can do the text one more time. So 7, 6, 5, 4. Yeah, 4-2. We're good. It's 2 shot. Yeah, we're good. Place 1 resource. She has 2 resources. We can look at the top card in the counter deck. I'll just flip it over so we remember it's there. And then we have to read this. Your attempts to get Miss Liu's attention are more than effective, and soon you find yourself backstage with her undivided attention. I must say I was very impressed at your little performance, she says, which is like us striking her half the time. But why are you really here? The lounge singer's carefree smile vanishes at the mention of the Brethren of Ash. I don't know who they are, and I don't care to, she says. I was headed home a few weeks ago when I was accosted by two men and I must emphasize, the ugliest robes you'll ever see. They have the strangest symbol on the hood, she says, then scribbles a crude sigil on a napkin. It resembles a hand with an inset eye. You ask her what happened next, and she nods to the bruiser at the door. Antonio scared them off. I haven't seen them since. You have successfully interrogated the suspect. Place Margaret Liu beneath the act. So we've dealt with the first of 6. So she, I think she keeps the doom on her. Wait a second. I think the rules is written she keeps the doom on her. Under the act is still like maybe that's an out of play location. I'm gonna assume that the doom shouldn't be on her because we dealt with her. But there is a world, there's a reading in which the doom should stay on her, which like I guess then we had to defeat her to put her in the victory display. I'm just not going to do that. But there is a world in which that doom stays. I'd have to dive deep into the rule book to figure out whether under the act is an in-play area or not. I'm hoping it's not. All right, that's one down. He is 2 conversations away from being in a good spot. We don't have enough clues to flip the next one, but we're working on it. This, mind you, was on top of the deck. This would be drawn by Marie. It says test 2 willpower, increases deaths for 1 for each damage on you. So she has, 2 damage. So this will be a 4 willpower test. Functionally, like, we're still 7 to 4, and I'd rather draw this than an enemy that takes extra actions. So we're just going to leave that on top because Marie is good at willpower, so why not? Okay, that's her turn. Nice. We'll swap over. That was move, clue. We're in a good spot here. So Tommy now can be a bit of a hero. We can move into this and we can shoot the bat to get $1, and then we can see what French Hill text is. If he has a nice little cheap clue card, that would be kind of nice because nice cheap clue card would be good here. But we're definitely going to start by moving in. So we're going to move into French Hill, which is a spooky place. The location art in the set is really quite good. The stately homes of French Hill have fallen into disrepair as the old families slowly die out. If you don't know the French Hill, it shows up a fair bit in like, what's it called? The one with the witches in it. A Circle Undone. A lot of it takes place in French Hill. 4 Shroud is the highest out of the whole town. 4 clues, victory 1. As an action, choose and discard a card from your hand to place a charge or secret on an asset you control. And it has to be a charge or a secret, not an ammo. But that means we can refill things like Second Sight, which is kind of cool. Victory 1 and the Bat Horror is on us. 4 clues, 4 Shroud. Isn't the Silver Twilight? Yeah, exactly. The Silver Twilight Lodge is in French Hill. And I think the Witch House might be in French Hill too. But at least the Silver Twilight Lodge definitely exists in French Hill. All right. Second action, we're going to use our 1911. No matter what happens here, this bat will be like running away, but ideally we hit it. So we're going to shoot a shot. We're at 5 to 3. Only 5 to 3, huh? 5 to 3. So in terms of our tokens, in terms of the -3s, there's the actual -3, there's the tablet -3, there's a -4 and a thing. So I think we said there was 16 in the bag, maybe 18. No, there's 18. So we pass. What is it? Why is this hard? 14 out of 19. I mean, that's good enough. We could just overpower this to draw through a deck. Yeah, we should. Our hand's not that good. So we'll overpower this. So we're at. No, we're at 6 to 3. No, we're at 6 to 3. We're fine. Man, I don't know why this is hard. Yeah, we're at 5 fight stat. This gives us +1, so we're 6 to 3. We should be good. We don't need to commit this. We haven't seen an Elder Sign yet, but we also haven't seen the bad thing yet. Tablet, that's -3. I don't think it has text unless you fail. The bat has been defeated. When the bat is defeated, we can exhaust our boy Logan to get a resource. Pretty good. And then we have one more action here. Not much we want to be doing. Like maybe we should just fire Vicious Blow, overpower just to draw more cards. But there's very little we need to do here. We could draw. We have some weaknesses. Of course we do. We don't want to draw those last action. So I think we can just gain a resource, but there's not much else we want to be doing here. We get a clue that's like very unlikely. So I guess we'll just gain a resource. And that's it. Enemy phase, this stays. This will wake up during the upkeep. And then we get card and credit. This is the Witching Hour. So it's not a bad time to draw one of those cards that says put a doom on an enemy. We draw a lesson learned, which would be really nice if we draw an enemy. We don't know what we're drawing into, but a 4 Shroud will get a clue for sure, let alone fire a service revolver. So that's a really nice interaction. And on our side, we get a favor, which we could play that, I guess, to get down a Shadow Meld, but our arcane slots are totally full here. There is a way to get another arcane slot as a permanent in chapter 2, which is totally unique. We've never really seen that, which is surprising. All right, it's the Witching Hour. That's the term for this is the last turn before we advance. Means that if we put doom on any card that doesn't say this causes the thing to advance, it's free, right? So that's okay. All right, eager for death. A nice little flavorful card. This is a reprint, mind you. It's test 2 willpower. Increase the difficulty by 1 for each damage on you. We have 2 damage on us, Amaki, so it's 4 willpower. Our stat is 7. So we're 7 to 4, which means, again, 8 out of 9 times we're good here. We won't boost. I mean, we have extra cards in our hand. At the end of the day, though, if we fail and take 2 horror, we just draw more cards, so whatever. 0? Fine. All right. Best case, this is an enemy. It's not. It's downpour. How bad of a case is that? Test 3 agility. For each point you fail by, you either must lose an action or place one of your clues in your location. So we have to just like lose our whole turn. This is a reprint of the original Downpour from Hemlock, which I hate this card. This is the same card. Test 3 book, though. For each point you fail by, you either must lose an action or place one of your clues on your location. The problem with this version of the card, I think it's so much less fair, because generally if you're a character with low book stat, you won't have clues. Which means if you're playing like Michael McGlenn with 1 of book stat, you just draw this, you lose your turn. Like, it's just not interesting at all. So I'm glad that they changed this to evasion, because if you have a mid evasion, there's a chance that you have clues, right? But on the other one, it's just like, it hits you the worst way twice over, where it's like, oh, if you don't have a book stat, you'll fail this. And if you don't have a book stat, you don't have clues. So you just lose your whole turn. Regardless, here we are 3 to 3. So who knows what will happen? Oh, we're 2 to 3, of course. And we can't boost because we don't have the icon. So we might just lose our whole turn here, which not the best. You can get more arcane slots in chapter 1. Yeah, with the it's not a grade card, but the familiar, right? The cat familiar? Yeah, I think there's a familiar. Need to head out, but good luck with the rest of the scenario. Hey, Water Lily, enjoy the rest of your weekends, or your rest of your week, I guess, into the weekend, and stay cool, huh? Thanks for dropping in. -1, so we fail by 2, so we're gonna only have 2 actions. Or sorry, 1 action. We lose 2 actions. Yeah, I really don't like this card. Okay, looks like it is another turn where Marie is going to be doing everything. We only have 1 action. Marie can go in there, get 2 clues, and we can flip the card. With 1 action left, we can still shoot it. If it's elusive, we don't mind taking the attack either. So like if Tommy flips the card or engages the card, that might be totally fine. On the basis that like we have a dodge, we have the service revolver. So actually like getting hit is good for us. So that's like a cool thing with some of these Guardian cards. The very Daniela strategy. The first action, we're going to just waltz into here in French Hill. Notably, French Hill has no text we really care about. We might eventually, but it does have 4 shrouds. So we're going to start by using our second sight, which brings us to 7 to 4. So again, 8 out of 9 times we're good here. We could just boost into these with one of these cards. I mean, we could. I don't know if we're going to use the Grand Mare's Charm, but it gives us +3 willpower, which I don't think we need on this test. 7 to 4 is still really good. Like, it feels silly boosting into like 1 token in the bag, so we won't. Again, there's only 1 -4, so you're literally boosting into 1 token. You're making it a 8 out of 9 into 8.5 out of 9. It's like whatever. All right, we're looking for no cultist. -1. We're going to spend our charge to get 2 clues. Which means we have 4 clues. Which means we can do the text on the agenda, or the act, which says spend 4 clues. We have 1 more action. No, that's it. That'll be the end of our turn. I think we do it. Because Tommy, worst case, can attack or worst case can evade. So we're going to just spend all our clues and do the text. So -4 down to 0 clues, and we'll see what we have here. We want the big thing. It's not. It's Naomi. Naomi O'Banion. So she's a bit scarier. So this is Naomi O'Banion, runs this town. Comes in with 5 health. Highest fight we've seen so far, 2 evade. She has retaliate, so if you whiff an attack against her, she attacks back. As an action, you have to spend 2 resources to parlay. You have to do that twice. Victory 1. I think she also kills things when you pay her. I think she knocks out non-humanoids. So she can do some whippoorwill damage or some bat horror damage, which is pretty good. She hits for 1 and 1, which like, okay, I guess. We don't really want to attack her. So like we had I guess a 1 in 4 chance it was the one that I actually wanted to do damage to. But that is the end of Marie's turn. So it's just the 1 action we have here on our friend Tommy. And I think we'll start there. Tommy, I think we're just going to spend 1 resource. So, or 2 resources. We'll spend 2. And we got to go read Codex Entry 3. The O'Banion's Kingpin is hardly interested in your questions, though she is more than willing to off anything that's giving you trouble, well, for a price. You'll need to grease a few more palms if you plan to get information on her. You may choose any non-humanoid enemy at any location, automatically defeat that chosen enemy. Now, I don't think we're doing it. I'm not sure if Logan Hastings fires. I'm pretty sure she's doing it. But it says you may choose and defeat it. I guess it just says automatically defeated, but this is after you defeat. I'm going to say that it doesn't count because it shouldn't. But we just defeat the bat spawn, which is pretty absurd. Then we place 1 resource on her. If she has 2 more resources on it, we go ahead and read it. So we don't have another action this turn, but she has 1 resource and the bat is just dealt with, which is pretty good, I guess. That's it. We only have 1 action. So enemy phase, Naomi will attack. That's totally acceptable. So we're going to have to take 1 damage and 1 horror. If we put it on our face, we get the filter draw, but we have too many cards in our hand. We have too many cards. We don't really want to counterattack here because it doesn't quite matter to put damage on her. So we don't want to strike it back. So I guess we could just put the 1 horror on ourself, or I guess on Jim. We'll put 1 horror on Jim, which means with Jim we can draw a card. But I think we have to assign the damage first. We can always throw out the e-cash, so drawing extra cards here is not that bad. I guess we'll put 1 damage on Dr. Henry Armitage. So we just draw 1 card. It's a mirror form. That's nice. All right, we have so much soak. Like, I know Guardian's going to be the soak class, but like, look at this Mystic deck. It's nonsense. That's it. He doesn't move. Upkeep, card and credit. We're going to advance this round. So Tommy is going to draw another Logan Hastings, which is like, whatever. We won't need it until we need it. And Marie draws too many cards. She has her own copy of Guts. We're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we're definitely not keeping the e-cash. We have another econ card in our hand with favor of Balashandor, so that should be okay. And then the question is, what's the other card that we don't keep? I mean, part of me thinks it's Jim Culver, but 1 willpower icon is kind of useful. I just don't see our Jim Culver getting knocked out and then paying 4 for this, so it's probably Jimmy C. Maybe it's the healing card, but I could see us still wanting to play it because if we draw deep enough into our deck, but we have 1 copy of it Infuse Life, which is just good enough right before you deck out and to get that back in and just like keep drawing. We definitely want to find our last Offering Bowl because things have been slowing down. All right, we're 10 Doom. So we're going to reset and we're going to advance. So I think I've just added this technology. I just want to see if this works. So if we go here and we go to agenda and I go here and then I do agenda advance, it should just know what to show. Yeah, that's sick. Growing Flames, agenda 1B. An itch you've done your best to ignore becomes unbearable. Pulling back your sleeve reveals a patch of peeling gray skin. Gingerly, you scratch the dead skin to reveal a smooth scar, almost as though you were branded. The scar resembles a hand with an unblinking eye inset into it. Touching it gives you a warm, heady feeling, like being drunk. 1 at a time, each investigator draws 1 copy of the set-aside Mark of Elokoss weakness. Each investigator is now the bearer of that weakness, so it's added to their deck, and it's not something you can remove. It doesn't count to your deck size. So we'll see that in a second. Otherwise, we're on the final agenda. We only have 8 more turns. Steam rises off the wet pavement as though the ground beneath it were actually burning. As an action, you can resign. You return to compare notes with Dr. Armitage, go get some pie at Velma's Diner, but we only have 8 more turns, and I would say we're about halfway through it, so that kind of lines up with where we're going. So we're in a good spot. Now, the Mark of Elokoss, we both get 1 copy of this. It's one of these annoying 2 actions to remove weaknesses, but we can tank it technically. It just says when your turn ends, you have to put 1 damage on a card that you control. So it says, excuse me, the artist, mind you, is absolutely fantastic. I can't read the name on this, but it's the art that will be on the thumbnail. I found this off of Nia's portfolio, Niva Kovalevsky. So put Mark of Elokoss into play. When your turn ends, take 1 damage, and you assign that damage to an asset you control if able, which is really good that we have all these assets that we didn't put down to 1 health left. 2 actions to discard this card. Notably, this will kill Logan Hastings slowly, but 2 actions weaknesses are just like not super interesting, but that's fine. So that's there. All right, we still have the drawn counter cards, but so far nothing else has really changed. I do want to say when the agenda advances in the original version of this at Midnight Masks, it spawns a massive cultist, and it's such a memorable moment. And I feel like the agenda advances in this Chapter 2 core set are way softer. They're not as exciting. All right, raising suspicions. So, oh, that's annoying. Because it has to put Doom on the nearest enemy, and the nearest enemy, oh no, that's fine. The nearest enemy is here, which is totally fine. The way that we're playing this is that when they're added underneath the act, the Doom doesn't stay on them, which I'm pretty sure might not be correct. But we'll find out. We'll do a rules look after. Tommy's drawing. Tommy draws Aerial Pursuit. So this has Surge. So Revelation, the nearest non-elite enemy moves once towards your location. It engages an investigator and makes a immediate attack. So the nearest non-elite enemy, there are none. So this just surges because she's elite and Surgeon Earl Monroe is elite. So this has no text. It's another reason why you want to keep the enemies in check. So just surges. There's 1 more in the deck, mind you. Flash Flood. Okay, annoying. Because we want to get the clues off this location because we need clues. And because it now has Age Shroud, which is a monstrous number. As much as we can brute force through it with Second Sight, and we probably will. So this is +4 shroud, so it's an 8 shroud location for this turn. I mean, it's not the end of the world. We could cancel this actually with Ward of Protection. It might be worth it. So it says play when you draw a non-weakness treachery card. Oh, when you draw. Okay, never mind. There's upgraded versions of this that hit the rest of the table. They so far haven't existed in chapter 2. All right, we're partway through, halfway through the scenario. This is half our turn. This is an action. So we could clear just both of these and then just deal with Flash Flood on another turn. I mean, that might be reasonable. It just sucks with the Mark of Elokoss. Basically, everyone loses most of their turn to get rid of them. But we can deal with her. If we want to deal with her, that's good because there's less enemies we can put Doom on, and then we can make our way up. This is a cool part. We haven't seen Merchant District, but we can probably like do a split up. And if we send Tommy this way, he can talk with Sergeant Earl, and that's probably a good spot. And then we can kind of meet up at the top. And I think both of these characters can be okay on their own for a moment, as much as the clues might be a problem. So what's Tommy doing? I think Tommy's not doing anything here. So there's a chance that Tommy can get rid of his Mark of Elokoss and honestly move. Like, he doesn't have that much else going on. He could deal with her Mark of Elokoss, but Marie's Mark of Elokoss like just does 1 damage to Jim, which draws a card, and that's not a huge consideration here. So yeah, that's probably it, honestly. I think Tommy can go second in case things like really, get bad here, but we'll just start with Marie and we'll talk to Naomi. So first action, we're just going to spend 2 resources down to 1 resource, and we go read that text one more time. Unfortunately, the text won't actually do anything. So one more time, you may choose a non-humanoid and automatically defeat that chosen enemy, and we place 1 resource. There's 2 resources. Naomi tosses her head back in a full-throated laugh when you mention the Brethren of Ash. Those kooks, I don't know them, but 2 of my guys found a pair of them sniffing around one of our gin joints. There was something real strange about them, like they weren't all there. And it wasn't a case of the giggle water, I'll tell you. She takes a long drag of her clove cigarette. You ask whether they were found, and she asks where they were found, and she blows a thick cloud of smoke in your face. Like hell, I'm going to tell you about my business. Now get lost. You've successfully interrogated the suspect. Add her to underneath the act. So we're going to clear everything off of her. And we've now interrogated 2 of hopefully the 6. All we have to do is if we interrogate all 6, the scenario is just over. Otherwise, we have to, we have to still resign, right? Because the only resignation here is objective if the 6 enemies are dealt with. Otherwise, we have to spend an action to resign. I don't know if there's a punishment to not resigning. There was in the first chapter 1 core set. I'm not convinced there is one in this one. That's our first action. Second action, we probably just want to deal with the Flash Flood or like get the clue. And I think we can just brute force it and not have to wait with this and then start moving, because we really do need to start moving, and we'll just let Mark of Elokoss fire once. So that means we're going to use Second Sight. So this place has 8 shroud, but Mark of Elokoss uses our willpower, and our willpower is currently 7. So we are 7 to 8, which is like, we can actually do this by just using some extra cards in our hand. So specifically, we're going to stroke Grandmare's Charm and Guts here to give us +5. When Guts hits, we draw a card. So we're currently 12 to 8, which is overkill, but I mean, in a good way, I guess, because we draw a card. And Grandmare's Charm just has 2 willpower and a wild on it, which like might be worth playing. It honestly might be, but we'll draw another Second Sight soon enough, I hope. I really do hope, because we need it. We really do need it. Okay. Tablet, that's -3. We should be good here. We were over 4. Tablet's -3 if you fail. Notably, the skull is now -2. So we succeed. So it was a tablet. Does that matter? No, this one cares about the cultist, right? So we're going to spend a charge to get the last 2 clues. So we got victory 1. Second Sight still stays there, which we can use it, but we draw a card because we used Guts. So we get 1 more card here. It's a manual dexterity, which has been kind of weird in this deck. Doesn't seem that good. Both of the number of resources and the number of leads required scale Naomi. She would take 16 resources for a 4-player game. That's exactly it. And you have to do it 4 times. That's the sort of scaling. Also, you need more clues to pull her in. But again, if there's 4 people on the job, everybody just has to commit 1 resource. I don't know what Naomi's text is. It as a group or 1 person? Naomi says spend 4. Yeah, so 1 person has to spend 4 resources 4 times. So it can be different people. But yeah, I play this with 4 people. It's not the worst. With 1 person, it's like, it feels a bit weird. Like you just show up, spend $1 and she's gone. Like that feels so much more doable than 4 people spending 4 resources. But technically you should scale, right? How's it going, by the way, Chris? All right, the Mark of Elokoss is going to strike. We have 1 more action. I think we should just kind of hit the trail. That'll draw us up to 9 cards and we'll have to discard a card, but I don't think there's much we're going to do about it. So we're just going to pop back into the south side that has no text. We have 2 clues. We need 2 more clues to reveal a next thing, and there's 3 things we need to reveal. The problem is we haven't found the big thing yet, the Servant of Flame, and we need to find it sooner than later because it has elusive and it takes a long time to hunt down. It's nice to find it sooner than later and then move in. Actually, before we move, French Hill has text. French Hill says, choose and discard a card in your hand to place a charge or secret on asset you control. So in theory, we could like throw out a card to put 1 charge on second sight, which like maybe we do that, but because that's our click compression. But we're basically spending an action to get another clue. Like, this doesn't make a lot of sense. Hear me out, right? So the thing with second sight, while it might discard itself, and that's a downside, we could spend 1 action with second sight to get 2 clues. But if you use French Hill, you spend 1 action now to get a charge. So you're spending an action now to save an action later. It's like kind of a wash, unfortunately, but having a charge is better for safety, that's for sure. But yeah, I don't know if we want to do that text. I think we just need to kind of start moving. So we'll move in here and then Mark of Elokoss strikes. So when your turn ends, take 1 damage, assign the damage to an asset you control. So I guess we'll just put it on the Bloodstone. I think that we still have 1 more in our deck, which means we can use Jim Culver's text. It says after you take damage in a horror, draw. Nice, wounded, cool. So now moving is going to draw us cards. We don't have to discard cards. But wounded is in your play area. The first time you move each turn, take a damage, which actually does give us card draw. So it's a bit of a weird, like as a blood mage, having our own blood sometimes is an upside, which is good fun. And that's it. We'll swap over to Tommy. Tommy's not going to be doing much here. If Tommy wants to move twice, he can use the Merchant District, which is kind of nice. We don't know what the text on this is yet, but we do because we played in Arkham before. But the backside of this has a fast move once per turn. So Tommy could do 1, 2, fast move into this and then talk to him once, which is not enough times to talk to him. So I think we're just going to do with the Mark of Elokoss on a quiet turn because this is way worse for Tommy, who has way less soak. So we're going to spend 2 actions. That's it to get rid of this. And then our third action, we'll probably just step forward. That's it. This thing doesn't move. Card and credit. Flash Flow will be discarded. So we have another Vicious Blow. We're at 8 cards in hand. Here we're also at 8 cards in hand upon only 2 resources. And there's the second Bloodstone. Okay. Flash Flood goes. Doom. There's no other text here. It just says 1 of 8. So we only have a couple more turns. I guess couple's not correct. I just added another Doom. Hold on. Doom set 1. Yeah, cool. Draw and counter card. It's Red Herring. Okay, this will have text because we have clues. So Red Herring says test to book. If the test gets +2 difficulty, if you control 2 or more clues, which we do. So this is a 4 book test. And if you fail, take 1 horror and place 1 of your clues on your location, which we don't want to do. Now we have 5 books. So 5 to 4 is like not amazing. So we want to boost into this if we can because it loses a fair bit of time. Hey, Master Chaos Lord, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. We don't normally stream Wednesday afternoons, or excuse me, Thursday afternoons. We usually stream Wednesday nights, but last night it was too hot and our power kept shutting down with all the lights and cameras and stuff. So this is what we're doing instead. Glad you can make it. If you're subscribed to the channel, you'll know when we go live at weirder times. So maybe that's a reason, but yeah, not a good Red Herrings. We exactly have 2 clues. So 5 to 4 book. And if we fail, a horror draws a card. That's okay. But dropping a clue. So I think we're just going to go ahead and Ward of Protection this. I don't know if there's a worse card in the deck. There's the one that it says take 1 damage if you fail an agility test, which like we don't care. But we'll play Ward for 1. We'll take a horror. We'll put it on Dr. Henry Armitage. So we can use Jim to draw a card. And we'll just cancel this. We drew another Ward. Cool. Swap over to Tommy. This is, what am I trying to pick up? I'm trying to pick this up. I almost got rid of the location. So we draw. Crossfire. This is the one that we haven't drawn yet. Now, it technically is worse that Tommy drew it. Test 3 agility. If this test fails, each investigator location takes 1 damage. I mean, Tommy has 8 health. Marie can draw when this fires, so it's not the end of the world. But we are only 2 to 3, so we're likely to fail this. We only have 2 of 8 on Tommy. We could boost into this the manual dexterity, and Tommy draws another card. The manual dexterity probably matters though, because I think there is an enemy that cares about evading it. We haven't seen it yet, and that one's going to be tricky for us as much as we have Shadow Meld in our hand. So I think we're just going to do this 2 to 3. Worst case scenario, we both take a damage, which is like kind of whatever. The more damage you take to the face, the eager for death gets worse. So we're kind of incentivized to put the damage on Logan, because we've seen the one card that like hurts your allies. +1. Okay, let's not worry about that. Sick. We haven't drawn the Elder Sign nor the autofail yet. And the Elder Sign we drew so much last scenario. Okay, so we have some timing here. We have to figure out what we want to do. Wounded, we could get rid of by spending 2 actions. Any character at this location can do it. Now, Tommy has more to do here than Marie does, because Tommy can move, fast move to here, and then do parlay. And then likely we can deal with Sergeant Earl, and we'll put ourselves at 3, which is a good start for sure. If Marie goes, every time that she moves, or it's the first time she moves, she takes the damage, which we haven't used her card ability to draw yet. But she could draw, get a filtered card draw, and we have the health to like let that happen. But if she moves here, Waterfront District, I think is hard to. I think you need to spend 2 clues to investigate the Waterfront District, or sorry, 2 actions. So she could move to the Waterfront District and spend 2 actions. That might be fine. Like Wounded actually might not be worth getting rid of, because this game is only what is it, like 6 more turns, which means Wounded only does you 6 more damage, but it gives you like 12 card draw options. So I think we actually don't get rid of Wounded and we just kind of embrace it. Now, the thing is, like, this free move on this is only once per round, and whoever uses it actually really matters. Because if she uses it, she can get to Waterfront with 2 actions, and Waterfront needs 2 actions. But if Tommy uses it on Sergeant Earl can be dealt with in one single turn, which actually is not that important. In terms of the deck, I think there's 1 more Whippoorwill, 1 Gangster left, and those are the only enemies in 5. So Tommy probably won't be that busy in the near future. We could also like get hit with Lesson Learned somewhere with Tommy, which would be nice, but ideally somewhere at a higher shroud, which Miskatonic University has low shroud, let alone has no clues. So deciding which character uses the fast move on Merchant District is like the most important thing on this given turn. Man, Tommy's hand is all these like situational cards. They've just been like piling up. Yeah, they have just been piling up. Okay, so what are we doing here? I think clues are more important. The bigger problem, though, is like Marie now doesn't have second sight charges. So she's only getting 1 clue for a single action. And I think getting 1 clue for a single action on Waterfront, like spending 2 actions to get a single clue is just bad. I'm pretty sure it has 2 clues on it. So like getting a second sight charge actually was worth the card as much as I made fun of that, because this location does take twice as many actions to clear. So getting a second sight charge is pretty good. The other option is she could go to Miskatonic University, and Miskatonic University allows us to play a card from our discard pile. So if we can get our second sight into our discard pile, we can play it for cheap. And that's nice because it recharges the second sight. I mean, like, that's kind of good. Maybe we should play the Grand Mayor's Charm. Maybe we should have. I honestly don't know what to do here. I think she'll tank the Waterfront District, and then she'll have 4 clues to deal with it. I think it's more important that we deal with the Waterfront District every single turn, because any turn that you don't deal with it, you can't deal with it. It's just a shame that we don't have a way to get 2 clues, as much as we cut that 3 experience card from our deck. Yeah, that's fine. Mind you, we only have this many cards left in our deck, and one of them is the clue getting card. One of these 7 cards is the clue getting card, and we can play it twice with mirror form. So that would be the best case scenario, is we find the clue getting card. So I think Marie's going to go first. So she's going to dive into the Merchant District. All right, so this used to be Rivertown, and then it did flood a bit because of Cthulhu. They said it was a storm. We know more. Since the flood, the Merchant District has become a focal point for businesses and development in Arkham. Each day seems to bring in more and more construction workers and industry. Low shroud. Actually, not that low shroud. Rivertown had like 1 shroud back in the day, I think. 3 shroud, 2 clues is but a fast action. If there's 1 or 2 investigators, limit once per round, free move, which is pretty valuable. Now, 3 shroud puts us at the point where we can't really try that with Tommy here. I wish he was a bit more flexy, but he's not really. So then we're going to use this ability with Marie to move to the Waterfront District. This technically used to be a graveyard, the way that the map was, but I don't think this is a flooded graveyard. This is a different part of town. With its streets perpetually flooded, the former Rivertown District is a ghost town. So this was Rivertown. So Merchant District is a new space. Only dour factories with their heavy cement foundations were able to stand among the waterlogged shanties. Are able to stand, excuse me. All right, we flip this one over. 1 shroud, 2 clues, victory 1. However, to investigate, it's 2 actions, which sucks. 4 actions for 2 clues and a victory is not the worst, but this would have been better to actually have a charge. So I was correct with my analysis, but actually I totally forgot the text on this is worth the action. We could have recharged at French Hill. Anyone who doesn't want to walk in waist-high water needs to hitch a ride from one of the locals, which is why this takes you so long to cut through the water. All right, we're going to use second sight. We kind of don't mind if we biff on this. We are 7-1. Mind you, Mark of Elokoss is still going to fire. Oh, wait, hold on. Actually, when we're here, Wounded was meant to fire. This actually could change something. So Wounded says, first time you move, take a damage. So we're going to choose to take the damage to her face, which means we can fire Marie's text. And there's a chance we'll draw one of our clue getting cards, which will help. So after damage is placed on Marie, draw 2 cards, discard 1 of them. I don't think we have any weaknesses left. So we have Offering Bowl and Cosmic Guidance. Okay. Cosmic Guidance is 1 willpower that heals the damage from you, which means we can take more damage because we're wounded, which there's some value to that. Offering Bowl gives you a lot of money and gives you a lot of ability to draw through your deck, because this card is absurdly good. It does take an action to play, but it's definitely worth it because one action gives you 5 resources and like a lot of card draw. So it's a really good action. We have healing in our hand. We have a lot of soak on the table. Mark of Elokoss is going to ping Dr. Henry Armitage or probably Jim next turn. So we're not going to get rid of that. So this decision, unfortunately, did not find our spell that we wanted. I mean, Offering Bowl here seems a bit greedy. We don't really need any more money because we've seen the one money in, enemy, and we have ways to play out our things super cheaply with Favor and Mirror Form. So I am going to go for Cosmic Guidance, but I could see us being pretty wrong about that. And so this gets discarded. All right, so fast, then we'll move here. Wounded is only first time a turn, so we're good. Okay, so then we're going to still use Second Sight. We have a wild willpower of 7-1, so there's no real big reason to boost into this, but we're going to have to discard our hand anyways, so we'll make it 8-1 with Cosmic Guidance, and if this succeeds, we heal 1 damage, which, I mean, sure, why not? This is only for a clue. Wish it was 2, but it's only for a single clue. Fish Face, it's -2 for each clue, yeah, so we're good. It's not a token that forces us to discard the Second Sight, so we just gain a clue, and we heal 1 damage because of Cosmic Guidance. If you succeed, heal 1 damage from the Performing Investigator. That's our whole turn, so she's gonna have to spend half her turn dealing with the next round. We only have to deal with the Mark of Elokoss here, so everything is slowly bleeding us out, which is not great. So we'll just put 1 damage on Jim Culver, because we have to assign it to an asset, so that's good. 8 cards in hand, we will discard a card here. It is what it is. We'll swap over to Jim, who still has 3 actions, but is going to take a bit of damage from Sergeant Earl. I think ultimately that's acceptable. So we'll do 1, 2. Sergeant Earl Monroe is going to engage us. Sergeant Earl Monroe is easier to talk to because it's a parlay of 4 combat. Decrease the difficulty for 1 for each damage, so it's 2 combat. So we're currently talking to him at 5-2. There is... Technically, the bag is a bit worse here because we're dealing with an elite enemy. And if you deal with an elite enemy, the 2 cultists are -1 and pull another one. So I think we're just going to overpower into this. So now we're 7-2. And if this succeeds, we draw a card. I'm not sure if Earl has upsides if you talk to him. Elder Sign. Hey, first time we've drawn that. So this one on us just gives a resource. An ammo. So we'll just put 1 on the 1911 up to 5 bullets. Plays 1 ammo on an asset you control. So we talked successfully to Sergeant Earl. So we got to read Codex entry 1, I think. 4. Okay. Where are you, mouse? There you are. So, at the mention of the Brethren of Ash, the police officer brandishes his nightstick and tells you that you'd best stick your nose somewhere else. You brace yourself for a fight. Heal 1 damage. Okay, we'll take that. So we go up to nearly full health, I think. And we place 1 resource. As soon as it has 2 resources, we can advance. So we're at literally full health here, as much as Sergeant Earl Monroe is going to box us in 1 more time. Overpower is going to draw a card here. There's a chance we draw a weakness, I guess. But we did succeed. We have too many cards in our hand in a second. Right tool for the job. I mean, you could play this to go get Becky, but like we have 10 bullets on the table, so I don't think we really want to do that. Funny enough, when Sergeant Earl Monroe attacks us in a second, we could use the service revolver to just like gun him down, but I mean, I don't think we want to do violence if we don't need to do violence. That's it. Enemy phase. Sergeant Earl will hit us. We did not attack him, but he will run away after he attacks, so we're going to have to hunt him down. That's acceptable. We want to go to north side anyways. So Sergeant Earl Monroe is going to hit us for 1 and 1. We can just take it straight to the face. We have no reason to. We're at full health, so we'll do 1 damage, 1 horror, and Earl will run away with elusive. We know he has 1 resource on him, so we'll just keep that in mind. Reddy's here in a second, and so do we. Upkeep, card and credit. 9th card, it's Becky. I mean, like, we probably keep Becky because Becky has good icons, so we're going to throw out the right tool. But the thing about the right tool is it actually has a book icon on it, which is not useless. It brings us up to 4 book stat, which is like something. We can't play Lesson Learned here. We might actually like greed Lesson Learned at a location later, but if we get attacked with Lesson Learned, we can also get a clue, which is good. So I think like the worst card in our hand is probably our second Logan because it only has 1 stat on it. It might just be right tool for the job, but we'll be fine. Drew our next Cosmic Flame for Marie. A Cosmic Flame. We already have 1 on the table. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we do know we're going to still do a fair bit of fighting. I think the 1 card would get rid of his Cloak of Resonance, which I don't think we need the Horror Soak anytime soon. All right. Doom. Nice slice of cherry pie and a green tea, please. Thank you, Ren. Coming right up. We're open for lunchtime, and we have a good lunch menu. I'm glad you're cashing in on it. How you been? All right. Encounter card. Well, the deck is really thin, so we are going to draw a gangster sooner than later, and one more whippoorwill. So that being here, it doesn't matter too much. There's no more cards in the deck that add doom to this, but we will be cycling through the deck in a second. So this whippoorwill can be easily dealt with our last blood curse, which I think is somewhere in our bottom. Yeah, we have 4 more cards here, including Second Sight and a Blood Curse. Those are all the cards we want. But yeah, this doesn't decrease our willpower stat to an extent. And we're going to be drawing 3 of these 4 cards as soon as we just like take a move action, which is kind of funny. Okay, we draw on this side Crossfire, which probably just does the damage to us, huh? So this is the one we'd rather have drawn with Marie, but our evade stat is just 2. If we fail, we take a damage. Not the end of the world. There's only 1 investigator here. 2 to 3. Oh, I should clear this. Skull. Skull is -2. I think it cares about all the cards that we've dealt with. So we fail. So we have to just take 1 damage. I guess we'll put it on Logan. There's nothing that targets Logan at this point. But more damage on you makes the Eager for Death worse. So we take 1 damage. That's fine. Pretty soft encounter card if you split up. Better in multiplayer, I think. Okay, cool. So time, we only have 5 more turns. He's 1 action away from being on our side. We need to empty Waterfront District. She will have 4 clues. The whippoorwill is there. We want to take damage to draw through her deck. The thing is, like, she has to spend 2 actions to get the last clue, which like sucks. Guess we should slide this slightly away from Tommy's face. Like that's not good. There's no way that that's good, but we have to do that. And then we just kind of like blitz into downtown and north side. I think the biggest thing here is we need to get clues fast. We're also kind of incentivized to draw every turn, but I guess we're going to get our Jim Culver and our normal draw with Mark of Elokoss. The thing is, if we do Jim Culver and Mark of Elokoss, our deck is 4 cards. And so we'll be drawing or looking at 3 of them, and then we'll be drawing the last one. The thing is, we want to play Mirror Form here so that we can play our spell that will draw our clue spell twice. So it says, choose a spell charm asset. When the round ends, shuffle that asset into your deck if it's still in play. Now, notably next round, if we draw 3 cards and then mandatory draw 4th during upkeep, our deck will be empty. And you don't shuffle your deck until you are required to draw another card, and then you take horror. Which means we actually can't shuffle back the spell into a 0-card deck, because you can't shuffle a card into nothing. That is a weird rule in Arkham Horror. I know that existed years ago. I think it's still in the rules, but we can't play Mirror Form if our deck is empty, or more accurately, we can't resolve the bottom text on Mirror Form if the deck is empty, which means we won't be able to recycle our spell. So it's something worth keeping in mind. Been playing through the old releases, just finished Dunwich and started Carcosa using a block format, plus the Season 2 substitutions been hella fun. Basically using all the new core investigator packs, the specific player cards of the campaign we're playing. Oh, that's a really cool way of doing it. I haven't considered that. I was going to dive into Hemlock with like the last 3 chapters worth of stuff, but maybe it'll make more sense to just play Hemlock with Season 2 plus the Hemlock cards. I like that a lot, actually. How's it been? The substitutions I did in Drowned City were like totally reasonable. I'm assuming for Dunwich, they can't be that far off, right? It's like doesn't have the strongest, weird theme you have to match. Okay, so what are we doing here? She needs to get 2 clues. We have a Blood Curse coming up, which will zap the Whippoorwill when it comes to it. We are going to be decking out in 2 turns, so like we're in no rush to defeat the Whippoorwill, and we have no cards that add doom to the enemies, so like the Whippoorwill can chill. Otherwise, that's kind of it. Tommy could just go first, and I think he will, because he wants to talk to Sergeant Earl, and he heals 1 damage. So I'm glad that we took the damage off of the crossfire, because we're going to heal it immediately. So Tommy will start by walking into north side, and unfortunately the far side of the table is a bit difficult to get to. Like, literally with my body. This is north side. So north side is an industrial hub, boasting modern factories, cheap housing for migrant workers, and the newly restored Arkham Advertiser. Again, one of these 3 locations still has the big thing we need to defeat, the Servant of Flame, which you want to defeat because it has even more text attached to it than anything else. I've never got it as my first. In fact, I have got it as my last and second last. 3 Shroud, 4 clues. As an action, you can spend 5 resources to discover a clue from any revealed Arkham location, which, I mean, sometimes you'll do that. I guess sometimes you will. We also have Sergeant Earl on us, and of course, there's a face down card underneath it, which is a 1 in 3 chance of being the big thing we want to hunt down. All right, Sergeant Earl Monroe, we can parlay. It's 2 parlay. We have 5, so we're 5 to 2. Unfortunately, the cultist makes it a bit harder because it's -1 pull another. So I guess we could just overpower this. The one thing that we could consider is just like do a goofy action and fire Lesson Learned, because Lesson Learned says we discover a clue. I mean, that's not bad. There is one more enemy in the deck coming up and more enemies to reveal. So I don't think we have to do this now because it's like basically there's no good action for us to take, right? So I don't think we do. But if there's a good action for us to take, I think we would consider doing it. Okay, I don't want to overpower because I'm pretty sure we're going to have to keep our overpower to fire with our vicious blow to confirm the vicious blow in the future because we have to succeed by 2 when we're fighting the thing that shows up, which is going to be the Servant of Flame. So I think we're just going to do Hear and Hope. We have, I think, about a 7 out of 9 chance to be good here. But yeah, we're just going to do 5 to 2 and hope for the best. If this fails, we don't really have a good second action, so this seems fine. 0. So we parlay him successfully. So Sergeant Earl Monroe, we go to entry 4. So place 1 resource, heal 1 damage. So we're once again at full health. Nice. And then we get to do the real good tax. Eventually Monroe relents. All right. The officer spits some blood as he nurses a bruised cheek. There was a few of them who came to me after we logged a 3rd disappearance. They insisted folks who disappeared did so willingly. When I said I wasn't convinced, they took me to one of their meetings out near the docks. There was something real screwy about the whole affair. Something wrong with their eyes, like they were hypnotized or something. The officer looks away in regret. They paid me to keep quiet. I'm not proud of it. Don't tell anyone about this. I promise I'll keep to the straight and narrow from now on. You successfully interrogated the suspect, put him into underneath the act. So Sergeant Earl Monroe shows up in a different scenario, and I think he's way more sympathetic. I don't know if this is why he becomes sympathetic in terms of the timeline, but they have retconned him to be a kind of a piece of work in this one as a crooked cop. That's a very big reversal of what the Monroe is we knew to this point. It's been really fun to look at the card pools and see which classes get what. Dunish, you used to get Pathfinder, the permanent boost cycle. Carcosa gets Ward too, etc. I don't know at this point if I'm that like able to look at a card pool and be like, oh, this was in that card pool, this was not in the card pool. So it's something I'd have to discover by playing, which is kind of neat. All right, we have one more action here. We could spend 5 resources with Northside, and honestly, maybe that's the best use case of our turn. We want to keep 1 resource in our hand for like lesson learned and a counterattack, but I could see us discovering 1 clue from like Merchant District because I don't think anyone's going to go back there in the near future. Actually, no, we should do it from the Waterfront District because that saves a lot of time. It's a bit silly to do it from this location, but this says after you investigate. So I honestly think Tommy Muldoon's going to be an absolute hero here and save 2 actions for Marie. I think that's really smart. Yeah, that's really good. So let's do this. Last action, we'll spend all our money. So we'll spend 5 resources to discover a clue from Waterfront District. And that's our turn. 6. So we got an experience for 5 resources. But the very big thing here with Marie is we don't have to spend half of our turn when we only have 4.5 turns left to deal with this. So now we have 4 clues. So Marie can spend her first action to flip this here. And even if we don't do anything, we'll be drawing 3 cards this round. So we're in a good spot. So first action, she's going to use the act text and everyone's going to spend all 4 of their clues. So we'll be able to grab this thing underneath it. So let's see if it's a really bad one. At least we're ready for a fight. So she'll spend clues 3 and Tommy will spend 1. So we're down to no clues. Yes. Okay. 1 in 3 chance for this to be the big guy. It's not. It's Cornelia. She's aggressive. She's one of the few ones that like doesn't have aloof. Like she just wants to fight you immediately, which is kind of weird. She's alert. So if you fail a skill test while evading her, and after you successfully evade Cornelia Akeley, ready her. So at least we did keep the manual dexterity for this, which is a good spot. I always wonder if maybe my fundamental hangup with AHLCG is the inclusion of victory conditions. It seems like every time I watch someone having fun, they hardly care about the victory conditions. Wait, what? How's it going, by the way, Saucer Shape? What do you mean the victory conditions? I care so much about the victory conditions, like victory on the locations. I think this game is all about caring about the victory conditions. I do think one of the issues with the Drowned City was that the Drowned City had this really ugly structure, whereas like one of the victory conditions was getting relics and the other victory condition was translating glyphs. But there was like very bad granular breakpoints where it's like if you had no glyphs, problem. If you had like 5 glyphs, okay. If you had 10 glyphs, but then the next jump was 26 glyphs, which is every single glyph. So as soon as you missed 1 or 2 glyphs or like the first glyph, there was no point like following the 26 glyph path unless you wanted to translate your relics, which I guess that's a good reason too. But the relics overlapped with a lot of the glyphs. So if you missed 1, you like burnt 3 relics at once. But I'm not sure what you mean by that. If you want to clarify that a bit better, but I think the victory conditions are very much worth caring about. All right, we have 2 more actions. We have Cornelia Akeley in front of us. We have 3 evade stat. We need to successfully evade her. The thing is, if we fail, she hits us, but that means we draw a card because she does 1 damage, which is good. So we're gonna evade 5 to 3 by committing manual dexterity. So we succeed, we draw a card, which gets us deeper into our deck. I think we'll commit Shadow Meld as well to make it 6 to 3. The thing is, she's an elite, so if we fail this, or sorry, if we pull the tablet, we have to pull another one, or sorry, the cultist. But 6 to 3 is pretty good. The other thing we could pitch here is Ward of Protection, which I'm okay with that, just to make it a 7 to 3 to guarantee it. But I think we have to test this twice. So I think I'd rather keep this for the second test. Admittedly, if she hits us, it's not the end of the world. So we'll just do 3, 4, 5, 6 to 3. +1, nailed it. So we do evade her, so we get to read her book text, and we also draw 1 with manual dexterity, which means we will maybe deck out this turn. We drew our second sight, so that is a card that we wanted to play sooner than later, before, so we can shuffle into our deck, but that might not be possible. So what does Cornelia want us to read? 2, okay. So you find Miss Akeley working the late shift at the rundown garage. She seems friendly enough as she offers you a cigarette, but the moment you mention the Brethren of Ash, her expression hardens and she points you to the door. So we heal 1 horror and we put 1 thing on her. If we get 2 things on her, we can, you know, do the good text. The problem is, I think we're in full horror. I don't think we've taken 1 horror to the face. Sorry, we should be this hero. Yeah, we're at 7 horror, 7 horror. So we actually can't heal because we put our horror on like Jim Culver and stuff like that. I guess we should have taken 1 to our face at some point. But yeah, she has 1 counter on her. How to explain this? Would it be accurate to say that right now, even though you're playing to win, you would be fine with failing forward with the XP you've collected? No, I wouldn't. And specifically with the scenario, I wouldn't. And for many different reasons. But you're right, you can always fail forward, but the scenario win conditions, like the scenario conditions are really, really important. I don't want to exactly spoil it, but the more of these that you get, not only do you get more experience, which is very important, same with clearing locations, but the higher chance you can to find the real culprit, the real cultist, which has story implications going forward. Also, one of these 3 is a Servant of Flame, and finding the Servant of Flame and defeating the Servant of Flame has huge implications in the next scenario where the Servant of Flame might not show up if you defeat it in this one. So while I think what you're saying can be true, I think that's a victim of like bad scenario design. Like all the good campaigns and good scenarios make you care about multiple things, both to make sure that you get the story path that either you want or you'd be happy with, but also because mechanically they matter in the future. I think this one is a really good showcase of that. The last scenario is a tutorial, so less so, but yeah, I've seen plenty of folks have fun doing the best they can on hard scenarios. Wages of Sin is perhaps one of my favorite scenarios. Even though you're playing to win, you'd be fine with failing forward. Yeah, like this scenario is also a bit different than a lot of scenarios where like it gives you a goal, which is ambitious, which is 6 cultists, but it benefits you from getting as many as you can. So it's kind of like a push your luck thing. So like we could technically resigned on turn 1, but of course we don't. And I think that's a big reason why I'm actually way more excited to deal with them than to empty VP locations. Like I'll empty a VP location because it's on the way, but I'd actually way rather deal with the scenario. All right, we have 1 more action. Again, we have 3 evade stat. If we fail, she attacks us, which is fine. So we're 3 to 3. And I think this is when we'll boost, like, unfortunately, I think we'll just boost 5 to 3 off of this, which is not guaranteed. We're at the point where the tokens are pretty bad. Skull is -3, which fails us. Yeah, this is like far from guaranteed, but I don't know what else we're going to do here. No matter what, we're going to take a damage, either if she hits us or if we fail the alert. If we fail the alert, she hits us twice, which is also kind of fine. We could put the infuse life in it, which I think we do, because there's a whole bunch of -3s. Our hand got a bit small here, but I think we will commit all 3 of these. So we're at 6 to 3. Never mind that. No, but it's like legitimate feedback for sure. Like I think expressing it is good, but I think maybe if you watch Drowned City, I think Drowned City is strange because Drowned City does produce some scenarios that like have no narrative ties. Like what you do in a Drowned City scenario in Riliad does not matter for the rest of the campaign. And that's one of my reasons why I don't think Drowned City is a great Arkham horror campaign. Elder Sign. That heals the damage. Wait, that's sick. So we do pass. We overcommitted, but of course, sometimes you do that. Our Elder Sign just says heal 1 damage. So we started pulling this. Cool. +0. Nice. All right, so we succeed. So we talk to Cornelia, so we can heal 1 more horror, which is still useless. But we have now dealt with 4 of the 6 cultists, and we have a couple turns left. Now the problem is it's a 50-50 to find the big thing. Finding the big thing you don't want to do as your last, which has been unfortunate because you have to chase it through town. Eventually, your words get through to the grumpy foreman. She apologizes and invites you to sit down. I went because a couple of my friends at NHI Factory, sorry, it's a bit small, NHI Factory talked them up. Apparently, these Brethren of Ash are preaching something about a glorious rebirth for all of us, the followers. I tuned out the rest of it. I don't really go for that kind of flim flam anyways, Cornelia says. Is the idea that she's inherently like anti, what's it called? Union? It sounds like she was brought to like a union talk and she's like, I don't like these union people, which is such a funny character. When you ask about her friends, she shakes her head. All three of them haven't shown up to work for the past few weeks. You've successfully interrogated her, put her underneath the act. Okay. That was her whole turn. So the whippoorwill stays. That's it. Mark of Elokoss does fire here, which we have to be a bit careful because it's eventually going to eat someone. So we'll put 1 damage on Dr. Henry Armitage, which means Jim Culver will draw 1 card. We want the blood curse. We got the favor of Balshandor, which is fine. Spelt this Canadian in my log, so sometimes I can't find it. And that is it. Card and credit. So she will draw the blood curse. It's nice to be able to play that to knock out the whippoorwill maybe next turn. We're good on hand size. On the other side, Jim has too many cards in the hand. We drew another counterattack. Not Jim, excuse me. Tommy. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This one book stat is like kind of okay. Lessons learned is also not bad. Like we're okay. We have so much soak in this deck. Like taking attack of opportunity to shoot with service revolver and getting a clue. This is worth holding on to. I don't know if there's any more willpower cards. The bottom of the counter deck is the one that says the nearest enemy attacks you, which means the whippoorwill will move, which is actually pretty good if it moves to Easttown. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, we can send it to Easttown, which is okay. Otherwise, I mean, Becky has a wild on it, which is worth keeping. We want to keep overpowering 2 vicious blows because if we don't get super unlucky, that's like 700 damage to the big guy. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, I guess it's the right tool. True Soul in the Drowned City is brave. Watching you dodge 3 giant fish folk every turn while going up and down the elevator shaft was fun. I mean, parts of it were way more exciting than I thought it was. Like the elevator one did turn around on me, where it's like, oh, actually, this is kind of fun. But that's mostly because we did do our due diligence to deal with the thing on the elevator. Because if you don't, that scenario is miserable. Like I don't believe that text is how it actually should play out, where the thing attacks you no matter what. Downpour. Okay, this is all right. We drew it on her. We did just do our ward of protection. This is 3 agility versus her 3 agility. For each point you fail by, you must either lose an action or place one of your clues. So if she just loses a whole turn to the rain, I'm going to be pretty upset. She has no clues on her, and it's weird that the scenario deck punishes you for both having clues and not having clues. So like have a clue, I guess. But yeah, we're currently 3-3 on this, and we have no way to cancel it. We could blood curse it actually. No, let's just blood curse it. Yeah, I mean the whippoorwill's here. Why not? So we'll just give ourselves +5. Man, this card is so sick. So 8-3 to do a little bird ritual. So 8-3. -3, we succeed. We can do 1 damage. The whippoorwill gets knocked out. Oops. Man, Blood Curse is such a good 3 XP card. I'll swap over to Tommy. Hopefully we draw a gangster. We didn't, but we will. So this is guaranteed to draw the gangster. So the nearest non-elite enemy, we've cleared the board of enemies entirely. So we draw the last card, which is the rogue gangster, which is good because it can hit us. It says after rogue gangster engages you, lose a resource. That's fine. We had 1 resource. It's gone now. If you cannot, this enemy attacks you, which would have been fine. It is hunter, prey, most resources retaliate. And notably, prey only matters when there's a tie between 2 equidistance players. So it won't actually like care because we're obviously way closer. We're going to shuffle the counter deck because I believe it's empty. I think that's how it works. I don't think it's when you have to draw a card. I think it's as soon as it's empty. Kind of like, what's it called? Like Marvel Champions. All right, that's good because the rogue gangster can hit us. Its text only is after it engages you, so it can attack us. We can shoot back with the service revolver, and we can get a clue on north side if we just like slide over, I guess. It might be more important Marie moves first here, but Marie... She has 7 health. She's like bleeding out. This might be the turn to deal with Mark of Elokoss, but I honestly think with 4 turns left, we probably just tank the Mark of Elokoss and it just eats our allies slowly. Like, I don't know. The Mark of Elokoss is so hard to get rid of. We only have, like, she only has 12 more actions, right? And we can't spend 2 of them on this. Like, I think it just eats our bloodstone and we say we don't care. I think that's what we do, right? Like eventually it'll eat Jim and Dr. Henry Armitage and our stats will go down, but like we're kind of in a race to the bottom for our stats. Okay, so things that we need. We definitely need 4 more clues, which means playing the second site is important because this is a lot of clues. We can also play this cheaply while drawing through our deck. Notably favor the Balshandor We can take a damage to play this cheaply, which will draw this card, and then we shuffle our deck, so we take a horror. All this is super acceptable. We can put the horror in Dr. Henry Armitage, and then keep Jim around, as much as we lose one book stat and one will stat, but the book stat is not that important. The will stat is more important, and Jim will just keep drawing cards. So I think we keep Jim around. If anything, we knock out the Bloodstone first, but that means we should put the horror on Henry Armitage. So we have to think here. What is the play? What is the play? This place has victory, so getting the clues off of it is slightly more important. Mind you, Merchant District has 3 Shroud, and you can fast move through it, so it's like kind of equidistance. But Easttown also, I think, allows you to play allies cheaply. We have no reason to go into there, but it has low Shroud as well. This downtown, we don't know what it is. It's a 50-50. I think both of them have 3 to 4 Shroud and like 4 clues, but it has a victory, which gives us a goal to do here. The problem is the 50-50 with a big enemy. As much as we have like technically the ability to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have a 6 damage one shot here if we don't pull the auto fail. The issue is we haven't pulled the auto fail yet. And you know how the gambler's fallacy works, right? Like gambler's fallacy +1. It's definitely gonna happen. Yeah, okay. Okay. Let's finish a coffee and think through this. How's everyone's afternoon been? It's a good scenario. It really is. So she needs to play the second sight, which means she needs to do Favor of Balashindor, which means she's going to take damage, damage, damage. So we're taking 3 damage this turn. So like Favor of Balashindor, we just have to play because we can't afford the second sight. So yeah, I think we just take damage. So we probably just like do double move to get ready into downtown so we don't have to take more wounded damage. And then we just play the Favor of Balashindor, taking another damage. I mean, that's probably it. The Mark of Elokoss will eat our Bloodstone, which will decrease our willpower stat, but that's okay. Yeah, that's probably fine. What else could we do here? I mean, that's it. Like, we just have to play it. Favor of Balashindor, mind you, just allows us to play it 3 cheaper, and we take a damage. I mean, that's fine. But I think that's the best we have. So if we start moving, we'll draw this card. We'll put the damage on our face because we want to keep our allies around, which will draw 2 more cards. So I guess we should get options first. So the first thing we're going to do, unless we want to get these back into the deck first, but I don't think we do. So with Wounded, we're going to step into Easttown, which means we take a damage. The first time you move each turn, I think we take the damage technically here. So we're going to put it on our face. And when we put it on our face, sorry, that was spending a resource. Hold on, I can fix this. So we'll gain a resource. We'll swap. Need to make sure I have the right player. Okay, so Marie is going to move. She'll take a damage to her face, which means we can do her text. And of course, we can do Jim Culver. So we'll do Jim Culver first. So if the damage is placed on her, she can draw 2, discard 1. So Jim fires first, though. We draw this last card. It's Shadow Meld, no surprise. And then we're going to do her text, which says draw 2. And whenever you need to draw a card and you have nothing left, you have to take a horror and shuffle your deck. So we'll put the horror on Dr. Henry Armitage, I think is fine. And we'll shuffle this and draw. So we have a lot of healing cards in this. Notably, the card we didn't put in our deck can clear terrors and hexes, and we haven't seen a single one. Everything in front of us is a curse or an injury. So yeah, glad we did not spend 6 influence on that. Yeah, that card should have been 1 experience. I don't understand why it's 3 experience. The Augur of Elokoss. It's so experience heavy for a card that used to be 0 experience. Okay, so we'll give this a cut. So we'll draw 2, discard 1. Okay, so unfortunately, we have to grab Call to Guinea because Call to Guinea is drawn. And as soon as you draw this, it has to go into your play area. So again, it's a curse and a pact, so still not a hex or a terror. But this is in our play area. We cannot heal, which means we have to discard the emergency cash, which ultimately that's fine. Okay, so that sucks because we lost the card draw there. We can't heal, but I don't think we're going to be healing before the scenario is over. But welcome to Easttown. So Easttown. The oldest district in Arkham, Easttown hasn't aged well. While Hibbs Roadhouse and Velma's Diner are well-frequented establishments, newcomers will find little else inviting. I mean, Velma's Diner is worth it. The price of entry on its own, no? 2 Shroud, 2 clues. After you discover the last clue, you can search your deck for an ally asset and play it, playing its cost. So if we want to get another cheap gem, that's like pseudo healing technically, and it will come out of our deck for sure. So that is actually worth keeping in mind that we could always knock out gem and grab a new gem. Cool. So that's there. Now we need to get 4 more clues and then 4 more clues. I think there's enough clues on north side and downtown, but this actually might be a good place just to set up camp. It might be a reasonable place to set up camp. And then when we get the last clues, we can replay Jim. The issue is we don't have the money to replay Jim because we're going to be short a resource. Yeah, because favor lets us play second sight for 1 resource, because favor reduces the cost by 3, which will put us at 2 resources, which is short of playing gym. So we are slightly short on playing gym. I feel like anytime that we see an offering bowl, we should just take it. Like, we didn't take the second offering bowl because we're like, oh, we're so hurt. But like, we're on 6 health. We have all the soak as much as the Mark of Elokoss is slowly eating us. Like, maybe we should just always take it. I think that's what I'm learning. Okay, so we can move one more time and then just say we don't care about the clues here. That might be acceptable. We go down downtown. We just have to commit to emptying downtown and emptying north side, which probably is good enough. Velma's Diner within Velma's Diner. I mean, there's layers to it, that's for sure. Yeah, I could see us just like sliding downwards and going to downtown, and that means that we'll like take less wounded damage. We've also could just like clear the Mark of Elokoss as an 2 actions, but we kind of decided not to do that. I forget favor of Balshandor is fast, but yeah, clearing Easttown here is like maybe we should do it because we're here, but ultimately clearing Easttown, we can't use the text because we're short resources. Maybe it was a reason to knock out Henry, but I don't think so. All right, so let's just take some damage. We'll play favor. It's fast. No, it's not fast. Oh, yeah, right. It's not fast. So I guess we might as well move to downtown. We don't know which one this is. This could be the horror healing one, or it could be the other one, which I actually don't remember what it is. There's never a quiet night in downtown. Arkham's busiest district is home to the glamorous new theaters, hotels, high rises, and the finest dining hall in all of Massachusetts, or so they say. Drink the brew, eat your veggies, and remember, accept the offering bowl. Hey, AP90, it's a good offering bowl. Like, don't get me wrong. It's probably always worth it. I'm a bit scared, but he shouldn't be. 4 shroud, 4 clues. After you discover 1 more clue at this location, gain a resource is not bad text. It's very easy to take out a loan from the first Bank of Arkham, but don't forget to read the fine print. Okay. So we need to get all these clues in the top row, -2, but this is the victory one, so we're definitely incentivized to get it. We have 1 more action. The only thing we want to do for our last action is get clues. So we could just use second sight here and then use favor of Balshandor on a following turn so that we can get more card draw. But I think we just have to kind of do what we need to do here and then be able to empty this next turn. So it's a shame that we don't have the thing that allows us to play it super, super fast, but we'll do a favor of Balshandor. So we're going to spend 1 resource to reduce the cost by 3. We have to take a damage. We'll put it on our face. We're not firing our text because it's once per phase. We're down to 5 health. It's okay. We can't heal. We'll play a spell or ritual. 3 less. So we're going to play our second sight on top of this second sight. We could have just put this one in the bin, but technically we played the second one. The second sight. This one comes in with 3 charges. We can use it to find clues. That's it. End of turn. Call to Gane. Sorry. Mark of Elokoss. End of turn. So Mark of Elokoss, we have to do 1 damage to an asset we control. Bloodstone will be it, which means our willpower stat goes down to a still pretty respectable 6 from 7. Cool. That's it. We'll swap. Maybe in return to Ash Bros, we get to rob the bank. Yeah. I mean, the bank's there. It's full of money, right? Okay, so it's us. We have the gangster. We want to get an attack of opportunity with the gangster so we can draw a card and we can shoot with the service revolver. The issue is we don't have much else to do on this turn. We have a fair few cards left in our deck that can find clues. Like Bounty would have been nice, I guess, because we could spend 5 resources here. Shame to not have that. There's 1 more scene of the crime in the deck. There is a Make 'em Sing that gets clues, another bounty, another stakeout. Like, we've been a bit unlucky not drawing the cards that we want to do, like flex stuff. But I think here we're just going to knock out this guy. We'll take 1 damage to the face. We'll shoot with the service revolver. We'll get oh, we can't even play lesson learned because we have no dollars. Because this thing took our last $1. So I guess our action is actually literally take $1 so we can play the lesson learned. That's really funny. That's really, really funny. I don't think it works. Okay, so hear me out. When you do something that's not one of the 4 actions that doesn't take an attack of opportunity, as soon as you take that action, the enemy hits you first. It's like adding an additional cost to that enemy's action, right? And so the problem is, if I spend an action to take a resource, before I take the resource, the rogue gangster hits us, which means by the time the rogue gangster hits us, there's no window to use that $1 for lesson learned, right? Right, because lesson learned says play after an enemy attacks you. So I think it has to happen in the window after the enemy attacks us, but before we get the resource. That's awful. You'd think that works, but it doesn't. We're literally short 1 resource. We can technically get 2 attacks of opportunity, but at that point, that's kind of silly. The deck just cycled, so who knows if we're going to get an enemy anytime soon, but that sucks. That just straight up sucks. I don't know what to say about that. Blech. Why? I mean, I think we still do it because of the service revolver, but it's really unfortunate we can't actually get a resource with this. All right, I'm going to take $1, but before we take the dollar, I'm going to take it anyways. We'll remember not to spend it, but this thing hits us. The rogue gangster hits us. We don't have the dollar to spend on this thing. So it's going to take us for 1. We'll take the 1 damage, and then we can do the service revolver here. Service revolver says after an enemy attacks you, spend an ammo, you fight for +1/+1. So we're technically attacking here at 6-3. Yeah, that's so annoying. Cultist is -1. It's not elite, so we don't have to pull another one, but we do 2 damage to the rogue gangster. I mean, that's fine, I guess. Chat disconnected. Oh, that's not good. Are we still here? We're still here. YouTube chat just came back. I think we're still here. So we can attack again. We could just move to get the clue. Getting the clue from this location is a bit better. So I think we're just going to take 1 more damage because we can. So I'm just going to take another resource. We're going to take another resource. This thing still hits us. We take 1 damage, which doesn't matter. We're going to shoot it with the service revolver 1 more time. So we're going to attack. What is it? 6-3? 0. It's dead. When it dies, we can exhaust Logan Hastings to get $1. And then in response to that attack, we have the resource to play Lesson Learned. So after an enemy attacks you, gain a clue. Stream stuttered for a second, but it's all good now. Yeah, we didn't drop any frames, but YouTube seemed to have lost connection. I'm definitely going to wire in our connection for the near future, but it looks like we're still here. So that was 2 actions. We did just resource, shot twice, got 2 resources, spent 1 of them. Or we didn't spend the resource yet, excuse me. So we should be on 2 resources. Yeah, the gangster's gone. We have, like, at this point, we could just try and get the clue. It's 3 shroud. Our book stat is 3, which is not amazing. We have only 1 wild in our hand that we can commit to this, but it's 3-3. The only problem is if we pull the tablet, we drop our clue, which is like a disaster and a half. But we're not likely to pass this because there's 2 zeros, a +1. It's like 4 out of 18. It's like really not worth it. So if anything, we should just get more resources because at least the text on the north side means we can spend resources in a pinch to get clues. But there's nothing else we have to do here. So I think we just get a resource. So that's it. Upkeep. We're going to be on 4 after upkeep. This brings us to 8 cards. We draw the better 1911, which, mind you, we can always just like swap this in using our hero text. So it comes in for 3, I think. I think our hero text, you still pay the cost of the card. You just don't pay the cost of the actual extra ammo, right? So it says spend a resource or discard a firearm, play a firearm asset, paying its cost. Yeah. So we can spend 3 resources to get the better 1911 in. It doesn't really matter. On the other side of the table, we draw another gym. Not bad. So we can't do East Down tricks anymore. And we're at 6 cards in hand. So we're good. All right, Doom, we don't have a lot of time here. We have 5 of 8 and we have a lot of damage to do. It's like the sort of setup here with 2 vicious blows. If we draw 1 auto fail, we're super cooked when we draw the bad thing, when we have to deal with the thing. So yeah, hero text. Because this overlay has been built on top of the Marvel Champions overlay, technically investigated cards are coded as heroes. And I just cannot stop saying that for some reason. Downpour. God, I hate this card. So this is 3 agility versus our 3 agility. And for each point you fail by, you have to lose an action or place one of your clues on your location, which is like equally bad. That sucks. We're not the same location. Not that we have a lot of evasion to commit. So it's 3-3 here. And we don't want to lose actions because every action is obviously super important. So the minimum we're going to commit Shadow Meld to make it 4-3. Not great odds here, but that's the only thing in our hand we can commit. Oh, this favor should be out, mind you. 4-3. I never have played an asset. I always install jimculver.exe. So we're 4-3. Elder Sign. So we can't heal, but we do pass. Because our hero text says that we get +0 and heal, but Call to Ganese we can't heal, so we don't. But we do pass, which is obviously good. Muldoon. Aerial Pursuit. Once again, we have a clear table, so this thing just surges. There's no enemies on the table. Flash Flood. That's fine, I guess. But like Tommy's not going to be doing a lot this round. So we have Flash Flooded North Side. So it has a massive 7 shroud, which is still a bit too much for Tommy, but is a bit much for most people. So I think we're just going to start here on Marie. If anything, actually, Tommy can go first and deal with the Call to Gane, or more accurately, deal with the Mark of Elokoss. So I think Tommy probably goes first. If we don't want to deal with the Mark of Elokoss, because at this point, the Mark of Elokoss will eat either Jim Culver or Dr. Henry Armitage, and those are both pretty bad. But I could see just like Tommy walking in and just dealing with the 2 actions for Mark of Elokoss, and then she can just get 2 clues, and spawn the enemy. The thing is, if the enemy is really bad, like say it's the bad enemy, you know, the big one, we can always counterattack it and that will deal with it. I think that's probably good. I think we just have to kind of keep going forward. So Jim will go first. Sorry, Tommy will go first. So Tommy's going to move one and then just spend 2 actions finally to deal with the Mark of Elokoss because he doesn't have much else to do here. So he'll discard it from her threat area. It's good that we do this after she shuffles her deck. And then that's that. So these won't activate because she's not going to move. So that's good. We'll swap. I had a question, we never looked it up. Does it call to Guinée mean that specifically Marie cannot heal her own means or that she can't be healed by anyone's means? I did not look it up. I think it's the sort of thing you have to go into a Discord channel and ask because it's not in any FAQ yet. It's too early, but I'm not 100% sure what this text means. Whether it means, yeah, she cannot heal anyone. She cannot heal herself. Nobody can heal her. It just says you cannot heal damage. So I'm assuming she cannot heal herself and anybody else. But yeah, it's a bit vague. It is a bit vague for as simple as that sentence is. All right, so we're going to start here with second sight. No way to make this a bit better, but we're 6-4 shroud. Oh my god, we're 6-4. That's not that good. Do we spend an action to put the bloodstone down? We can put the bloodstone down, but we're only 6-4. 7-4 is a huge breakpoint. Because at this point, well, also the issue is the skull is the -4, so like that gets harder and harder and harder. I could see us playing the bloodstone. It's 1 action. We have enough liquidity to favor out anything that we need. Mind you, Tommy could guts the first one and we can see how it goes. We probably can just guts the first one and see what's up. So I think we'll start there before we play the bloodstone. Maybe it's a bit silly, but it'll bring us to 8-4, which is good enough anyways. So we'll do second sight. Tommy will commit guts. So guts has been changed. Mind you, all these like base neutral cards are actually the same names, but their text is fundamentally changed from chapter 1, which I don't think I love the fact that they have the same name because it is just a bit confusing. Most card games would not do that and make them still compatible. So it says if successful, the performing investigator draws 1 card, but at least it's a more interesting card. So that means now she's doing second sight and she is 8-4. If she succeeds, she gets 2 clues and she draws a card, which she needs a card draw more than Tommy. We don't want to pull a cultist here. 8-4. We found a cultist. That sucks. So that's 7-4. So we succeed. So it says if you succeed, you may remove a charge, which we will to get 2 clues. Also, she gets a resource because Bank of Arkham, I believe, says after. Nope, that's the old one. Excuse me. There's 2 Banks of Arkham. This one says after you discover 1 more clue, gain a resource. That's nice. But unfortunately, the next text on second sight is really going to cost us here. It says, if you reveal a cultist during a test, remove a charge from second sight. So that sucks. We lost a clue gain. Kind of like the core skill cycle the old way, benefiting you from helping your friends seemed cooler thematically, but I like this way too. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely interesting. Infused Life is not a playable card because we can't heal, but it is a wild, which matters. Oh, this is Tommy's. Okay, so we can go again. We can empty downtown, but we're going to be short like 3 clues. Because we need, we're on 3 clues. We need to get to 5 clues. So we're definitely going to use second sight again. That was a really unfortunate draw. But again, we're 6-4, so we need a boost twice. We could use Becky on this, which I think we do. So I think we're just going to throw Becky at the problem. So Becky's a wild and a mental. So it's one more time, 8-4 on second sight. We, again, don't want to pull the cultist, but it's 8-4 on downtown. And then last action, we can just spend the clues so we don't have to deal with any of the treacheries. -1, so we spend a charge, we get 2 clues. So we've got all the clues there. Last action, we're going to do the text on the agenda, and we're just going to go spend 4 clues. I'm going to spend 1 on Tommy, 3 on us, because I think it's better that we hold some. So let's do other, spends 1, we spend 3. So we have 1 clue left in the tank. Yeah, that's correct. And we're going to draw this. So if it's the big thing, we have no more actions left, but we can counterattack it because Tommy has the money. We want it to be the big thing so bad, and it is. It's the Servant of the Flame. So this is the one that we wanted to draw way earlier because it gives Tommy something to do, but it's the Servant of the Flame, and this one's the on-the-run version because it is, once again, elusive, or for the first time, elusive. So it's elusive, Hunter, Retaliate, 4 attack, 4 evade. It's big. I'm going to put its health over here on the table because it's hard to move the thing around. So we'll just have a 5 kind of gauge here, I guess. I probably should have a boss gauge that we can pull in here because I think that'd be quite fun. When it's defeated, we got to do the Omega text. I think that's Omega, right? Maybe not, actually. I'm pretty sure it's not Omega. And it hits like a truck. And speaking of hits like a truck, it's going to hit like a truck like now. Servant of Flame is going to be attacking for 2 and 2 to Marie, which will allow us to draw cards if we want to, but this is where Tommy's going to do his hero stuff and going to play counterattack. So counterattack just says cost 1, play when an enemy attacks an investigator, cancel the attack, deal 1 damage. So Servant of Flame takes 1 damage. That is not an attack, so this thing won't run away with elusive. So we are set up to fight it next turn, and that can't help us. Question, do you like the weakness cards as a mechanic in Arkham Horror? I'm just trying to tease out why I find certain things irritating so I can try to change my perspective on the game and enjoy it. Yes, yeah, weaknesses make Arkham Arkham is exactly what Ren says, and I totally agree. Weaknesses are so cool too. Like in Marvel Champions, you have your Nemesis set, and a lot of people play without wanting to find their Nemesis set, but it is like the foil to you. Like a good weakness is interesting, and it makes you play around it. It makes you deck build around it. It gives you fear. And at the end of the game, this game is meant to be a scary game where bad things happen to good people. That's the reason why there's an autofail in this bag, as much as we haven't seen it just yet. But the weaknesses are sick. Now, again, some weaknesses make you not want to play certain characters for sure. But I think a well-designed weakness is just like, it makes your character more rich and more interesting. And even some of the worst weaknesses like Doomed, I think are so fun and thematic, and that I do often want to play with them because they are good. I don't know, they're great. They're really great. It's bad when they snowball. Like if you draw one that like cancels your card draw and it makes you not be able to play the game, like yeah, there are some downsides for sure. But no, I think weaknesses are like one of the coolest parts of this game. We basically threw Doomed out. I love Doomed. I don't mind a story when your character dies. Like that's a legitimate, reasonable story, I think. But if that's what you're asking, I don't know why, but for some reason I really just like Ancient Evils, but I'm fine with Advanced and Marvel. I don't like weaknesses, but I'm fine with them, like Ronin Surging. Oh yeah, so are you talking about treacheries? Because treacheries are different, obviously. It's like very similar to Marvel Champions. I'm actually a big fan of Ancient Evils to some extent. So maybe not the best person to talk to about it. We draw a stakeout. That's good. But I mean, it's like, it gives the flavor to the game. It's exactly what you want it to be. Oh, Blood Curse is actually really nice too, because we can do a fast damage to Servant of Flame. All right, Doom. We're at 6 of 8, so we only have 2 turns. We have to knock this guy out. We need to get 3 more clues, and we have to knock the next thing out. I just added 2 Doom, excuse me, so it should be set 6. Yeah, okay. We draw the first card. I did it again. That's a very important thing not to mess up. I write Doom when I want to clear the board, and that's not right at all. Ancient Evils is far worse than Advance and Marvel because an age inherently slower, and you can play around Advance. Sometimes you lose to Advance and solo, but like Ancient Evils is a card like, okay. In the defense of Ancient Evils, which is not a card I can pull up. Oh, I can. In defense of Ancient Evils, there are certain scenarios that give you full information of what you need to do and how much time you have to do it. I think one of my favorite examples is Ancient Evils showing up in the Edge of the Earth. Because in the Edge of the Earth, in the first couple scenarios, you have to like go out and find your team. You have to bring them back home, or you have to find the best camp and you have to camp in it before, you know, the agenda advances. And the existence of Ancient Evils in that deck means you don't know how long you have. Now, I think the worst designs of Ancient Evils are in decks that shuffle their discard pile back into the deck when the agenda advances. That, I'll agree, that sucks, because you can just draw the same Ancient Evils like 4 or 5 times, and it's not super fair. But if you are consistently drawing through a whole deck, which you usually do in a game of Arkham Horror at higher player counts, Ancient Evils is not really an issue. You can just shave, you know, turns off of the Doom clock or off the agenda clock and play around it as much as you won't know when you lose those turns. I don't mind that. But I think ultimately, like the cool thing about this is kind of like the autofail in the bag, is that when you're out there in the Edge of the Earth, crawling through the blizzard, is you literally do not know how much time you have. So then you start making calculations with your team of saying things like, hey, okay, we're likely to have 2 more turns, but we have to prepare for the chance we have 1 more turn. And then you start pushing your luck. And then you start thinking about like hope and faith and all this sort of stuff that comes up alongside that. Sometimes you're like, okay, if it's Ancient Evils, we'll lose, but we have to pray that it's not Ancient Evils. Right? Like, I think that is so fun. It adds excitement to this game. And I do think this game needs that, where like certain scenarios that are very time bound, not knowing exactly how much time you have left is like really a big part of the game. Again, I do think the cards, and there was a lot of these in Dunwich that showed you Ancient Evils, and then it says once this act advances, shuffle, or the agenda advances, shuffle the discard pile back into the deck. Mind you, I put counterattack into the deck. Like that sucks. That does suck, because you can just draw the same Ancient Evils 7 times. Like nobody wants that. But it's generally cool. It generally is cool. It adds mystery, it adds the suspense, it adds literally what you want the game to be. Scary in a way that you're not in full control anymore. You know it can and will happen at some point. The question is when. I like that. I think it's so sick. Honestly, I might not like Cosmic Evils more. I like Cosmic Evils because it makes you like make decisions. It's called Cosmic Evils, right? Like that's cool that it makes you make decisions. What's the new one called? It's not Cosmic Evils? Generally, I don't care if Ancient Evils get shuffled with agendas. Yeah, I don't like it. Yeah, I don't like it either, because then like the designers can't tell how many turns you're going to lose when that card can't just get shuffled back infinitely. Like that sucks. That's not fun. Overall, Arkham Horror looks absolutely incredible. Art, graphic design, layout, just spectacular. Yeah, FFG is really good at that stuff. Man, the art on this card is so good. I love being able to blow up card art because that art is sick. Okay, this is Marie's card. It's Crossfire. 3/3. If you fail, we both take a damage. I mean, that sounds acceptable. Funny enough, we can just blood curse this, but like drawing cards is not the worst thing. But if we blood curse this, we won't take a damage, but we do 1 damage to the Servant of Flame, which makes it an even a number. If it's an even number, if we attack with a 1911, we'll do 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That could matter. I think we're just going to blood curse this. I mean, taking 1 damage ultimately is not that bad because we draw cards. Like, we probably should just take the damage to the face and not boost into this. Yeah, that's probably the case. I think we just take this because the damage is not really relevant for either of our players. So we'll just do 3/3. Worst case, if we fail here, we draw 3 cards, right? Like, fine. Tablet. Oh, actually, that is really bad. Shit, that's the one bad one. Drop one of your clues. Okay, well, that sucks. We drop a clue. We fail. We each take a damage. I mean, there was only 1 of those in the bag. I don't think that was worth playing around. So we're on 0 clues. We need 4 clues. At least we can pick that up with the second sight and the blood curse. We have to take a damage. We're just going to put it on our face because we're at that point as much as the Mark of Elokoss is gone. But Marie will take a damage, which means Jimmy C will draw a card. It's a mirror form. Okay. And then we'll draw 2 cards, discard 1. Cosmic Guidance and Manual Dexterity. We need the Cosmic Guidance a bit more. All right. Swap. Next encounter card. Eager for Death. So this is another one that we could boost into, but the game is almost over. Like, we have only 6 more actions with Tommy here. So the worst case if we take 2 horror is not that bad. So this is 2 willpower. Increase the difficulty by 2 because we have 2 damage on us. So we're doing 3 to 4. So we're probably not going to pass this, but taking 2 horror is not the end of the world. So I'm not going to boost into this. Cool. So we're 3 to 4. But Marie can't heal? I mean, the game's over in just a bit, so whatever. Like, we have 2 more turns, right? -1, we fail, so we take 2 horror. All right. Okay, so Marie can go first. She can get the clue. Oh, the Servant of Flame is on her. I forgot about that. I did forget the Servant of Flame is on her. But she can get the clue as her first action with Dr. Henry Armitage. Not Dr. Henry. Yeah, with Dr. Henry Armitage and not take the attack of opportunity. We can just use her book stat, in theory, to keep the second sight for 1 more turn. And we can use the blood curse. The big thing here is we want to draw through our deck aggressively because we need to find our last second sight. And the last second sight will allow us to get the next 3 clues, which we need to. Mind you, the flash flood should be gone. Ah, you got your game and counter deck. I am into taking damage. Yeah, like, honestly, an upside. Okay. So we're just going to use our book stat here. Oh, wrong character. We're going to use our book stat here. So we're 5 book, and we're going to commit blood curse to this. I think we forgot to get 1 resource last turn because we investigated this twice. I don't think it's the first time it's whenever. So we should have got 1 more resource. It shouldn't matter. We're just going to commit this. So we're 10 to 4 to get the victory, to get the clue, and to do 1 damage to the Servant of Flame. So 10 to 4. -1. We don't have to pull another one because we're targeting location. So we'll get the clue, which means we get a resource, and blood curse succeeds. So we'll do 1 damage to the Servant of Flame, and we don't take the attack of opportunity because of Henry. Okay. Next, if we hit the Servant of Flame, it'll just run away to north side. When it runs away to north side, it'll be exhausted, so it won't have retaliate. And so we can just do the double vicious blow overpower and pray for no auto fail, which sadly we haven't seen today. So next we'll do Cosmic Flame. So we're going to attack with our willpower. Our willpower stat is down to 6. Feels low. We're attacking the Servant of Flame, which has elusive, so we will run away, but we're currently 6 to 4. The other options, we could just move, and then counterattack hits it. Counterattack will cancel the attack. It will have attacked, so it will move first to north side. We can choose. Then we'll follow it into north side, and then we can get clues with second sight. That might be more important. But the question is, how much damage can Tommy do? Because Tommy can shoot with the 1911. That does 2 damage. 2 vicious blows can do 6 damage. So we won't one-shot it anyways. So doing 1 damage, 2 damage to the Cosmic Flame can actually matter. But I think it's way more important that she gets clues here. So I think we're just going to move. And if I'm not mistaken, when we move, before we actually move, the Servant of Flame does an attack of opportunity, right? So this one will attack us for 2 and 2. But that's when Tommy is going to interact with counterattack. So Tommy will spend a resource here and play counterattack. Play when an enemy attacks us, cancel the attack, deal 1 damage. So we'll bring it down to 7. We'll cancel the attack so we take no damage. And then this thing has attacked, which means its elusive text will fire. And because the location is still empty, it can move into there. And then Marie will enter into there, which is like weird that we actually kind of like cheese elusive, but that's how that should work. We still have 1 more action left. We do draw because we moved. So wounded means we have to take a damage. So we will put it on our face, I guess. And then that means we can fire Marie, but Marie already fired. But Marie is once per phase, so we can't fire Marie here. So we draw 2. We get Blood Ward and Cloak of Resonance. I mean, I'm going to take the Blood Ward. The problem with the Blood Ward is it doesn't work against elites, which would have been really sick here, but it doesn't work there. Okay. We can't heal. Why did we keep the Cosmic Guidance? Not 100% sure. But here, I think we're just going to try and get as many clues as we can. 5 resources matters because we can always spend an action to get a clue off of this. But we're going to use Second Sight. So for our last action, we're going to investigate here. It's 6 to 3. We will just commit Cosmic Guidance to make it a 7 to 3. This doesn't have text because if it succeeds, we heal. But we can't heal because of Call to Gane. So 7 to 3. We're going to get... This is going to be close. It's doable, but it's going to be close. Tablet, -1. Succeed. We get a tablet though. No! Sorry, that was a cultist. Cultist is the worst because now we have to discard this. That is the worst time to happen. So we did unfortunately find a couple too many there, but we only get 1 clue. Again, we need 2 more clues to do this. We have enough money to brute force this, but we're going to only have 1 turn to be able to deal with the last person. So it's getting a bit close, but we'll swap over. It's Tommy's time to shine. Tommy will swing in to north side. And now we're going to do the one big attack that I've been holding on for the entire game. And I'm terrified about this because if we pull the auto fail, we basically don't have a chance to deal with the Servant of Flame. So the Servant of Flame has 4 attack and it has elusive and retaliate, but because it's exhausted, none of this text is relevant. So if we whiff, we whiff. Now we're going to use the 1911. So we're going to spend a bullet. We're attacking at +1 fight. So in terms of our raw stats, that means we're coming at 6 to 4. Now we're going to commit an overpower, so that's 8 to 4, and we'll draw a card if this succeeds. And then we're going to commit 2 vicious blows to make it 12 to 4. Now we have a lot of eggs in this basket, which is why it's terrifying, because if we pull the autofail, we're in a bad spot. So there is a world in which you only do 1 vicious blow per turn, but we're 12 to 4. And if we succeed by 2, which we should, this does an absurd amount of damage. This does 2, 4, 6 damage, which will put it on 1 health. The issue is the way this game can be. Here we go. -4. We're good. That's fine. It's a -4. So that means we hit 8 to 4, which we succeed by 2. So vicious blow does +2 damage, +2 damage, +2 damage. So that's 6 damage, dropping it down to 1 health. It doesn't run away because it's elusive. We draw 1 card with overpower. Yeah, be cool, be cool, be cool. We've had those vicious blows in our hands since like turn 1, and we just knew like this will be bad eventually. Luckily, we got through it. It has 1 more health on it. We have 1 action left. I think we're just going to try and shoot it with the 1911 and hope for the best. This is not guaranteed because this is just 6 to 4. If this fails, it's not the end of the world. We could boost with some of the cards in our hand. I'm looking over here. This is 2 boosts, so I think we'll just do the Blood Ward. We can't heal, so the Blood Ward's not that good, but we'll just make it 8 to 4 to shoot this guy. It should have text when we defeat it. Skull is in the -4. We should be good there. So we actually do defeat it. It's -1 for each elite enemy, which there's 4 there. So we succeed. We defeat the Servant of Flame, which means we can exhaust Logan to gain a resource. And we're going to need the resources. When we defeat this, we have to go read whatever this Greek symbol is. Let's see what we got. Woo! Big burst. Servant of Flame. Okay, we have to make a decision here. Your nemesis lies incapacitated at your feet. The flame that cloaked them has died out, that their robes are miraculously not singed. Any attempts to remove the mask is fruitless. You will need to wait for them to regain consciousness. If you want to discover who they are, excuse me, you wonder how many victims their blood-spattered sickle has claimed. Perhaps it would be better to finish them off here and now and avoid future bloodshed. No one else has to know. So the investigators must decide one of these two choices. Either we can't risk letting them hurt others. They're too dangerous to be left alive. We add them to the victory display and then we draw 3 cards. Or we can hold them into questioning for later tonight. We place a servant of flame beneath the act and each investigator gains 1 clue. Okay, so as a police officer, we're going to have to do the second one. So far, we've actually been a pretty honest cop. Like, we did not fight Margaret. So I'm going to go and say we do the second one. I actually love reading the front text and not the back text. Like, I wanted to make my decision on what, not the outcome, but the first text. Unfortunately, I read all of it, so that's on me. But we're going to hold them for questioning. So we're going to place them beneath the act like everybody else. Skull is now -5, I think. But most importantly, everyone gets a clue, which is exactly all the clues we need. So we have 1 more turn next turn to get out of this, to get the last suspect there. We have enough clues here. As much as some encounter cards can cause us to drop it. So we get a clue and Marie gets a clue. That's it. We're at 4 clues. Again, we did move, fight, fight. We have the final turn this round to be able to get that cultist for an action. We've got all the victory off the table and then interrogate them. It's a 50-50 who the last one is. There's a chance that it is the, what's his name? The eschatologist who has aloof and we need to like investigate to deal with him. That's going to be the nightmare scenario. I'm not sure who the other one is, but one of them cares about investigating and finding clues or something. That one's going to be pretty hard. So good. Okay, that's it. End of the round. Nothing happens here. We get upkeep. It's our last turn. So we draw another revolver. This revolver's been okay. And then on Marie's side, she draws into a ward of protection, which is really good to have here because if she draws a thing that causes her to drop clues, we can stop it right at the worst spot. It's the true final witching hour, 7 out of 8. Notably, you can always, as an action, resign. I don't know if this scenario punishes you for not resigning. In chapter 1, they did. I'm not convinced this one does. But if we get all 6 enemies dealt with, we immediately advance anyway. So it saves you an action if you want to talk about it like that. All right, Marie, she draws the first card. Raising suspicions. This doesn't do anything, right? So this card says, place 1 doom on the nearest enemy. If no doom was placed on this effect, raising suspicion gains surge. I think we're just going to cancel this because it's the last turn of the game. Actually, maybe we don't because ward of protection has a wild icon, but I think canceling this is just good enough and we can draw with Jim. Yeah, I think we just cancel this. So we're going to spend a resource off Marie. So we're going to play ward of protection. So we cancel its revelation text, which is all that we read. We take a horror. We'll put the horror on our face, which means with Jim Culver, we can draw a card. So we just trade a card into a card. Hopefully we don't need a wild icon. We drew a willpower icon with useless text. All right, we draw. We don't want an enemy. We drew an enemy. That's okay. If this one just hits us, it runs away. So it's not a big deal because on the last turn, if it has elusive again, if it hits us, it just runs. So we'll just have to take 1 attack. It's fine. Did you take a horror and Jim draws? Yes, exactly. It's pretty good. It gets us deeper through our deck, which is nice. All right, last turn. We have a Cosmic Flame. We have an evasion card in our hand. But books are hard to get. It's hard to get clues here. North side, we can always spend 5 resources to not investigate, but discover a clue, but who knows what that will matter. The big decision we have to make is who's going to flip the thing. I know that we've already saw Sergeant Earl Monroe, which is the one character that cares about fighting. So it's way less likely that Tommy's going to be useful on this turn. So I think we're going to spend our first action with Tommy to spend 4 clues as a group to flip the card underneath us using the text on the act, which we'll give more of a turn to our to Marie to be able to deal with whatever shows up from that because she'll probably be better equipped with her 5 book stat. So if that's the case, Tommy will go first. He's going to do that action, and because that action is not parlay, resign, attack, or evade, we first have to take an attack of opportunity from the Bat Horror. So the Bat Horror hits us for 1/1, which is totally acceptable. We'll just take it. And then the Bat Horror has elusive, so it runs away. We'll just send it to the university. I don't think it matters where it goes. Okay, then we spend our clues. So we'll spend 1, and then oh, hold on. And then she'll spend her 3, and then we flip it. It's a 50-50 what this is. It is the bad one. It's the one that I was talking about. It's David Renfield. So 1 shroud, sorry, 1 attack, 5 evade. And mind you, we can always just blast him, but so far we've been on a pretty bloodless run. And it says, after you successfully investigate David Renfield's location, book 1. And I'm pretty sure in book 1 and Codex 1, after you investigate, he runs away, which means all we have to do is investigate 2 locations. So luckily we have a 3 shroud here, and then we can send him to a 2 shroud. Actually, if that's the case, I guess it's always correct because he might move to an empty location, that we should send the Bat Horror to the higher shroud location because then this is an empty location, and this being an empty location has lower shroud. So I think we should have done that always. So excuse me on that. But he's aloof. He's just here. And we need to successfully investigate. And notably, the text on north side doesn't investigate, it finds clues. So we actually have to use our book test. So we at least have 2 actions here to try to get clues off of north side. Hope for the best. Scenario's the second edition equivalent to Midnight Masks? Yeah, it's very, very similar to Midnight Masks. Luckily, we do have a book stat in our hand, so we should be able to do this. So as our second action, we're going to imbue our book stat. We're not going to play Stakeout because why would we? We're just going to commit it. So we're at 5-3 on Stakeout. So yeah, we're 5-3. We're just going to commit this. We're not going to actually do its text. So 5-3, mind you, the tokens are pretty bad here. We are in theory playing around -5 on the skull. So there's 2 -5s, 1 -4. So yeah, the bag is just a bit worse. That's for sure. But we're 5-3. On her side, she has very few book stat icons and she has no way of using her willpower. So this might just be a brute force test. Notably, if she moves with wounded, she can put a damage on her and then look at 2 cards. So she might find something good and we can cheat it out with favor of Balshandor. But 5-3 might just be good enough. That was easily my favorite scenario in Arkham Horror First Edition. It definitely was for a long time. And then obviously more stuff came out, but for a long time, Midnight Masks is like just such a good scenario. 5-3. I mean, it sucks that we lost our spell that gets clues. But I think we're just doing 5-3 and then we'll do a 3-3. 6-3 beats, like if we add 1 more boost here, we beat 2 icons. So each boost here is only 2 more icons. So unfortunately the big boost is like 3 boosts because 3 boosts beats like 5 icons, but there's only 2 -3s in the bag. So actually 1 boost beats 2 icons, which increases your chance 1 out of 9, right? We did a poll at MUR with the community and MM was top 3. Search for Kadath won out for good reason. Which one's Search for Kadath? I'm very bad at knowing the scenarios by name, but if you describe what it is, I'll probably know. Is it the one with the islands? Like the 4 islands that you choose which way to go to? I think we shouldn't boost because rather than we use our boosts on her because her book stat's higher. So we're just going to do 5-3 and hope. Because at the end of the day, the 1 boost is way better on Marie bringing her to 6-3 as opposed to bringing him to 6-3. Because she has more actions, I guess? I don't know. 5-3, get lucky. Tablet is a -3, so we fail. Bummer. So if we committed, we would get there. We have 1 more action. Best case scenario is that we just do 3-3 and hope. Yeah, we're just doing 3-3 here. I wish we boosted. Man, if we fail by like 1 skill icon, 3-3. -1, also fail. That's it. Tommy's done for the scenario. It all lays in the hands of Marie, and luckily she has a 5-3. So we're going to start by just committing that infused life we didn't commit on the first time, and we're going to make it a 6-3. So we're just going to investigate 6-3 and hope for the best. It's basically Midnight Masks and Dreamlands. Yes, yeah, with the different islands. That one is cool. That is cool. -3, we committed, so we get it. We got to do David Renfield's text. So David Renfield notably is a character that's recurring. It is worth shouting out all these characters have shown up in the game before. Besides Cornelia Akeley, I'm pretty sure she's new, but we got to read the first codex entry. All right. The haughty Mr. Renfield tries to brush you off politely, but when you mention the Brethren of Ash, he flees down a nearby street. Although you give chase, the eschatologist is surprisingly fleet-footed. Move Renfield to a connecting location. You don't get any text, any benefit. So it didn't say empty, so it actually wasn't a bad case. But we put him at the Miskatonic, which is lower shroud, and he puts 1 resource on him. Second action, Marie's going to move down, which means Wounded kicks in. So this is all going to come down to 1 final test here. But Wounded kicks in here. So we're going to take the damage to our face, which means we can fire our text. I don't think there's a weakness that's bad, but we're going to draw 2. So we get a Blood Curse, which is the best draw we could have got here. So Blood Curse. Yeah. Okay. So our last action. This is the last test of the whole game. And all we have to do here is not pull auto fail. Because we're going to investigate 1 more time. Our stat on book with Blood Curse is 10-2. So no good reason to do this, but no good reason not to do this. And we have 1 pull from this bag. We just need to succeed. And it will get a perfect ending to the scenario. I love that David is disillusioned. Yes. Yeah. David's, for those who don't know, an eschatologist is someone who studies the end of the world. Like, is literally a doom scientist, if you want to use the word scientist. 10-2. -1. Eventually, you find Mr. Renfield hiding in a cluttered bookshop. After you explain yourself and your intentions further, he acquiesces to your questioning. I only attended the meeting on an academic curiosity, the eschatologist says, which much of what they said was utter drivel. I did glean some insights,
It seems the Brethren of Ash worship an ancient deity named Elokoss, a being of fire and destruction, said to be responsible for the Great Fire of Alexandria, or so they claim. As if that were something to take pride in, he scoffs. When you mentioned the Brethren, I worried you were one of them. They are an army of thralls, all united under their queen. You have successfully interrogated the suspect. Add David underneath the act. And as soon as we do that, we have got on our literally last action of the entire scenario. We have sated the text on the act. The act says if there are 6 characters underneath the act or in the defeated in the victory display, we have to immediately advance. Notably, if an objective doesn't say the word may, you have to do it as soon as you can at fast speed. So we do advance the final act. Back to Velma's. Your search has turned up some interesting results. With all that you've learned, you and Dr. Armitage should have enough clues to find your friend's whereabouts. You hail a cab back to Easttown to discuss your findings. Resolution 1. Not too bad. It got a bit close there, but we did, like, I would so much rather find the Servant of Flame earlier. And mind you, we still have to talk about the Servant of Flame because it'll come back up in a second. But yeah, yeah, it was close. I like to find the Servant of Flame sooner because it's a massive and elusive, or not like massive, but it's just really big and elusive. So it's a nice thing to chase through the town as you like kind of move your way through town. But we got all the victory. We got all the characters we can. So let's see what the resolution holds for us. Let's see if I can read it off of this page. We got resolution 1. Cool. I'm just going to swap this so it takes up less of the page. All right. Good old Blood Curse, huh? What a good card. All right. Resolution 1. I'm going to read this off the book. Give me 1 second. You hail a cab bound for Easttown and reflect on all that you've learned. Despite their attempts to hide their true identity, you've sussed out the real culprit. You only hope the information you gathered is enough to save your missing friend. So if you don't get all of them, there's this cool thing that we've done before, I think on this channel, in which like you have to basically shuffle in all the characters it could be, and then it reveals, you like have a 1 in whatever shot of revealing the real culprit. So the more people that you've dealt with, the more likely you are to find the real culprit. But because, and this is going to come up in a second, because there is one character set aside out of play, this is the name of the cultist we're finding. And because we've interrogated everyone who's not a cultist, we know that definitely. So we're going to be flipping this in a second. But again, if you don't get all the characters, this is why like getting as many characters as possible is good. All the characters that you haven't talked to get shuffled, and then you have to reveal, and then you have a 1 in X chance of being right. It's a kind of cool little like guess who type clue thing. In your campaign log, record that the investigators have discovered the cult's whereabouts. Reveal the enemy from the People of Arkham encounter set that was set aside at the beginning of the game, and this is the Harbinger of Elokoss. In your campaign log, record that the character's name is the Harbinger of Elokoss. So our Harbinger is Abigail Foreman, of course. She's a really cool character because she was the central villain in one of these like parallel adventures about the librarian Daisy. So she's the wary librarian. She's aloof, and this test on her text I don't think will matter, but she is the true cultist that we have now totally found her information or found her identity, which is sick. Yeah, exactly. Search of Alina Harbor kind of style, which is a very fun scenario. So check which enemies are in the victory display and or under the act when the scenario ended, and update your campaign log. So if the Servant of Flame enemies in the victory display, record that we killed the Servant of Flame. We decided not to kill it. We kept it for questioning, so it's not dead. If there are 6 elite enemies under the act, we have now successfully recorded that the investigators have scoured Arkham for answers. So that will give us a benefit in the next scenario. If there are 6 elite enemies in the victory display, record the investigators stirred up trouble. So if you literally defeat all these people, and ultimately like that's such a bad story because these people are inherently innocent people, but you can't just like have a bloodbath on town. The fact that it's called a stirred up trouble is like such a flanderization of what you've actually done, which is murdered 5 innocent civilians. But yeah, stirred up trouble. Okay. Each investigator earns experience equal to the victory X value of each card in the victory display, which is 0. But 1 bonus experience for each enemy beneath the act when the scenario ended. So there's 6 underneath the act because we investigated 6. And in terms of the rest of the table, French Hill brings us to 7. Waterfront brings us to 8. What is this? Downtown is 9. And Miskatonic University is 10. So we got 10 experience, which is pretty good. The experience comes relatively quick because it's only a 3 scenario campaign, but that's not too far off some other campaigns that are a bit slower and longer. If the Servant of Flame enemy was beneath the act when the scenario, proceed to resolution 2, which we have to do. So we have to make some decisions here. So resolution 2 here. Oh, it's right here at the bottom. On your way to meet Dr. Armitage, you ask the cab to swing by the secure location where you kept your unconscious nemesis. The smell of smoke greets you as you enter, and the floors are black with soot. Despite your best efforts, the ghoulish figure escaped capture. The handcuffs you used to secure the servant were smashed. not melted or otherwise tampered with, suggesting that they had help in their escape. In your campaign log, record that the Servant of Flame escaped. Each investigator earns 1 bonus experience, so now we have 11, and we proceed to scenario 3, Queen of Ash, which is the final scenario for this box. So not too bad. Got the, I would say, the best ending on the last possible action, which is always exciting. We have 11 experience to upgrade our decks. Abigail Foreman will be the problem we have to deal with in the future, but yeah, not too bad. This is the cost of reading too many books. I mean, yeah, information sometimes, huh? As much as book burning is a fun theme. Oh, what a horrible sentence. That's it. That is us for scenario 2. The final scenario is Queen of Ash, and I was asked in a YouTube comment because we did play these first 2 scenarios for April Fools on the Metropole Grid, the Netrunner channel that I run, as a little April Fool's joke where we set this up for the first time, basically launching Velma's Diner. But we have not yet played the 3rd scenario, which means I've actually played the 2nd scenario more than I played the 3rd scenario. The 3rd scenario takes place in a wetter location. It has some mean locations, and there's a lot of bigger enemies that'll show up, let alone potentially a final boss. But one of the issues that we could have dealt with right here on the spot is defeating the Servant of Flame for good. But the Servant of Flame will come back with 10 health and all the text it has, so maybe we've made a mistake. At the end of the day, we try not to kill people we don't need to kill, so that is our badge that we wear or whatever. That's it. 11 XP is good. We've been streaming for about 3.5 hours. It's about 3:30 here. I think we can take a second. No, we probably can't actually. I think for the sake of it, we're going to upgrade our deck. Let's upgrade our deck on stream. We have time. Hold on. Let me just clean this up slightly and we'll just spend our 11 XP. Classic ACAB moment. I mean, I don't want to say it, but some of the cops of this are like pretty crooked, pretty not good. At least we're doing the best we can with what we have. All right, so we have 11 experience. Let's quickly look into it again. When we upgrade our cards, we have to spin, we are monocolor, so we can only play Guardian cards and neutral cards, and Marie can only play Mystic cards and neutral cards. Now the neutral card pool is really small. It's basically, do you want to play Charisma? Do you want to play the card that gives you a Relic Hunter that gives you an extra accessory slot? So far, Charisma is definitely the highlight. In the small card pool, there's not that many relics to play with, but there are some good relics. But let's look at quickly what we can spend our XP on. So I do think 1 or 2 of these copies are in another deck that I have built at the same time, but things that we can spend our experience on. It's not a lot of options, I'll be honest. So these are huge sinks, and I don't understand why these are such big sinks. But if you want to upgrade Cosmic Flame or the one that finds clues, you can. It just costs you 5 experience, which is pretty ridiculous. Are we getting 2 streams today? Yeah, we're getting a Thursday stream on Netrunner, and Pat's joining, so it's going to be a fun one. And then tomorrow we'll be back, so that's coming up. You can get the permanent that gives Tommy extra bullets. Not, because we're only playing in Chapter 2, so that card's not in the... Basically, all we're playing is with the core set and the new Investigator decks, right? Cosmic Flame 5 is so good. The thing is, like, I don't know if we need to spend experience on more damage, because ideally we're good at damage with Tommy. Like, that's kind of all he does. So this gives us +2 and deals 1 damage. And if you succeed, you may spend a charge to deal 1 damage to an enemy at your location. If you reveal a skull token, you remove a charge from Cosmic Flame. So what? Huh? Wait, why would we upgrade this? What? Is all we get from upgrading Cosmic Flame 1 willpower and 1 extra charge? Yeah, you get 1 extra charge. You get +2. It deals 2 damage for this attack. Oh, it does 3 damage. Okay, so it flat always does 2 damage, and then you can spend a charge to do 3 damage. Okay, that's a fair bit better for sure. 3 damage burst is quite good. So I could see it. It's just like, I don't think adding more damage to our deck is what we want to do. I want to add more ways to get clues, because we are very much gated by the fact that if we don't draw one of our clue spells, that's it. Notably, we can upgrade the clue spells, like Second Sight, but if we upgrade the clue spells, like we have to replace the old clue spells. It doesn't actually give us more cards because you only have 2 Second Sight in your deck. So this one costs the same, comes in with 4 charges instead of 3. It gives you +2 willpower. If you succeed, you may spend a charge to discover an additional clue at your location or a neighboring location, which obviously has to be revealed. I mean, that's better. Still not sure that's 5 XP better. The +1 willpower might matter, but our willpower stat got pretty good. I don't think Henry Armitage starts in play in the next scenario. I mean, it's weird. Yeah, clues seem much more important, but there's not that many ways to get clues in Mystic without spending 6 XP on that event that I definitely don't want to play. Our money wasn't that good this game. Now, the one card that is very cool that I would consider playing is the Dread Curse of Azathoth. This card is exceptional, which means it technically costs 6 XP. You double whatever XP it costs, and you can only have 1 in your deck, which is why you only get 1. This card is a fun theme. It plays 1 Doom on Dread Curse, which that's an issue. You fight with your willpower, which will be at least 5 when we start, or actually starts on, yeah, we start on 5, right? You get +2 and deal 1 damage for this attack, so it's not bad. If this attack defeats an enemy, you remove a Doom from the Dread Curse, and if you reveal a Skull or a Fish Face, you also remove all Doom from this card. So you can always use this to one-shot enemies, but if it misses, like, you're in a bad spot. I don't know how big the acts are or the agendas are in the next scenario. Yeah, Dread Curse is probably a bit better with the doll and a lot of the ways to control tokens. We're not playing a lot of the control token stuff. So at the end of the day, this is largely just a Cosmic Flame that you have to use a bit cautiously, where you basically don't want to use it on this turn before the Doom advances or 2 turns before. I mean, it's okay, but for 6 XP, I don't know. I'm not 100% sure. All right, so we have Shadow Meld. I'm not going to upgrade Shadow Meld. It's a good card. I don't know how much evasion we have to do in the next one, but I just don't know why all of these are 0 or 5 XP. I really wish there was a midpoint, and maybe in the future we'll see, but this is just a better Shadow Meld. All right, Ritual Dagger. This is cool. Notably, our hands are empty, as much as like maybe just playing a flashlight would be better. This allows us to fight with our willpower added to our stats. So we're attacking at 5 or 6, which is not awful. It only does 1 damage. But it says after you play a spell event, you can take 1 damage and exhaust this to shuffle that event into your deck instead of discarding it. So it's like the text on Parallel Agnes, which is a really fun investigator. The problem with this is it's only an event. So you can't do it on your spell skills, which we have some really good spell skills. And it's good that it gives you damage because that fires your ability. But it's like we have 1 spell event in our deck, I think. So I do think Marie can easily build into events because card draw is supported by events, and then you'd play this, but we just don't have enough targets for this to be good. At a minimum, though, it's like an easy 1 damage attack like a Cane, but I don't know. Not into it. Ceremonial Robes. Also not into this card. It's much better with events. It gives you soak that is kind of, minimal. We already have a body slot that we're not playing 2 copies of that we haven't even hit the table yet that gives you a lot of soak and damage. But this is a 1 cost body slot that says reduce the cost of the first spell or ritual card you play each round by 1. A lot better again when you play events more than assets, because you usually play 1 event a turn with the kind of card draw we have in a Parallel Agnes like. But for our deck, I don't think we have enough ways to fire this. Our Mask of Selenius, there's 2 head slots in this entire chapter 2. This is one of them, I think. So comes in our head slot, which is uncontested. It costs 3, has a wild icon, which is not bad. It says when you reveal a chaos token, spend a charge, reveal an additional token. Choose one of those tokens and resolve it, ignoring the others. If you resolve the token with a symbol, take a horror. We don't love taking horror, but we end up with a lot more, like, we have a lot of horror soak left, that's for sure. And with Jim, that can give you an advantage. We don't actually care about pulling the right token, but this is like very strong effect because it just means that you can make sure you don't find the auto fail. And that's good. It also means on some of our other cards where, like, if you pull the cultist, a bad thing happens. That's good. Now, notice it says resolve the token. So if you cancel it, you don't resolve it, you don't reveal it. So it's like not bad, but spending an action at 3 costs for this is like on the edge of being worth it. It's really lucky that this is in a slot we don't care about. Does this scenario allow you to just go to town with fire and steel if you just want to run investigators that are ruthless thugs? Not always the thing I want to do, but sometimes I like to be the bad guys. You definitely can. Like, there is writing technically about defeating all the characters and stirring up trouble. The issue is like you are going to still need clues, because in that scenario you can't reveal the like cultist suspects unless you spend 4 clues or 2 clues depending on your player count. So you always need some amount of clues, but you can definitely deal with that in combat forward ways. Mystic is so feasting in chapter 2. So much more excited to play Mystic in this. Yes, the Mystic cards are interesting, but that being said, this is not that many cards we can choose from, and I'm already kind of like running out of ideas. Okay, so Jim Culver is one of the best cards in the game. And there's a big chance that like Jim Culver is one of the best cards in the game. I think it's that simple. Jim Culver 4 is also one of the best cards in the game. The difference with Jim Culver 4 is that he has more soak, 50% more soak, 3 health and 3 horror instead of 2 and 2. Cost the same. But after you take damage in a horror, you draw a card and gain a resource. Now, money was slightly tight in that scenario. Some of that is that we didn't play our second offering bowl, but money was technically tight. Shouldn't have been, but technically tight. But I wasn't rushing to upgrade Jim Culver because at the end of the day, all that Jim Culver is giving us is slightly more soak and slightly more resources. Actually, a lot more resources, slightly more soak. It would not be wrong to take Jim Culver. It just doesn't seem necessary because what we're lacking is not slightly more soak and slightly more resources, a lot more resources. So like it's something you should definitely do, and certain decks will like this a lot. Ultimately, again, Marie's text makes her take the damage to her face, but Jim Culver is not a bad card. In fact, it's one of the best cards in the game. It's just like Jim Culver 0 is already doing like 70% of power of Jim Culver 4, and the difference between spending 4 experience and 0 experience is a lot of experience, right? If our money was good, I would consider spiritual intuition. Wow, that was a sentence. If our money was a bit better, I would consider spiritual intuition. I yet have not picked a starting card, and starting cards, if you don't mulligan poorly, you do start with 6 cards in your hand because you can grab a starting card from your deck. This allows us to use our resources, and if we have more resources because we play our Offering Bowl, we can always boost our willpower stat, and that's good. Boosting our fight stat is useless. If this was willpower in book or willpower in evade, we'd love it. But spending 1 for 2 resources, usually in our deck, we just have enough card draw and we have extra cards. We can always use those to give us plus boosts. So might not be necessary. It doesn't seem like a perfect fit. I think this is going to be an issue. It's like, I don't think any of these cards are going to be a perfect fit. It's just going to ultimately be, we're going to pick one of these cards because the card pool is not that big. And I'm looking for a perfect fit. And it's likely we're just going to pick a card that is good enough. Again, the bigger the card pool is, the more likely you'll find something perfect. So just keep that in mind. I haven't considered this card, but maybe we should. Permanent cards are some of the best cards in the game because they start in play and they'll always give you what you're guaranteed to get. And when it comes to Marie, she draws her whole deck every single scenario, so it shouldn't be that hard. This just gives us an additional arcane slot. We did not have issues with our arcane slots. We had extra spells in our hand, but having a third arcane slot means we can have 1 damage spell, 1 evade spell, 1 combat, 1 book spell. I don't think it's super necessary, but it's not a bad use. And if you're playing more, there's more. Oh, it's limited 1 per deck, so they only give you 1. Oh, actually, maybe it's 1's in another deck. All right, Blood Ward. I think this card's absurd. It was really, really good. There's going to be some elite enemies in the next scenario, but there's also a lot of non-elite enemies. Canceling attack and healing 2 damage is a card that fast heals 3. I mean, we're still playing the card in our deck that just heals 3 for a single action. This seems so much better. Now, it doesn't have tax against elites, but like text against elites. This card is the best card we've seen so far. Man, this card is nonsense. Heal 2 fast, cancel an attack is just absurd. Just absurd text. Now, on the other side is Retribution, and this one does work against elites. It says fast, play when an enemy attacks an investigator at your location, so it doesn't have to be us. It says you take all damage and horror from this attack, but for each point of damage and horror taken, deal 1 damage to an enemy at your location. This works against elites. So if, say, the final boss attacks us for like 3 and 3 or 2 and 2, whatever it is, we take that to the face and then for no actions, deal 6 damage back to the boss. It's hard to think that that's not absurd because it is. You have to survive, which means like there's a good reason to play more soak. But like, again, this is fast return like up to 6 damage. It's up to you to figure out when to play this. I don't know. That seems really good. I think we could play one of these in our deck and then just draw it when the final boss shows up and be like, okay, we have a heroic 6 Teslas damage. Like, it seems really good. Oh, this is good with Dagger. Yeah, this is really good with Dagger because you can shuffle it back, but then you end up taking so much damage from this for sure. But yeah, making this cheaper and recurring it because it's a spell is something you can do. I would consider one of these for the final boss, which so far we're looking at 4 experience. I don't think I'd play 2 of them, but it's really nice that this deck can play 1 ofs and then get to them with consistency. Seems good, but also might be a bit of a trap. I don't think it is a trap, right? Like, it's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage. Full on murder mentality with the dagger. Yeah, exactly. Like, we're just going to do this over and over again. Pretty sure the extra daggers take a damage. Not sure if it'll do extra to the boss. No, it won't do extra to the boss, but I'm just saying like we have to take the damage, which means like if the thing hits us for 3 and 3 and we do the dagger, we take 7 damage in a fast window, which is a lot of damage. Like, I don't think we'll be able to play the second Retribution. All right, we're on. Oh, we still have this. I mean, I'm glad they printed a card this cool, but Ultimate Sacrifice. Play when the investigation phase ends. Repeat the investigation phase. At the end of the phase, you are defeated and suffer 1 physical trauma, max 1 per game. Technically, we could have held this as the cool toolbox card. And on the last turn of the game, we just say play another round. And if we're going to lose, we're going to lose anyways. If you get to a resolution before this fires, the text doesn't fire. Not a bad card as a 1-of that we can keep with a wild icon, so it's useful. Probably not going to play it, but like it's very cool that that's in the game. All right, Ben Blood. I don't fully get this. This card is, oh, there's original Ben Blood. Oh, I didn't know this is an upgrade. No, I just have this card in twice. So there's only this, right? 5 experience for Ben Blood. 2 cost event, and mind you, we're not really building into the event package, but you could, and you probably should, because you want to replay this card if you play the dagger and all that sort of stuff. So you get +3 willpower, and you deal 2 damage for this attack. If you succeed, deal 1 damage to each other enemy at your location. Each enemy dealt damage by Ben Blood cannot attack you for the remainder of the round. Whoa, that's actually pretty good, because this hits elites. So this does 2 damage, it does AoE, and it means you cannot be attacked for the whole round, not phase, a round. So you can just stand in the boss pit and just like say, who cares? I'm tempted to play this. I kind of want to play one of these because we'll probably play it. It's just way better if you can recur it over and over again, which again, you can do with certain kits, but like, why shouldn't I play Ben Blood? That brings us to 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we still have 2 XP left. Ultimate Sacrifice is the kind of dumb card I love. Yeah, I can see it being cool. There's a whole bunch of those back in chapter 1. Like there was a rogue card that said like do something great, you have to surrender. There was a seeker one that says like get 5 clues, you're defeated. I haven't played any of those. I have played the resign one though. Okay. So we have 2 experience left over. Fearless is an option. Fearless is a reprint, but now we only have the 2 experience version. It gives you 2 willpower. If you succeed, heal 1 horror or heal 2 horror. So far, horror hasn't been an issue. So I don't know. 2 willpower icons is not bad. We also have Eldritch Whispers, which feels like it's a card that will work into the sort of play style of playing the like collect the right token icons, which we're not actually playing any of those. I like the art. 2 will icons on a skill. Says if a symbol token is revealed during this test, place up to 2 charges or secrets among assets you control. That is really good for 1 experience because it just like recharges our spells, and our spells running out of charges did actually catch up with us. The issue with this is like we have to just get lucky. I don't think we're adding any. We might be adding some. Maybe we are adding some symbols to the bag. But again, this has to be a symbol token, so it can't be a numerical token. So it's like about 40 to 45% chance of this firing. Maybe even a bit less. I mean, it's not awful. We have 2 experience to burn. So like, I don't know what else we're playing for 2 experience. There's no reason not to spend the 2 experience. But like, there's nothing great at 2 experience besides like another retribution. Or maybe we just play 1 fearless and call it a day. Maybe 1 fearless is fine. We can also use fearless on Jim, I think. Or sorry, on Tommy. No, you can't. It's just you heal the horror. So if we commit this to Tommy, we heal the horror anyways. I mean, I'm okay with the card draw we have to just like rip an Eldritch Whispers and hope. Like if we draw the symbols, so what? If we don't draw the symbols, it's just like, 2 willpower icons. Maybe that's good enough. I'm into it. I could do this. Polish on point with the illustration and color palette. Oh, Peter Polak? Yeah, seems good. I like this a lot. I like how the ghosts have been consistently portrayed like this, which is good. Okay, I can do this. We have to take 5 cards out, which is a lot. I think our deck is actually like not bad. There's no card that I hate drawing, and that's like a good sign usually. That's not the case for the Guardian side of the table. So in terms of the cards that we can take out here, so not offering bowl, Will of the Cosmos still is good. I could say us taking out 1 Shadow Meld. I don't think there's that much evasion in the next scenario, but we have Bend Blood, which is a soft evasion card. We can replace Guts with one of the other pseudo willpower cards. I want to take Grandmare's Charm out, but the game won't let me. Shout out if you see something you think we can remove. Cosmic Guidance is like low-key good. Healing 1 damage clicklessly is like very, very good. Mandex we could take out. Infuse Life probably we could take out too. Like we didn't play this side over. And now when we have 2 copy of Blood Wards, that's a heal 2 clicklessly. This is a heal 3 for 4 in an action. So I'm pretty sure we can take out Infuse Life. We were just about here. The Cloak we haven't played yet, but it's not bad. But it'll be on the maybe pile. The Mandex is on the maybe pile. I'll keep 1 Shadow Meld. And we can probably take out an E-Cache, which I think we wanted to take out anyways. So 5 cards have to come out, so we can keep some of these. So I think the best cards we could keep. We definitely don't need this. I don't think we need an E-Cache. It's not good. So we have to choose 3 other cards. I think we just keep these. I think having the Wild double booster is just good enough. Like they replace themselves. You can commit them to friends. And then we just don't play Cloak added. Like, I think... Oh, wait, I did that wrong. So it's remove these 4. And then we remove a Guts, I think. I think we're adding so many willpower icons, we don't have to keep the Guts. But I think this is it. These 5 out. Those 5 in. What do y'all think? I think that's fair. It's weird to cut Guts from the deck, but like... We're adding 2 wilds, 2 will, 2 will. This we probably won't commit. This we'll sometimes commit. This is a wild. The manual dexterities are a bit weird, but like we probably will have to evade something every once in a while. Yeah, it seems solid. I like that. We'll do that. All right. I think our deck got better. I definitely did. We spent 11 experience. What are you talking about? Okay. Let's look at the Guardian side. The Guardian side I think is going to be weirder. Notably on the Guardian side, there's a way bigger chance that we could consider playing Charisma because Guardian has a lot of good allies, and let alone allies are soak. So we can always spend 3 of our 11 experience to give us another ally slot. And I think there's a chance we'll appreciate that. But let's look at the Guardian cards. So firstly off the top, Sledgehammer is a good card. This is a brand new card, but we're not going to play it because it's not a firearm and it takes 2 hand slots. I think we're just going to keep playing firearms because it's fun. So we'll get rid of that. 1911. We could have played this. We drew our bad 1911. This one gives us +2 and ignores retaliate, which is like a pretty okay floor, but it's not super important. So I'll put that in the maybe pile. Okay, this is what Ren is saying. Shotgun. I have never played a proper shotgun in any of my games of Arkham Horror. Issue with this card is it takes us with 2 hand slots. Good thing about this card is it comes in with 2 extra bullets, which gives you so many more bullets. Like going from 4 to 6, whatever. Going from 3 to 5 feels better, right? So this comes in for 4. It takes up 2 of our hands, which sucks. Yeah, I've never played a shotgun build, not once, surprisingly. So 2 hands. This is fight. You get +3 for this attack. If you succeed, this attack does +1 damage for each point you succeed by to a maximum of 5 damage. And if you fail, it will do the same amount of damage backwards. So this thing like just one-shots most enemies. The issues we have to watch out is our stats are like not that good. Let's just ready ourselves, I guess. Like our stats are only 4 fight, technically, right? Like our fight stat is 4 until we get a benefit. But like, I don't know if we should be adding this many cards to take up 2 hand slots. Maybe we can. But this will bring us up to 7 fight. So we're fighting a 7-3. On average, we pull a -2. So we only do 3 damage for a single bullet. I mean, like, that's okay. It's a treat. I mean, this is okay. I don't even think it's that good. It's nice they can do a 5 damage shot, but for that to be good, you have to be boosting your stats. Okay, well, we'll put it in the maybe pile, and we'll consider it. We'll put it in the maybe pile. The other option is the Thompson. I don't remember being super impressed by this. It's very expensive. You can spend an ammo to fight. You get +3, which brings you to 7, and you deal 2 damage. And then after that, you can spend another bullet to do it again. So you fight. You don't get any additional damage, but it just does +1 damage. Oh, you don't even fight again. No, you do fight. You do another test. 5 damage for 2 skill commit is great IMO. Yeah, but you have to succeed by the number. You're not wrong. This I don't care for. This is expensive. This basically gives you the ability to do 4 damage for a single action, but you have to succeed 2 tests. Now, they don't care about succeeding, so you can fail the first and do the second. Also, the second is optional, but Winchester model seems so much more fun than that, so okay, that's fine. All right, Protective Vest. This is... I wish the utility weapon cards weren't this expensive, both in terms of money, but also in terms of experience. It's the same thing like the quick draw holster to some extent that we saw back in the day, but this card costs 4 experience and 3 cost. It gives us an additional hand slot for a firearm, which like that's good if we're playing all these model 12s that take up 2 of our hand slots. And after you play this, you can search the top 9 cards of your deck for a firearm or upgrade. We only have firearms, and you can add it to your hand and shuffle your deck. Issue is like we also have 9 health, so bringing us up to 12 health doesn't seem super important. It makes it easier for you to play the service revolver and takes attacker's opportunity, but like this card just seems so damn slow and expensive. Like paying 3 for a slot, at least it has 3 soak, but then if the soak breaks, you lose the extra gun slot too. It's like kind of cursed. I don't know. I don't feel good about this. Like it's so expensive. Yeah, I don't know. I would, no joke, consider an endurance. Just because this starts in our opening hand. That's nice because we can spend 1 resource for +2 fight, and at a minimum that's okay. So I'll consider 1 endurance. And this is where like the other allies actually start to get good. Like Bodyguard, 2 experience, not my favorite card. It may be assigned damage dealt to other investigators, and when it's defeated, you do 2 damage to an enemy at your location. Doesn't care about engagement or aloof, all that sort of stuff. You don't like tutoring for 3? No, I don't like tutoring for 3. It's so expensive. Like imagine having to play the body for 3, then drawing your Winchester and having to play it for 4. Like it just doesn't make a lot of sense. Yeah, endurance and shoddy is also a really good combo because then we can like brute force the numbers up. So I like that already. But bodyguard's only good if we play another ally slot. So far we haven't needed more soak as much as that's like most of Guardian's theme. But I could see bodyguard being a bit better in Daniela, who definitely needs to take attack. So probably not. Police dog is good. If we're gonna add police dog to our deck, we'd add the better one, but we have to basically play 2 police dogs for 2 experience and charisma for that to be worth it. So that's already a 5 XP buy-in. But police dog just allows us to get +2 to our investigate, which means we actually can investigate on off turns. Let alone +2 to an attack is also pretty good with the shotgun. So like maybe that's an option. We have everyone's favorite art, unfortunately, Detective Sherman. Detective Sherman gives us +1 fight, which is good. Roland also gives us +1 fight. Maybe assign damage dealt to other characters or location. Okay. And after damage is placed on Detective Sherman, you can discover a clue at your location. Now, the problem is Roland is money. And Roland is the only econ card we played all game, and it kept us liquid for the whole game, which tells you how good Roland is. If Detective Sherman's going to see play, it's because we're going to have another ally slot, which means we're spending 6 experience for a first Detective Sherman. Ah, man, I wish this was more exciting. It's a good card. It generally is a good card. That's good soak. But the issue is like Roland is just money. Like getting that much money. We didn't draw any other econ in the whole game. We draw no emergency caches, no bounties. We mulligan 1 e-cache away. It's hard. It's really, really hard. You don't like the of Canny Valley Eagle Eye? Yeah, the art is also not my favorite. Extended barrel, 1 cost, attached to a firearm. You get +1 skill value while the attached asset. It's not bad. I mean, it's okay. It's fast at least, but it gives you +1 boost. I mean, it's okay. Endurance does the same-ish. This is cheaper. But the thing is, you attach it to something with limited uses, which I don't love. Would I be able to cope with the art in my deck? Yeah, it's rough. It's not great. On the beat. 2-cost card, fast. Play when your turn begins. You get +3 skill value while investigating or parlaying. Technically, you could commit this to get +2 for one test. But if your whole turn is just investigate, which it could be, considering if there's no enemies, there's not much else you're doing. Usually on those turns we set up. I actually like this card. I appreciate this card, but I don't think for what we're doing it's good enough. Maybe it's a flex card we put into our deck because Marie can only find clues under certain circumstances, but I actually don't mind this card. I'll put it in the maybe camp. Physical fitness, we don't really need the healing here, but physical fitness is heal 3 damage and a move for 1, which is really quite good. Like, imagine if Marie could play that. That'd be absurd. There's a smaller version of this, costs no experience, that just moves 1 and heals 1. It's not awful. It's cool that Spirit traded for a bigger card pool as well. Stock ammo reload. I don't know if you need to play this. Technically, Tommy has bullets, but it is 5 ammo divided as you choose for 2 cost. It's not awful. It's really not awful. But we haven't had a bullet issue so far this game. Stakeout. Does this card get better? You get +3. If you succeed, discover an additional clue, and you heal 2 horror. That's a lot better. Its icons get worse, though. It becomes I don't know why that happened. This became 2 books. It became 2 book icons into a book and an evade. But this gives you +3 evade, heal 2 horror, and additional clues. Actually, not bad. Not bad. And then finally, we have Indomitable. Indomitable 3. 1 will, 1 combat, 1 wild. If an enemy has attacked an investigator at this location this round, it gets 3 more wilds. I don't know why you need to play that. I don't know why you'd want to play that. With shotgun, I guess, but like shotgun doesn't need you to be attacked. I mean, that seems way better than Daniela, for sure. All right, so that leaves us with this pile. I'm assuming we don't need to upgrade the 1911 if we're going for the Winchester. The problem is we can only play 1 Winchester. Can I emotionally play 1 Winchester in our deck that we probably won't draw? Because like so far, this is how much we drew through only half our deck. Spending 5 XP on the Winchester and not drawing it feels terrible. I wish we could retcon and not upgrade our 1911 and upgrade a Winchester instead. But say that we did a Winchester. If we do 2 Winchesters, that's 10 experience. We have 1 left over, which is too short from endurance. I wish we could downgrade our 1911 so we could do endurance and 2 Winchesters and just have a shitty 1911. I usually, when picking upgrades, sort by available slots so I don't overload a given slot. Yeah, this deck was actually sorted by slots. It was for sure. Just do that. You didn't even play the other upgraded pistol. Yeah, we could retcon it. It feels bad because like we could have used it. Well, technically we are 2 experience short of doing endurance Winchester Model 12. I guess the other thing we could do is like play 2 Winchesters and just play off the beat and just naturally draw into our endurance. That's another option. And then we wouldn't be like cheesing it. Just refund the pistol. I want to be very clear for those watching at home. You're not allowed to do this. This is not a thing you can do. We didn't know. We never even used it. We didn't commit it. We did nothing with it. Look at the bottom of our deck. It's like literally 4 econ cards together. That would have been good. I don't know. I don't feel good about doing that. I'll be honest. It'll be better television. Like I'm aware about that. Is there a better 1 XP card we can waste our experience on? I don't think there is. It's like extended barrel, maybe. It has a book icon, which is not useful. Everyone does that? Okay, if everyone does, I mean, if everyone does it. If your friends jumped off a bridge, I'm kidding. Yeah, let's do it. It'll be more fun. We'll cut a 1911 from our deck, which will put the bad 1911 back in. Okay, so what we're doing is not legal. So we've undone that. And so now we can spend 2 Winchesters and we can spend an endurance. And that will be 13 experience, which is exactly what we got. Now we have to make slots for this. So 13 experience, we have to take some cards out. This is a whole deck. So what are we taking out? So cards we want to take out. We need to leave all the money in the deck. Scene of the Crime is sick. Make him sing. We have to take out 1 endurance because I think we're playing 2. So that's an easy swap. Yeah, because we can't have 2. So we have to take out 2 guns. And I think we're just better playing more guns. Funny enough, because we have this better gun in our deck, it's now a bit better to take Right Tool back into the deck because Right Tool has a better chance of finding the Winchester and we want to find the Winchester before we commit to anything else. It could be right to cut more guns from our deck because if we have the Winchester, the other guns are bad draws. So it could be correct to cut guns. I think this restrained is not useful. I don't think there's non-elites that we want to evade. Actually, restrained might be useful. I don't think there's anything that adds doom. No, there's cultists. Yeah, the cultists add doom, so we can't really restrain a cultist. Does the game have an visual rule for respecking? Yes, sort of. If you want to add a 0 XP card to your deck, it costs 1 experience. If you want to take an experience card out of your deck, you don't get the experience back. So you can just upgrade a card out of your deck, but there's no like hard respec. But the rule for the game is if you want to add a 0 XP card to your deck, it just costs 1 XP. I classically didn't play with that rule because back in the day, the way that things used to be released 5-6 years ago is that you get new 0 XP cards through like scenario packs through a campaign, and it'd be like, I'm just gonna play this anyways and not care. Yeah, do we could cut a gun? Stakeout is like 2 book. It's okay. It's not amazing. Right tool's now a bit better, so like 2 of them would be better. I think this card is fine too. I think we just take out the stakeout. I mean, 2 book is whatever. So that's 3 out, 3 in. Okay, that'll do it. Sorry about the board state. Got a bit messy back there. Jeez, that looks awful. Thanks so much for tuning in, mind you. We've been streaming for about 4 hours. We got through this. We'll have a finale coming up. Best case scenario is we return to streaming on Wednesday evenings. Hopefully it's not too hot later then. Mind you, this room actually didn't get that bad. We're still on a pretty good 25 degrees Celsius, so not too bad at all. That's sick. This usually gets way hotter than that. So the system with the door and the fans might be sustainable. Tonight on the Matchball Grid, Pat will be joining me to hang out and play some Netrunner. Tomorrow is my birthday. We'll be streaming some in the middle of the day. We'll be streaming some Marvel Champions on the Crash Space if you want to join for that. And then we're back on Sunday. So there's a couple more streams in the next 24 hours if you want to dive in for those. My play group just generally care, like if this is more fun and I didn't even play the card I upgraded into, I play the game for fun, not to be a rules sicko, but being a rules sicko is also totally valid. I mean, we're somewhere in the middle. Like I want to play correctly, but yeah, this is just gonna be more fun and we get to show off the shotguns. And again, I've never played a shotgun build, so I'm hoping that this is an absolute treat. I want to say, if you're tuning in, either if you're watching this live, hey, what's up? Or if you're watching the VOD, if you have any sort of feedback, if you want to take a second to hit up in the comments, again, we're trying to make this is the first time, second game, excuse me, but the first scenario campaign that we've played with 2 players. So we're trying to make an overlay to make sense. I think this worked. Maybe there's a chance that Maria and Tommy have to be a bit smaller so we get a bit more screen real estate, but it worked okay for now. A minimum, we can put this off to the side and not on the camera, but I don't think it was an issue. Also, if you appreciate content like this, if you just want to take a second to leave a like on the stream or the VOD, if you want to leave a comment, if you want to subscribe to the channel, this channel is growing. If you think that this is content that a friend would like, that's into Arkham Horror, we're trying to like make Arkham Horror as approachable as possible with all the overlay stuff. If you want to share this, again, that's a huge help and it lets this channel grow, which is very, very much kindly appreciated. Again, we'll be back in a week. Should be Wednesday night. If something happens, we'll do it at a different time. But if you subscribe to the channel, you know when that case is. Really easy to follow. The overlays work great. Thank you. Yeah, we put some time making it work better, and I think it does work a bit better for sure. That's mostly it. Hopefully you're taking care of yourselves and staying cool or staying warm if you're in the Southern Hemisphere, and we'll be back in about a week. Apologies for last night if you're tuning in for that. Things just broke. We tried twice. It didn't work. But for those who joined in for that, thanks so much, and we'll catch you for the next one. Take care, y'all. We'll see you in a week.